We'll start the meeting. It's 5:04 p.m. We're at the Swartz Creek Auditorium at the admin building. I believe today is August 22nd, 2025. This October. What did I say, November?
August.
Wow, I wish. October 22nd, 2025. Thanks for the correction. This meeting is a new construction meeting. Reference if we build a new building or put additions on. So we'll start the meeting and we'll have a roll call soon whenever you're ready.
Sure. Carrie Germain.
Present.
Jenny Walgast. Present. Kim Winter.
Thank
you. Here.
I just thought you were kidding.
Andrea Fick. Chuck Melkey.
Present.
Autumn Henry.
Here.
Ken Engel.
Okay. One person is missing. This is a mandatory meeting. Does anybody know if Andrea's coming? Is there any calls or any? Okay, nothing to me neither. So all right, we'll just show her not here, of course, and then we'll do a pledge of allegiance since we're in the full board meeting. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Miss Carey will be probably doing that again at 6 o'clock. It'll be a whole separate meeting. So, new construction discussion. I think we left off with some alternate plans for our Deke, our Cyrene, and our Elms Road schools as an alternative to building a new school. And if there's any comments from the board, we can just go right into Suzanne if you would like to present what we discussed. I don't know if you want to come to the podium or if you want to, yeah, we're going to need you to pick it up. And I don't know if you have a PowerPoint or a presentation that you can show us.
So, Chuck, last time you asked me to do a couple of conceptual ideas on putting an addition here.
Suzanne, she's from Suzanne from French.
I'm Suzanne Carlson from French Associates. I'm the architect representing the architect and design team that's currently working on the bond.
Thank you, Suzanne.
You're welcome. So, Chuck, your request at the last meeting that I attended virtually was to take a look at putting an addition on 4 of the elementaries that would include an elementary size gym, 2 kindergarten classrooms, 4 regular classrooms, a media center, a staff lounge, and some toilet rooms. Just so for ease of comparison, I came up with a block of space that represents, I think it's 15,400 square feet, and I applied that to each of the sites. There are some, this is very just high level. Each site would have some different connections to the existing building. This was just does it fit somewhere on the site? Is this the right location? We would get into that if you decided to proceed with this arrangement. So here at Deke in particular, we have just opened and received some bids for site work at Deke, which I think was reviewed yesterday at a committee meeting. And for those who weren't around for that committee meeting, the site work at Deke includes separating the bus loop and a parent parking lot in the front. Also including a new drive to a back parking lot that serves as a hard surface play area for kids during the day. That hard surface play area is really intended to be an overflow parking area for parent night, overflow. So there is a gate, so that play area or hard surface area would be closed regularly during the day. But as you can see, the rear parking lot is the rectangle sort of towards the middle of the site. The blue is that 15,000 square foot addition that we think could go on the north corridor along the north property line. So that in each of these, if we, as I said, as we get in, should you proceed with this, there'll be some due diligence that we have to do with the site conditions. But just as far as a block of space on the site, it fits here, and it does not impact the new proposed work at Deke for the site and parking lot. Well, no, there are some caveats to those. So that if we proceed with, bids were received, I think it's proposed tonight for the award rec to be approved, and you can look a little bit at the site logistics. Getting back to that blue box area would mean bringing construction equipment over newly paved, new constructed drives and the parking lot. So part of a plan for an addition here would need to include either another pathway to get to that site or that area of the site, or mill and cap or rehab of that newly placed paving.
We brought that up at the building and bond committee yesterday.
Yeah.
We had an extensive discussion on it, so I'm sure it got back to you.
Yeah, so we had a team update today, and there was an idea floated that perhaps there's a temporary easement of the neighbor to the north that could provide a temporary access for construction, and then restore it if and when the addition is up and when it's finished. Which would ease, honestly, there's a lot that goes on with that it was really a good idea, because it wouldn't impact play. You wouldn't want the construction trucks to drive right in the middle of your playground and play fields. Or if you can avoid it on your newly paved areas.
I'll start off the questions. And so that was how many? 2 kindergartens, 4 classrooms, and what else? And the cafeteria/gym.
A gym. There are some gym storage, a gym office, just amenities that are part of a gym.
And how many bathrooms were included?
I have 2 toilet rooms that have 2 stalls each.
And
then there's a space for a media center and a staff lounge.
We did make a teacher's lounge in there. All right.
Yep.
That's what I asked for.
That's what you asked for.
So the cost, what again?
So
well, I know it's not a hard cost, but what did you estimate it out to be?
The range now for an addition for this type of construction, knowing that there's a gym and there's, is between $450 and $500 a square foot. And that's an all-in cost. So that includes, site work, varies depending on the site, but you can just use that as an all-in cost.
How big is it altogether?
15,400 square feet.
14,400.
15,400. Mm-hmm.
How big was the gym? Because I thought when we were talking in that other committee, what was?
So I used a typical elementary school gym, which is 40 feet by 60 feet.
Yes.
Okay, what is our current gym?
Well, you can kind of see it if you take that blue. I'll just come up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
So this is the gym.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Take that. Put it there.
Same thing.
Okay.
No, you did perfect. That's what I wanted to see and get a cost.
So you said 2 kindergartens and then 4 other classrooms, not
Yeah.
6?
Yeah, so 6 total. 2 kindergarten, 4 classroom, center, 2 drills,
Okay.
another bonus extra.
What about wasn't there supposed to be a dining area
Well,
for the kids to eat? Or
the thought was that the existing gym/cafeteria would become a sole use cafeteria.
Okay.
We flipped them, Kim. So when I said I would like a lunchroom in each elementary, she had a great idea, and I think somebody else on the board do, is instead of moving the cafeteria to the new lunchroom, leave the cafeteria in the gymnasium, convert that to the lunchroom, which is the same thing, and then just put the gym off to the side. It would save us a lot of money by doing.
You've already got all your food service
Yeah,
equipment in your kitchen in place. Why relocate
Yeah,
that?
and before I forget, because I know there's going to be some other board comment, Did this include mechanical, or do we have to have additional mechanical HVAC?
That's built into that $500
Okay, good.
a
That's
square
right. So
foot
we needed
cost.
some rooftops and some other
Yep,
things.
this is an all-in cost
That's good to know.
estimate. Let's just keep
And
that in mind.
what would be the exterior made out of? Brick or steel? Or a
What,
combination?
what we typically do for a school building is a masonry building,
Good.
you know, up to whatever for the classroom height, probably about 15 feet high to the parapet, a masonry cavity wall. In a gym, we probably go about 15 feet to the brick and then put metal panels above just for a little bit of economy there.
Well, and it would break it up too, but
Yeah.
most of our building would be brick or masonry.
Absolutely.
That's what I want. So for the last. And would those have one more quick question? Peaked roofs on those new parts? Or did you?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm sorry, peaked roofs on those new parts or flat roofs on those new parts? Or a combination?
A combination. At this point, I didn't get into the details on that
with
so
that,
much.
right.
Yeah.
Would it be the same cost, so roughly, because it's
Yeah,
built in?
because it would be built, we would design it originally that way. Yeah. Yes.
Well, I'm so if down the road we would have plenty of room if school of choice was reduced in the future, or I'm just trying to think in my head. I think we have. I said it yesterday. 410 students there. No. $350 there, and that would add. Okay, so the 6 classrooms are going to be 20. I want to overload the classrooms. I want built-ins for the. Yeah, so that.
Yep.
Oh yeah, in each building. Yeah, I'm just going to Deke and I'll times them out.
It'll be 150 kids.
Yeah,
So-
just there alone. So that would.
Yes, probably 25 for the regular classroom and 20 for the kindergarten. I mean,
What about our special ed or special needs kids? Aren't those down to 18 per classroom? So, but those classrooms are already included in there. Okay. Now, did this work out for Cyrene, or was there enough room?
well,
at
we'll look
Cyrene?
at those.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm good. We'll move on
Yeah,
to
I
outside.
just want to, part of, it, for those who know the Deke will know I'm going to point.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Is that
Flip the mic around, Bill.
I'm assuming that there's a corridor standing here. There's some toilet rooms right in the middle of the way. There's some rework that would have to be done inside the building in order to make this happen at all locations.
Okay. No, that makes perfect sense what you said.
Okay.
I like it. I
Okay.
like exactly what you said. All
Okay.
right. So, committee comments on this building.
Clarify, you said two stall bathrooms, so 4 toilets.
4 toilets.
Perfect.
So Suzanne, we've talked pretty extensively about early childhood programs.
Yep.
And now that there's free pre-K for 4-year-olds, would we be able to factor in some additional areas? And Jim, you guys are the experts in how many we can fit. But so I think that's the property area line that we looked
Yeah,
at
so the
yesterday.
property from the survey that we have shows that the property goes well far to the, my orientation's off here, well far to the east. So the top line across the top is the property line there, and the bottom is the property line across there. So if you wanted to add more classrooms, we'd probably have to reconfigure where that addition block is, but we could extend it out and just add classrooms there without impacting any current or future paving work.
Right. And so where is that blue space in relationship to the playground that you shared with us
Okay. I'm
yesterday?
gonna come over.
Okay. Thank you.
At each of these sites, you probably adding 150 kids, you may need to expand your playground a little bit. If you have, early childhood, you may need a separate playground for them. There's a whole nother set of conditions there.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's deep.
Are we taking away grass playground by putting in the cement playground?
Thank you. In the current plan, that's the current aerial right there.
Yeah.
So no, we are not taking away grass playground. That paved area, you can see it's really in pretty poor shape. We're just making that a parking lot. Currently, it's just a hard surface play area. So we're making it parking / hard surface play area.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So that would take the total population, if we needed to about 600 kids, Jim. Because we're going to be losing a media room, but we're gaining a media room, so then we return it, that old media room into a classroom. Do we have 2 media rooms in there or 2 libraries? What's it? Is the principal here for that?
One media room is up library.
Yeah.
Yeah, one library.
So we would gain 1 classroom, though, theoretically.
Yes, for the library.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that's an additional. So I'm about right on my math. Rough. We 600 comfortably in there. Okay, thank you. That's
Okay,
what I want to know, Susan.
So Elms, I just use that same block
Yep.
just for ease of comparison.
Okay.
And site-wise, it makes sense to extend that north-south corridor. You can see that that blue addition goes right on top of the hard surface play area and a playground. So in this case, there's a lot of site there, so those could be relocated, but that is probably a higher factor construction cost that we'd have to accommodate here.
Due to the fact that we
Well,
have
there's
to
a-
move the playground.
Yeah, we have to move the playground. I mean, so that 450 to 500, there's a lot of variables in here, but I think it includes paving and site utilities, and it's an all-in cost. You know, It's hard
Go
to-
on to the new property we purchased in that addition.
yeah. So it's the same footprint. Again, the connection points would be a little bit different. You know, the corridor might have to be a little bit longer, but you know, those are details that come later. Okay, if you can go to the next one. Here's Gaines. I know at Gaines you told me that we didn't need a gym, but you can see where that addition, and I just use the same square footage just to keep apples to apples, that 15,400 square foot addition there. Here, in any case where we put an addition, we'd have to rework drives and parking. You can see it kind of overlays access drive to the parking lot right now.
So the Elms Road, can you back up to Elms Road, Travis? Yeah. That's to the south, right? Or is that to the north?
So
That's to the south.
That's, okay.
Yep.
So that's to the south. Okay. And if that school absorbed all of Morris's kids, we may need an extra
So
couple classrooms.
That'll come in a minute.
Okay, I'm already getting ahead of myself then from the
Yep.
questions I asked
Yeah,
last
we're just right now just looking at the same addition at all
for
sites.
everyone. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I don't think we even talked about Gaines putting an addition on, but okay.
Yeah,
But
I
you showed it.
I
You
just
showed
did
it.
it just to show you what
That's
it
fine.
looks like.
Perfect.
And then if you can go to the next, here's Cyring, a little bit tighter, same addition. This seems like the only logical place to be able to put it. I think we get a little too close to the property lines if we try and go to the northwest.
Northwest,
Yeah,
okay.
we get a little too close to the property line there. Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. So
is there even any feasible space to do it at Siren? Like logistically?
you lose a lot. You lose a lot here.
Leave the hard surface areas. We have a STEM wing addition out there too, so you almost have to put it in the hard surface play areas. You're gonna have.
And
Yeah,
where-
thank
where
you.
would that, thanks, Travis.
Thank you, Travis. I didn't have the plan here for this.
Where would that be at then?
It probably were that rectangular. Yeah, kind of. I'm sorry.
That's the STEM lab. Okay.
And then that, reduces the hard surface play area, and where does that go? And then you probably lose a ball field, and it just kind of it does that.
But,
It's tight,
okay,
tight.
That's all right. That one doesn't have to be as big, though, in my opinion. We could probably do that with 4 classrooms and a lunchroom.
Oh.
Or, yeah.
And then this one is another request you asked was to see what it takes to put a building the size of Moorish,
Mhm.
which is the same plan as Elms. So I really just mirrored the thing, just to make sure we have the square footage there. But that's what that looks like, and I believe your property goes a little bit more to the south, and there's plenty of room there.
Yeah, tons. It's
Yep.
basically the same footprint flipped over.
Yeah,
all the way
I
to the store.
just for ease of
Yeah.
so everyone has a sense of familiarity of what this is Moorish, but over here.
So how many
Or
classrooms
possibly-
does that include?
However many are at Moorish right now. I don't have
okay.
that off the top
All
of
right,
my
so
head.
okay.
Our bus loop is not there. We got a bus loop there, but and it's out of the way. Right, it's off this way, so it wouldn't be in the way at all. But would we need more parking then to the south of that for staff, parents, which we have plenty of room to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
And we'd have to move those ball fields probably out to
The vacant land. Yep.
and I used I think 40,000 square feet for that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, for
Okay.
for that the duplicating Moorish on this site.
What would the cost be for that?
It would be the
price.
same at that 500. And this one, it would cap out. I'm not cap out there. It would certainly be because there's a lot more site work here because you're adding more square foot. You have all the parking lot and drives and all of that. So
40,000 square
Yeah,
feet.
that's
So
what
it's a $20 million addition
correct.
or extra building, basically.
Yeah.
And then moving the things around. Bill, do we have? That's not us, but to the north of Elms, would there be room there? I know we got a teacher parking. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think. Playground, right? We're cutting into a playground.
Yeah, and there's
We have to
water
go
up there
south. It's
too.
really far away, right?
There's like a creek, like where those trees are. That's all like
I'm just-
wetlands and stuff too. So I don't know if
Right,
we'll
I'm
be able
just
to do
trying to
anything.
think of where logistically. Could you scroll it down a little bit, Travis? Or north? Nope, other direction. Sorry. The other side of that playground, that parking lot, if we could do some sort of playground there, just so it's not so far away. If that's something we did, if
Yeah.
we could do a playground there.
Yep.
Right. You're gonna have, if that's something we did, you'd have to, right? And it'd be so far away from the one end of the building if you moved it.
We know what a playground costs, right, Trevor? Or right, Bill?
We do.
Okay, so we talked about that yesterday. Just let me do some quick math here. And actually, if this ever comes true, this would be better for the district because we would have if we kept one school combined, which it would be a K3 and then a 4-5, it'd be only smart to have two separate playgrounds. And then we'd have the large lunchroom for all the kids. Well, the gym, that's a lunchroom.
You may with that many kids need to have either a very large one or two that has just we haven't even got there, but just for scheduling, that's a lot of kids to get into a lunchroom at one
Right.
time in and out.
Better than eating in the gym.
It is better than
Okay.
eating or in a classroom.
Yeah, I can't believe we've never planned that out before where we got kids eating in gyms.
Yeah.
So,
Gaines is the only one that has a separate
yeah, except for the
Cafeteria
middle and
then.
high school.
fantastic gym.
So Suzanne, back to the early childhood.
Yes.
Could this be expanded to?
Yes. Yeah, and
Well, we own all the property to the east now. So we can always.
Yes.
I think it's just the south, right? It goes well
Yes,
south.
but I thought we had a little bit to the east.
No,
Is it jogged over? Okay, is it right to the tree line?
It's
Okay,
like right to the trail.
all right.
I mean, I don't know.
No, you're right.
Might
But
have, like,
I thought it went a little bit to the east, and then we have entrances off of Bristol Road that can be maintained if needed for traffic. Okay. Wow.
Any questions?
I think you got to give us a second to digest it.
Yeah.
Because you did a lot in a short time. I mean, you gave us an idea. We're at 450 to 500 a square foot.
Mm-hmm.
Can you go further out with that, Travis?
No, it doesn't go to the east. You're right. It stays right
It would go
along that
all the
line.
way to look at that footprint.
Yeah, it goes all the way south, but that gives us an extra entrance to
Right.
alleviate the problems.
Yeah.
And if we had 4 or 5 in that south part, the buses are all still traveling to the same location and dropping kids off. And with the
Right.
walkways, they'll be addressed to either way, if that ever happened. I'm just saying.
Mhm.
Would it make
Alright.
sense just just to build another building right there. I mean, you're basically doing that.
That's what she's doing. She
basically
just-
doing
I know,
that.
but I'm saying build it coming off of Bristol Road.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they can use their service drive there to access that because, yeah. So,
Well, I'm saying instead of wiping out a playground, wiping out the ball fields, coming off Bristol Road, build a whole standalone building separately in that 10 acres.
oh, I see what you're saying.
Just because we're going to lose some things, we can figure some things,
Yep.
and tap into a building.
Yep.
We could just come in off the Bristol Road and you still utilize that bus loop, right? You bring the buses in the same way, but you bring another drive that loops to the other building.
If that's something you want me to study, I can do that. Yep.
Parking. You're going to have to redo all of that.
You basically duplicate all the hard surface parking that you have right now, double it.
Okay.
Whatever parking and hard surface drop-off loops, you'd probably have to double that. You're doubling your student capacity and staff.
Elms.
And
Elms.
Elms.
Own all of that treat area there.
Yeah.
From the ball fields down to Bristol Road, we own that. So you could bring a driving off of Bristol Road for parents and staff, come in the bus loop off of Elms Road and just make it go the opposite direction for another bus loop for that building. But then you're not coming in and tapping onto a building, moving the playground, moving this and that, just recreating south.
In that case, you might push that 500 a little bit more
Yeah.
because it's more like a new build.
Yeah.
Even though you know you have utilities close by,
Right.
you're extending much longer than an addition.
And you're probably going to need work on Bristol Road because that's only 2 lane. You're going to need a left turn lane. Well, I'm just saying, yeah, you're going to have to work
You
with
probably
the-
just need a decel lane there if you're doing that there.
I mean, and it's fine that we just told people that we weren't going to build a new school there and use it for ball fields, and now we're talking about building a new school there.
Well,
Like,
I know. Believe me, that was the plan. That was the plan, was that. But I didn't know about
yeah,
parks.
no, I know. I'm not
I
saying
mean,
you did. I'm just
yeah,
saying,
I'm
like,
just-
I just don't like.
Well, I'm not
you
saying I
know,
gotta do it. We might even
yeah.
sell more.
It wasn't bought for that purpose. I mean, Chuck's the one who brought this property to the table.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
We still have room to do ball fields. We're going to have plenty of room. The only reason I brought it to the board, and I think Carrie and Andre were the only ones here. No, Kim was here. Was that the 10 acres was contiguous to the Elms Road property. The property was super cheap.
Yeah.
And anytime we can add property, we had the money in our capital improvement. I think it was like $130,000 we paid for it. So
It was 170. I just looked
was,
up recently.
was it that what we bought it for?
But we actually looked into the property next to the cage first. Like, we looked
Yeah.
into one piece first and then we looked into this piece.
It was to put potentially lacrosse and soccer fields in it. But let's just forget it.
Yeah.
The purpose of this meeting
It's just that.
is just not what happened, is that what the cost factor is, which we asked Suzanne, not to keep her here too long. And that way the committee could look at what if we put an addition on at Elms Road, an addition on at Deke. I say we still put an addition on in Cyrene and make some small configuration changes, but just downside it. Maybe a lunchroom, classroom or two. I still want a small media center, which frees up a classroom in the building, bathrooms, and a small, some nicer teacher lounge in the small one that they have, or staff lounge, if you want to call it a staff lounge. So I'm just doing the math in my head at 27 and 7, and I know Cyrene will be cut down. That's and give it $5 million for all hardscapes. We're at about the same price still, $40 million.
That's nothing.
That's it's a rough estimate. She's giving us a $450 to $500 all in. If we went with 40,000 square feet off of Elms and 15,000 at Deke and about I'm going to cut it in half, 7,000
Yeah.
at Cyrene, so it's comfortable. I'm getting it. Did you come up with that on purpose, the 40 million? Or
No.
No, that's not.
Okay, I'm messing with you. I know
Only
because
that's how much it would cost if we did it this year. Like, if
Well, yeah.
inflation goes up,
it's going to cost.
we're over that.
We're at 7.5. We're at 22. That's 29.5 and 4 is 33.5, and you got to figure 5 million for hardscapes, all the bull, and the moving the playgrounds and this
Yeah,
and that, any unforeseen stuff. So we're at 40 million almost,
Mhm.
not including rate of inflation in the next 2 to 3 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that gives us an idea
Yes.
where we can go back if we decide to make an offer or counter offer, Mr. Tyler, and it gives us something to deal with. I think that was the whole purpose of this committee,
Yep.
was to figure out a price. It's not set in stone, but it gives us an idea and saying, hey, we want 60, and it'd be nice if it only cost us 20. We could give 40 million back to the taxpayers and pay down the bond.
One thing to keep in
tell
your
us.
mind is also the timeline. I don't know the timeline of your negotiations with FIGIA, but if any of these were to go forward, you would be looking at about 3 years before students could occupy those spaces.
Well, that's what was the original plan that they did before we got involved.
Yep. That's just the design, the review, approval, construction, all that, and just keep that in mind.
And we have approximately, I'm just regurgitating numbers for the public and my board, is that we have 500 SOC students, roughly, in elementaries. So in reality, we don't need to build all this if we didn't have 500. I mean, if we kept 500, we'd still be okay. This would accommodate those children, because that's 1,500 kids total for 4 elementaries, because Gaines is very small, but we would still have Cyrene, Deke, and then a double school there. So we should be okay if we stayed at our same numbers.
Well, you wouldn't have to do a double school there. You would only do that if you were working it onto the other ones, because that would duplicate more. You know what I mean? You'd only need that one addition.
True. We don't have to.
If you did five, if you did 5 additions.
Yeah, I know that.
38 million to do 5.
I get that, but what are we going to do about the lunchrooms?
What do you mean about the lunchrooms?
You can just do just a lunchroom, like gym edition, and that's it. Yeah.
Just do a gym and then maybe a bathrooms and a media center, which would still free up a classroom in the elementaries.
Yeah.
If you did her initial, I calculated by 5. Not the double building, but the 15,400 square foot on 4 buildings. That's 30 million.
Yeah, it's 30 million.
Yeah, 30, not 40 million.
Well, I was going with the bigger one on that. That's why I came up with the 40
Right.
million.
If you did the bigger one, you would need all the other additions, because that would be more.
Okay.
I'm just wrong. Okay. I'm just making sure we're all the same numbers there.
Yeah, that's why I did exactly Morris, knowing that Morris it can fit that population can fit somewhere else.
But you even make that not so big at Elms. You wouldn't have to totally duplicate Moorish. Not put one on Gaines, or because Gaines has a gym and a cafeteria and only has 85 kids. So do we need one there?
No, I don't think we do.
Right. So we don't need one there. You do one at Deke because we have room at Deke, and maybe at Cyrene. It's not that whole addition. It's maybe a lunchroom or gym, whatever the other one is. Okay.
Quick question. Jim, that document you sent out to us about student enrollment, who generated that?
Nikki Fry, you're talking about school of choice and school population, student population.
Yeah, the one that was 5 years in the past and 5 years in the future.
The Nikki Fry.
Was Nikki Fry.
Pupil accounting.
Okay. How, little off track, but it's right track because we're talking about how much space we need. How did she come up with our enrollment for the next 5 years being flat?
That was sent outside organization. It was actually from French. Yeah. Well, we got it as part of the bond.
How could you possibly have a flat enrollment?
So that was part of the bond application where the district contracted and I can't remember their name, a well-known group that all they do is enrollment projections. And they do that for bond apps all throughout the state. I don't know how they do it. They use 5 different models. I don't know if you received that report, but they use 5 different models on how to calculate that and then combine it all into
I'm not going to say I'm smarter than them, because I'm probably not. But over the last 5 years, birth rates in this county have dropped by 400. Our enrollment here would have continuously dropped of the children we lose from school of choice that leave our district. The only way we've stayed flat right now, which we are still down 200 pupils over that 5-year period, is because our school of choice numbers, we've increased. So if you look at birth rates, the number of kids that's lost, 200 less kids currently, the only way you can stay flat, birth rates have decreased the last 20 years, not just the last 5, but I went back the last 5 in just our county. The only way you can stay flat is that you're backfilling all this with school of choice kids. I don't know how they came up with that number.
I don't either. That's not my area of expertise. We could ask them to come and go over that with you.
Well, they can just send us a nice explanation. They don't
Yeah.
even need to come because
Yeah.
there's no way, there's not one thing that projects this district staying flat or increasing. There's nothing that projects that. Okay, well, I mean, some way, shape.
Yeah, but that's not on Suzanne.
I'm not blaming.
No, I know that.
What I'm saying
we
is
need to ask somebody else that question.
There are a handful of companies that do that same sort of thing, and if you want to have that number checked and validated, I would suggest you reach out to somebody else to do that as well.
I don't want to pay for it again. No.
Okay.
I would like to know how they come up with that because there's nothing to project in the last 5 years. There's nothing to project that we're going to stay flat. Nothing. Unless all the children that are going to be born in the Swartz Creek school districts, and the other, continuous is going to be through the rest of the county, not just only our district will gain children through birth.
I really don't have an answer for you on that.
Okay.
So, but to add on to that, we currently have 1,000 kids enrolled from Swartz Creek, and 500 are school of choice that are housed in our elementaries currently. Roughly. I mean, I may be off 20 or 30.
But understand my point.
So we could make this smaller if you wanted to.
Well, I don't know why we wouldn't, because there's nothing that their data, there's nothing that I can come up with in their data to say we would stay flat. We have decreased every year over the last 5 years. The only thing that has made us stay with only 200 less kids is the fact we backfilled it with school of choice kids. I mean, that's a fact.
Right. No, you're
well, so when we're looking at this and we're talking about how many millions of dollars we're going to spend, do we have to build it
quite
to
as
this
big?
size?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
That's why now we can have our discussion about the school of choice.
Well, it's
that's a great
school of choice. It's just pure numbers.
It's a legit question, but remember though, I want to err on the side of safety because we do have 500 kids that come in from the school of choice. I get it. But on the other hand, sorry, Suzanne,
That's
just stand by for us 1 second. We have approximately 200 to 300 that have left our district. So I'm not saying they will, but if they come back to our district, I want to have enough. So we don't go back on hindsight and say, we didn't build this big enough for our own kids. And I know we're going to be at a flat rate or a drop rate. But I don't look at the kids that are coming in. I look at the kids that have left. I've said that hundreds of times here. And I want to know if we garner those kids back, do we have proper facilities for all our children paying taxes, their parents in this district? So we got to kind of plan for at least like worst case scenario, 1,400 kids in your 4 elementaries, and then start out with that base number, Ken. You can say it's going to stay flat. I get that. But stay with
I'm saying it's going to increase.
But just follow me. If we've got 300 or 400 kids that have left our area and they come back at some point, that means we got to be at 1,300 to 1,400 kids. So we may not have to build it as big, but we don't want to go so small that could happen. And of course, we got Gaines to fall back on because Gaines is basically empty. There's only 100 kids, and that could be 300 down there.
But your kids that on your coming back.
I don't know if they're going to come back.
No,
I'm just saying in case they do in our district.
If you didn't backfill the children that left with more school of choice kids, you got plenty of room.
Yes, you're 100% right.
So your new version of school of choice could be your returning students.
Well, that's ultimately what I'd like to
Well,
see. So our kids,
but what I'm saying is there's zero data to show that we're going to stay flat. Besides, you continue to backfill the district with school of choice kids. That number has done nothing but went up over the last 10 years.
and I usually won't argue this unless the governor pushes
Pre-K.
pre-K on us. And I don't know, who knows what he or she's going to do, whoever the next governor is or the current governor. So I'm not opposed to having a couple extra classrooms that are empty in our schools. The teachers probably could use them for storage or something. I'm sure there's all sorts of stuff they could use it for. But if we do get stuck with pre-K, then we're going to be like, what do we do then? So if we're going to build, I'm not saying we need 40,000 square feet. Maybe 20,000 would be adequate. You know, if we make a compromise, and then the 7,500 at Deke and 3,000 or 4,000 at Cyrene, and call it good. But now Suzanne did her job by giving us good base numbers so we can have an active discussion on what do we need, what are we going to look at in the future, maybe pull back a couple of pre-K classes just in case the state forces it on us. Hey, you got to have pre-K. We got to have 8 or 10 or 12 classes more, right? Am I thinking right on this, guys? I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know. It's all of us talking. This is a committee meeting.
What the current
It's a whole other group.
I don't know what to do.
Well, I don't know what she's going to do neither.
We have a lame duck governor.
Yeah, but that's the most dangerous, lame ducks, because if they push through pre-K and we have to put 50, 60 kids in each classroom, then it'd be nice if, I'm not saying we need 40,000, but instead of building, saying, oh, we're not going to go 15,000, we went 12,000, then we need those classrooms. I just want to have a couple extra in case we get shoved down our throat pre-K.
Okay.
That's my argument to the committee. Go ahead.
Can they, and I have no idea, can they throw pre-K into districts?
It's a great question.
Like just, okay, here's what you have to do. Because I'm sure we're not the only district without extra classrooms for pre-K. Like they would have to give us time, right? And other districts time to create space for pre-K, create resources for pre-K. And I don't think that they can just say, you have to do this tomorrow. Like,
I've never seen it forced, so I don't know what that would look like. I imagine they would give us time, but
they would have to. Like, you can't, yeah.
But for parents who are currently paying for that service, then it's free and it's available. Well, if we have the space for them, we bring them to the community.
Oh, so now you're
And
talking
Jim-
about bringing in pre-K for like a school of choice.
Jim, then often if a student starts with us in early childhood, they and their siblings may stay with us throughout their educational career.
yes, they would be our student.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Yeah,
if
they
they forced
could-
it on us. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if they forced it on us. So if we didn't have the room and said we can't accommodate it, we don't have the money to build any more classrooms,
Right.
they would go somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what would happen with that. I just never seen it happen to know. I can try to research that.
No, that's all right.
So the house our own.
Well, that's what I mean. We would just want to make sure that we can house our children, and Ken's 100% right. We want to make sure that we want to know how many pre-K students we have. So if that was forced on us, we have the additional room. Does that sound reasonable, Ken? I mean, that's if we have 200 pre-K students in our district, and the governor says okay. I don't know that to be true. I bet you there's 200 4-year-olds in here in our whole district. Come on, there's got to be that.
We have.
You have a head count?
Yeah, we do have a head count. It was around 150 that we have currently.
All right, so that gives us a number then. That just now we can logistically look at how many classrooms you need for your students.
And you have that many classrooms empty at games.
Yeah, but somebody that moved in northern Clayton Township may not want to drive to games.
I understand.
That's all I'm saying. If I brought my kids, I mean, I lived on Miller Road for 25 years. I didn't want my kids going to games. I wanted them to go to Cyrene. And if you said, well, we're going to move your kids to games, I'd be a little upset about that. I'm playing devil's advocate. That's all I'm saying. So I think we got it. Suzanne, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions for Suzanne? Just give me 1 second. Yeah.
If there's any other follow-up questions, if something comes up after I leave, don't hesitate to have Jim reach
You
out.
gave
or
us
guys
a
reach
great
out to me.
insight on what the square footage would
Yeah.
cost, that we actually could add classrooms to Cyrene, not as much,
Yep.
Deke, which is pretty easy.
Yep.
Elms, which is pretty easy.
Yep.
And Gaines is currently empty, and not empty, but 80 to 100 students. So
Yep.
I think that gives us an idea on where we can go with square footage. That's all.
And Chuck, we have 106 in our GSRP program, and it's doubled from the past 2 years.
Okay, in the GRSP, I'm going to ask this question. Are they Swartz Creek or school of choice?
They're not technically Swartz Creek, but we offer that program for them. So
Okay.
But they're not our residents.
not necessarily. Some of them are, but
Some of them are.
Right. Well, I understand that, but they're,
right.
again, it's another conversation where we don't have an accurate number.
But here we go. Here you can have an accurate number. We'll just use that 106. And he said we have 150 pre-K that live in the district. So that gives us a number of roughly just 250.
Yeah, well, let me get it. I don't know about the 150. I want to.
Oh, I thought you said it was roughly
That's what I thought was with GSRP included, but I know the 106 for GSRP, but I can get you the other numbers. I'm not sure offhand.
Thank you, Suzanne.
You're welcome.
Okay. So I guess that was new country and discussion, and we can just have discussion amongst ourselves about. Well, no, we're going to keep talking about this for a minute. If anybody wants to know anything,
Yeah.
they have any questions while Suzanne's here. Kim, you didn't say anything. I mean, you had the cafeteria gym, but you get that. Jenny? Mr. Ken? You good? You asked good questions on numbers, so in case we did get that pre-K shoved down our throat. Good. Carrie?
No, and I don't think it's going to get shoved down our throat. I think if it's offered for families, they will come to districts that have the programs. And I know I have a daughter who's getting her name on lists right now for 2 3-year-olds. And there are a lot of people who are doing the same thing right now. Just, we need to be aware of that.
Well, I think our discussion says that we'll be prepared, I hope, with our few additional classrooms.
We can be aware of that, but that's the same thing as the problem we have right now with accepting school of choice. Everybody just can't come here because we have a program. That's not how this works. We have to focus on our residents first and the taxpayers. That's a very misleading conception to say that if we offer something, we're just gonna open the border, do I dare say? and welcome everybody in here for pre-K. And then what do we do if they turn around and leave because they want to go back to their school district to start kindergarten? Then where are we at? Now we've become 400 strong for a pre-K enrollment, and then 250 of those kids leave to go back to their original district. It's a slippery slope.
I see a little bit of a possibility of what you're talking about because a lot of parents might just use that as a babysitter and then return to their district. I mean, parents do it now.
Especially if they can get busing in their district where they can't get busing to us. So, yeah.
Pre-K, and we have SRP currently 106.
One number.
Oh, just one number total. Okay, thank you.
And I just want to clarify, my daughter lives in Taylor, so she's looking in that area. I didn't want to imply she was looking here. I wish she lived in this area, but she doesn't.
Andrea, do you have anything?
I don't think anything additional.
Miss Autumn?
No.
Okay, and so to wrap it up then, she gave us numbers for our square footage. She said, I'm not used to it. Yeah, Suzanne said it was possible to add on to Deke and Elms Unlimited to add on to. And as a recap, and Cyrene, I think would have to be reduced about in half, instead of 15,000, probably 7,500, without intruding on everything. And and we're at nothing against, right? And we're at $450 to $500 per square foot, not including playgrounds and maybe some hardscaping and some reconfiguration of bus loops or parking lots. So that gives us a good number to work with. And I think that was the whole idea of this committee, to do that.
Yes.
And go ahead,
The
Jim.
document that you have is the first survey you asked me to do with asking teachers what they would like
Yes.
in regards to classrooms. So I copied it off and gave you all a copy of that. We have the grade structure that you requested. That's still ongoing. It ends this week, and as soon as that's finished, I'll get that to you also. I also gave you an insurance document. Sorry. An insurance document. The question was asked about insurance. We would not need the insurance because the building wouldn't be ours, but we would want to make sure that in the counter offer that they provide insurance for the building. We would need renter's insurance.
And how much was that
Does
price?
anyone look into renters? Can we get renters insurance?
Yes, that
Okay.
SAG would even do that with the contents.
Perfect.
I don't think the document I gave you had the cost of that, but.
So the bottom line is we can get insurance on the contents of the building, and
The purchaser would be required to provide
Okay.
insurance for the building.
all right. And then anything else? Okay, we'll go. Is there anything else for new construction discussion for us? We'll have committee comment in just a moment. Okay, public comment. Anybody that wishes to address the public and the board, you have 3 minutes. If somebody has a timer, somebody gonna do that for me? 3 minutes for the timer, and it's optional if you want to address the board by your name and where you live or whatever. Thank you. Go ahead.
Am I allowed to pass out some papers to you guys?
Yes, if you want to approach the board, yes, you're more than welcome to. We won't count your 3 minutes till you start. Thank you.
So, Josh Davis. I live on Miller Road in Swartz Creek. I have a high school senior son that does not go to Swartz Creek. He refuses to because of the environment, he says. So to get started, it's really hard to trust anything you say now, Jim. You've consistently not told us the whole truth. I would say it's lies, but we'll go back to a couple months ago, I think, when Chuck asked everybody up here if they had any knowledge of any offers or negotiations. And the three of you in front here, all, I believe you either deflected or denied it. Didn't answer really, but as you can see, we know that's a lie now. You guys were all at a meeting on April 15th with Tyler, the Flint Genesee Economic Alliance. When you were invited by Rod, and this email shows that Rod invited Andrea, Bill Loader, Alyssa Bouchard, Carrie Germain, Jim Kitchen, and on the next page you'll see everybody that accepted the invite. And then on the third page, it's Andrea asking for directions the day of the meeting. So this took place. It seemed like at Maple Road at the job trailer, Tyler's job trailer on Maple Road. At the mega site. So I think the community deserves to know what was talked about at that meeting. You've all there's board members that didn't know about it. I know Autumn didn't know about it. I'm assuming there's some other ones that didn't know about it. You guys lied about it. You hid it, and I think it's time to come clean on that, and maybe just let us know.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Grosier, Swartz Creek community residence on Elms Road, across from the school. I want you to remember that our house is the first house in the city of Swartz Creek. adding, how many students would be added to Elms Road School? When you break up Morris School and you divide them between Elms Road and Deke, how many students would that add to Elms Road? Can anyone answer that? Approximately? 500? 1,000? Anything? Okay. Well, I don't think that road is equipped to add on to our schools, first of all. In fact, I know it isn't. And if they make that a 4-lane, I can tell you my front yard isn't ready to have any more removed from it. This isn't about me, however. I want to think about the entire, the community. So there's other things to consider. And what is the deadline? December 1st for Tyler at the Flint and Genesee County Economic Alliance? That's our deadline. We have 6 weeks to consider. All there is to consider. There's just no way. They're just pressuring us, and I don't like seeing this board even discuss this in such a short amount of time. I don't understand that. What a bunch of bullies. These people are bullies, and we're going to just allow them to bully us? We have to consider that there is safety and traffic concerns, overcrowding. Even if you add on larger elementary schools, the success of the students, the comfort level of the students, the one-on-one issues that become more challenging in those schools. Bigger schools have never been that attractive to most parents. We prefer smaller. I don't think anybody says, oh, I want my kids in a school with 3,000 kids as opposed to the one with 1,000 kids. I don't think anybody says that, unless you're nuts. There's emergency and safety management concerns. Of course, again, the educational impact of each child. Quality of life. Okay? There's a lot to consider in 6 weeks. I think we need to just get this off the table. We can't let them push us like this. I'm telling you, they're bullies. We've got to just end it. If they can consider, we can consider it down the road. It'll be years before any business, actually, if a business, and we all know we're heading toward a semiconductor industry, that's already been confirmed, clarified. We already know that it's going to take years before anything even starts to happen. We've got time. If they want to threaten us with backing out of this and not giving us $40 million, I don't care if it's $100 million. Really.
You have 15 seconds, Michelle.
So please take this off the table and end it. All this discussion is a waste of your family's time and the families all sitting in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else would like public comment? Anybody else for public comment? Going once?
Nobody else talking? I'm sorry.
That's up to you. It's public.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
So I would like to talk. I'd like to ask a couple of questions. I know you're not going to answer me, but I find it very odd. I just read this email, very, very in-depth. So the only board members, that this email was sent to was Andrea Fick, Carrie Germain, and Alyssa Bouchard. At that point in time, this was April 15, 2025. So Ken was not elected yet. So that would not include Mr. Ken. But I would think that the remaining board members up here that were not informed of this communication, and make it known that this was well before the time when residents were asking your board during public comment if there were any deals or offers or anything on the table in between this date and the date when it was actually made public here at this board meeting by myself.
because I'm the one that asked the question that day to your ex-superintendent. So my question to the other board members that are sitting up here right now who were existing on this board, don't you feel slighted? Don't you feel like you were not in the know? Do you feel like things were hidden from you? Because I'll tell you what, not only were they hidden from you, but they were hidden from the rest of these people out here that are paying the taxes to keep this school open. And that's wrong. So not any of you up here that your name is on here, that you checked the box, that you were attending, are you really working for the school in the best interest of the kids? No, you're not. You're working in the best interest of the money. It's all about the money. Money, 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 money. It's sad. You should be ashamed of yourselves, and you should all be recalled or expelled or taken off this board.
Thank you.
Forgive me, I'm going to read this. Don't want to sound like a robot, but here goes. Yes, until they know what's going in there, there is no reason to sell. Some are just not connecting the dots. They are allowing these NGOs to bully them. I want a board that will stand up to the bull situation and hold these NGOs accountable for what they are doing and trying to continue to do with our tax dollars, which is fraud. If the school board, if they take our tax money for the selling of the school, they are just as guilty as the NGOs for using our taxes unconstitutionally. That's how this money was taken from the Lansing Bubbles account unlawfully without 2/3 majority vote of both chambers in the House. If they allow the selling of our public asset, which is the elementary school on the corner of Linden and Maple Roads in Mundy Township with our own tax money, it's like stealing from our community. If I had to take a survey, which we probably should, I believe the majority of the residents in that community would want to keep the school because the kids still live there around the mega site. They're subjected to anything that goes in there anyways. It's like taking their school away from them and replacing it with a biohazardous environment. How can they do that to the community that lives around that 2 square mile property and justify that it's a good and wholesome thing for everyone there? If it's that bad that you have to remove an elementary school, don't put it there in the middle of a community where people live in the first place. Stand for the community, the residents, the parents, the children, and say no to the NGOs and the selling of the school until there's a proper buyer deal with a buyer and not the NGOs that our tax money that the NGOs are offering. Let a company offer them money outside of our taxes. We as citizens, residents, parents, and families don't want to pay for the destruction of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to make comment?
Just one question. Kim, after the April meeting, were you notified of anything? Or Chuck or Autumn?
I'll answer it on board comments. I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
May 22nd meeting, probably not either?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Don Ludwig, Maple Avenue. As Ken always says, I hope this gets addressed tonight. We just don't kick the can. These are severe concerns. Now these other emails have shown up. We've had the videos of the Zoom meetings of negotiating the school. So please, board, let's end this, not kick it down the road, and do what we need to do to take action. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else for board comment? We'll close it up. There's no others. Once, twice, 3 times? Okay, great. Thank you. And then we'll go to committee comment, and we can start with whoever wants to take the floor. Start with you, Ken. You want to go down there? We'll work our way down. You're good? Jenny?
I was just going to address a public comment that was made before, and it's a common theme that I've heard from public regarding Moorish. It's just that this is a business decision. Don't be emotional about it. And so I'd like to address that because it seems like there's like a double standard. Sometimes you want the board to be emotional about things and think about the teachers and think about the students and things like that. And then other times you want us to be just business, just by the numbers. We have to do both. This decision is not going to strictly be by the numbers, looking at financials. It's not going to strictly be looking at the teachers and the students. We have to take all of that into account. So asking us to just look at one particular aspect of this huge project is just not fair, and it wouldn't be doing a service to this community by only looking at one aspect. So I just wanted to just kind of make that comment and address that.
Thank you, Jen. We can move on down. It's up to you guys. Howard, Kim? Ms. Carey?
So I'm going to address this. I meet with the superintendent at least once a month. Did with Mr. Heatherton as well. Read all of my emails from the folks, and I also was invited to some meetings, as I am often as board president. You all who come here and talk about the mega site have a great advantage over me because I don't live in the area of the mega site. I haven't been involved in the politics of it over the years. I was invited to a meeting to go to their site so I would at least understand what it was they were doing. Because I don't have children at Moorish. I used to, but I don't have children at Moorish. I don't come and go up and down Maple Road or Hill Road often, unless they're doing construction on 69. And so attended a meeting where they showed the information that had been discussed related to where a school might be built. And that was pretty much it. First time I had seen anything concrete. But I'll start again by saying I met with the superintendent every month and read all of the messages about the possibility of the sale of a school, but did not have all of the background information. The fact that I was invited to a meeting and went to a meeting is not unusual. I've met over the years. We've had legal meetings that I've had to attend, not with our present attorney sitting here, but related to school business. I take those things very seriously and have to practice discretion in all of the things that I do. I want people to know that. I need to understand what you're talking about when you're talking about a mega site. I know where Moorish is. I didn't know they had trailers sitting out in the land and what they were planning to do where. And if you want to condemn me for that, go for it. But I do what I need to do to be aware of what's going on. And I exercise discretion. No, I have no NDA. I've not purchased or bought or been involved in any kind of contract for this particular discussion. And I'll say that over and over again. But I do take my responsibility and role very seriously. And I will continue to do that. If I'm sitting in this seat or not, I will take that seriously because I love this community. I love this school district. And I will do whatever it takes to support the staff and the students and the families in this district who are trying desperately to get these kids back on track, to make sure that they have an educational home that loves and cares about them. There's people sitting in the back of our room today who take a lot of guff from this community, but they do their best every single day to make sure that we can graduate students. And they're very lucky to graduate from this school. So that's what I'm going to say about it.
Chuck,
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I didn't have a comment at first, but I have a problem with the fact that only certain board members were invited to this meeting. I have a real
I do too. I
problem
just
with
found
it.
out about it.
I did not. I mean, I know this was Mr. Heatherton, but why were only 3 board members invited to it?
Well, and if it's so important, then why didn't you relay the information to the rest of the board members when you came to the board?
Exactly.
That's pretty simple. Because I asked people several times. Everybody says, "Oh, you're ranting and raving all the time. You talk loud." Okay, whatever. You know what? And I've asked several times, "What did anybody know?" And you either remain silent or said you didn't know anything. That's proof right there. You know what I mean?
There was no
Was
purchase
Lurvy there?
agreement at that meeting.
You met with Tyler, though. He was the chief negotiator with Rod, and we never gave board parameters. We're back to square one where I want to deal with this because you can say we're well informed because Terry uses the same word that Jim says. Oh, you're well informed. Once again, last month, I had 4 board memos from the time they started talking to May 28th, and I confronted Rod. And those 4 board members, I showed you, there was never anything, there was never the word negotiation in there. There was never one word about negotiation. Grand Wish, they don't want the site. Don Ludwig's crazy because there was a memo in there about him. I'm sorry to say, to paraphrase Mr. Ludwig, because of rumors. There's rumor mills out there. Those 4 board memos speak for themselves. And I want to know, simple fact, where did we give board parameters for any of our administrators to negotiate?
Yeah.
There's over 120 emails to Rod, Jim, CC, and to Jamie. I had 4 board memos. We weren't well informed. And if we weren't well informed, then why didn't you or the president tell me?
Right.
You had plenty of time, and I asked those questions. This is bull. This is absolute. I don't care who's here, who's for who here. You guys should want transparency and honesty. There it is. 3 board members. And in fact, Mr. Attorney, that goes on malfeasance, nonfeasance. People keep saying, what's the law? That's a nonfeasance law when other board members don't tell. They don't have the right to go out on their own and talk to them. And you know what? It says Tyler Rossmessler. Is he the guy trying to buy the building? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. And okay, and I know what Jim's going to say. Well, you didn't get along with me and Rod because we had a tiff back in December. Okay, but I would have went to a group meeting maybe if I was invited. Yeah. But you know why I wasn't invited? Because I found an email that was given to me when the FOIA packages came out, and they said, we're going to have a problem with a board member or 2.
So, Chuck, did you have a one-on-one with Lurvy?
I had a one-on-one with Lurvy in June. Because you know what? I know, because not you guys are playing chess. I'm playing checkers. My dumb ass, what I did is Dave Lurvy called me after I blew up at the May 28th meeting, the June 9th meeting. He calls me up and says, oh, hey, Mr. Melky, want to talk about the ball field? You can bring a message. Yeah, let's talk about the ball field, Dave. And oh, by the way, I want to run some stuff by you after it was exposed here because somebody here sent him out to smooth me over because I had this much of a relationship with him. And you know what? I'm a pretty honest guy. I didn't even know. And I went to the trailer and he said, this is where I'd like to put the school. And I was also the deputy supervisor at Gaines Township. So I don't know if he brought me out because I was the deputy supervisor in Gaines Township to smooth me over for Gaines Township, or if he did it because somebody on this board put him up to go say, hey, Melky, come on out here. I'd like to talk to you. You know what?
Yeah.
I went out there for about 15 minutes. I talked to him and I left.
And I think there's a difference between Chuck going to meet with Lurvy
and the buyer. He's the builder.
Versus 3 board members going to a meeting.
So don't try to
with
deflect this.
There's a big difference there.
This right here.
That's a big difference.
Is deflection.
But it's not the same thing.
It's nowhere near the same thing. This has got to stop here. And all this secretive stuff, and we were well informed, and this and that. This is just going to start.
And I thought they were called one-on-one.
Just rip the scab off again.
I thought they were called one-on-one meetings with the superintendent, Gary, that you attend every month. Yeah. Now, 3 board members with the superintendent.
Now that this is there, so, how many other meetings did you have?
By that too.
About the Maple Road site. It doesn't say nothing about building. It says F&A GEA meeting. It doesn't say anything about construction.
Yeah, why is it Lurvy on there? If
it was a Lurvy presentation.
Really?
Well, why
Well,
was
I
he
don't see.
there?
I don't see him invited on here. Maybe he was there, but he's not invited. It's my 3 board members: Rod, Jim, Bill. I don't want to say nothing bad about Bill because he's the operations manager here. They're probably asking him what he can take out of the Morris School, and that's it. That's it. There it is, right there.
Yeah, I would ask, I mean, was it clear to you guys at that meeting that he'd been negotiating with these guys? Because, I mean, if you saw that he had clearly been in negotiations, I would think that as board members, you should have said to him at that point,
Somebody should have
hey, you know, this, you've kind of gotten a little far ahead of presenting this to the board. This really needs to go to the board before you continue any further. Because this was back in April, and he didn't, I mean, he never.
There was an email in January that says, "Have you went to your board yet?"
Right, and I felt bad because I honestly I talked to Tyler after he came here and presented. So I was a member of the public. He came and he presented the Moorish idea, the whole grand win-win for everybody presentation. And after the fact, I talked to him. I'm like, hey, you know what's the deal? You didn't talk to the board about this? And he's just like, he just kind of like, well, you know. And I'm like, well, I'm like, me in your position, I would not feel comfortable moving as far as you have along this road without talking to the board. And like, I was really giving him a hard time. And looking through all this Freedom of Information Act things, he tried. He thought he was actually, and so I actually want to apologize to him if he listens to these meetings. I apologize for, you know, really giving you a hard time because I thought that he was in on trying to pull one over on the board. When in reality, I think he thought that the board was involved. So
No,
I'm just wondering.
members.
Well, yeah, but I don't think he understood that the whole board wasn't being. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he at least tried. So I don't understand. Like, wasn't it clear to you guys that he was in the process of negotiations without involving the whole board?
What I do know, Jenny, is that I asked Rod when he was going to share the information that we had seen, which was minimal, with the whole board, and that was Rod's.
Okay, but you could tell they showed you a lot of information. I'm assuming as far as what because they'd had all these site plans and they had all this other information at that time.
With diagrams.
Well, he had that back before this meeting
Again,
with the
him
board.
sharing the information that you guys saw on that day, it still doesn't answer the question of were there negotiations? Were you aware that negotiations were taking place? Because that information would have only been come into fruition if he was given parameters for negotiating. So how does the chicken come before the egg?
So I'm going to go back to all of the messages that Rod sent to us for how long, Jim?
Oh, okay.
How long?
I read them here. I mean,
Yes.
there was over and over again.
Oh,
At
here
no
it
point,
is.
he even said the 30 to 50 million that Chuck referenced. He said it to you. And
Okay.
at no time did anyone say, are you supposed to be negotiating? Not one time.
That's
He
a
gave
broken
communication-
record.
So
That's
if he
a
could
broken-
share that much,
That's-
why wasn't he sharing the other information that he had?
I
He
can't-
had site plan,
I
he had
can't.
Excel spreadsheets, he had drawings.
Or why
Why
didn't
wasn't he sharing
anybody else
all of that
He
at that
said
point?
he was going to get sketches of it. He said he was going to get numbers. He said that in his communications. I don't know why he made the other decisions that he did, but I know that he had enough communication there that if he was
Okay.
doing something wrong, he could have been called out on it. And he
Well,
wasn't.
no, it's his duty to tell us.
Or
His
it's yours.
communications. You keep
did.
saying communications. There was 4 board memos.
That's what you had, but I
No,
submitted
you
to
presented
anybody,
those board memos,
and I read
half of them were after May 28th.
No,
Jim.
no, that's not.
See something.
You have over
something,
100
but-
emails to you.
The January 24th
Okay.
alone to the community would have been enough to say, hey, you shouldn't be negotiating if that was truly a thing.
We didn't know he was negotiating.
But
There's
he
nothing in his
said
memo
that.
says he's
He
negotiating.
told you
For all we
50 million was what he needs. He told you he's getting sketches. I don't even know if you even call that
No.
negotiation as a discussion, but you knew what he was doing.
That's right. It's a discussion. And then when I asked him about the purchase agreement, you guys already had it.
The purchase agreement.
and denied.
You guys denied that too. It's just one lie after another.
There's no lie at all.
Yes, there is.
No, not from me. There was no lie at all.
Did you speak up? Did you
When?
witness him negotiating
I didn't even know.
and not say anything?
The same as you guys not knowing he was negotiating. I didn't know that would have been viewed as a policy violation at all.
How do
He
you?
was communicating with you guys what he was doing,
So-
and you didn't say anything until July 17th
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
May
Oh,
19th,
there
we
was
had it.
emails before that. And the only communication he was doing was with Andrea, Alyssa, and Carrie.
Jim, our policy is very clear. He is not supposed to notify the board. He is supposed to get guidance from from the board.
From a full board meeting
and
with
let's-
full board disclosure with a full board
Yeah.
vote.
We're digging a hole trying to save Rod. I don't know. I don't know at what point we're going to stop that part.
I'm being thrown into as telling lies, and I'm going to battle that every time.
I understand that, but it is more than evident by other emails, and especially this one. They took the time to invite 3 board members. Why didn't you invite all 7?
How did he get this?
And
I mean, you know what someone on the board should have been really bright enough to say that was invited to that meeting? Oh my God, we couldn't have 4 there. There would have been a quorum.
It sounds like that's why they did it.
Look it,
I
there
can't
would have
speak
been
to
a
that,
really
Rob.
safe answer. But instead, the cookie jar, we just got caught with our hand in the cookie jar. Now we're going to
Again.
come clean that we're talking about stuff and, well, it might have happened. The bottom line is this. Rod negotiated. He plotted. He planned. He did not inform anybody like you would under normal circumstances. That's done. That's gone. That's whatever. But it's very, very evident that board members went out to see what he had been negotiating. Did you really go out to see a farm field with trailers?
Yes, I did.
But is that
You
really
could have
what you went
driven
out there
by if
for?
you would have taken initiative.
Why
They don't
would
charge you to drive down Maple Road
what
and check it out.
what would be the gain to go out and look at trailers in a farm field?
No, I wanted to know what they were talking about.
Go to a Monday meeting.
You wanted to know what
I don't have time.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
You just
Hold
made
on.
the point.
Jim
You
just
wanted to know what they were
and
talking
Jim said
about.
we were well informed, and you're the president, so you were not well informed.
You just made the point.
You just made it.
I was invited because I had been asking questions along the way related to the communications that we got from Mr. Heatherton. And so they included me on an invitation.
Why didn't we have these questions at a public hearing or a public meeting? This whole thing, we could have. Look at the nonsense we've discussed here since I've been on the board.
Mhm.
We have beat this thing to death. But for 18 months, nobody knew what was going on. It was never discussed at this table. Oh, well, you got 4 memos or you got 5 emails. I don't care if you got 100 emails. We've done everything out in the public's eye here. We may look like clowns every now and then, but we've at least done it in the public. And that's what didn't happen under Rod's leadership and your leadership, because you did know about it, because you didn't know exactly what you didn't know. And you wanted to know. So why we're doing what we're doing right now is 100 times better, even though, like I say, we look a little foolish, but it's 100 times better than what went on for 18 months. This is no different than what went on, and probably half of you out there won't remember. This is no different than what went on when you couldn't pass a millage to build a new high school, build a PAC, and we went behind closed doors. We come up with another one to build buildings, remodel and repair buildings, and we didn't model and repair a doggone thing. We built a performing arts center. And that was why I ran for the board back in 2011, because I was irritated. The public had gotten lied to. That's exactly what has happened now. And I, and when I use the terminology, I don't care. It doesn't mean I don't care. And I sympathize with all these folks that live in Mundy Township. But just about voting people in Mundy Township is not all I care about. I care about the entire district. However, this board, excluding Jenny and I, were either A, completely or all but left out of the loop, and everyone else was kept in the loop. And that's more than evident. Why,
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you come back after that meeting and have a board discussion about it? Hey, we went out to the mega site or whatever kind of site you want to call it. Yeah, we saw some trailers, and this is where they're thinking about building the new school and da-da-da. No, you left 3 people here sitting like idiots that don't know anything. That's not a good look.
Well, and even letting us know then that we needed to start looking at, start considering our options for where would we put those more students. It would have given us 2 extra months, and then we wouldn't be sitting here now you would have been sitting here 2 months ago. And we could have responded more timely to the proposal and everything like that too.
I mentioned that they had the plans that we saw earlier, the preliminary plans for a building that they shared the day that I met them at the mega site. That was it.
And you didn't bring it back to the board.
It wasn't my job to bring it back to the board.
You're the board
Whose job
president.
is it? The
Listen,
superintendent?
Listen,
Okay, since the superintendent's in to bring it back. Did he bring it back? Did he bring it back in April or May? He didn't say anything in May. I confronted him about a purchase agreement. And the people that went there was Tyler and you, and looks like Alan Dresselhaus and maybe a few other people. So it must have been something about the sale. And there's actually several meetings here that you guys didn't attend that you were invited. And this is all coming from Mr. Josh Davis. Well, here it is here. There's other, well, there's other Microsoft Teams meetings. And you know what? You're on one. That's enough that you didn't come back to the board.
And
I'm even more disturbed, no offense, Josh, I'm even more disturbed that I've got a guy out here in the public.
He's giving us emails.
It's
and we don't
giving
even
us
have.
more information than our board president. I shouldn't hear anything from him.
This is insanity.
I did not have a purchase agreement. I did not have details of a sale. I was invited to a meeting. I did not dictate the agenda of the meeting. I went there to see where it was, and I went to the meeting.
Do you think Kim would have liked knowing that about your meeting?
Excuse me?
Do you think Kim would have liked to know about your meeting?
I wasn't the one who set the agenda or invited the people.
It doesn't matter. Your job is
It does matter.
No,
Tyler should have.
It does.
So Tyler should have brought this back
Does
to
not.
Kim and Chuck and Autumn.
No, I asked Rod when he was going to share it with the board.
it's your job to tell him.
I wasn't in on all of the discussions prior to that. I
Not
went
up to him.
But then when he didn't, though, why? I mean, were you on him? Do we have emails from you saying, "Hey, Rod, when are you going to bring?"
No,
it
I met with
when-
Rod.
Okay, so you were.
I met with
continually-
Rod. I listened to what Rod had to say. I asked him when he was going to share it with the entire board.
What was his answer to that?
He wasn't ready yet.
Weird.
He wasn't ready for what? I thought you were talking about new buildings.
We
Is it the sale or the
have
building?
an opportunity of a lifetime here, and we're sitting here wasting our time.
No, we're not. No,
Yes,
we're
we
not.
are.
We have to start out with honesty first.
Yeah.
You know, at one meeting, I sat here and I asked Rod, do we have a purchase agreement? He specifically said no. Jim and Jamie already knew about it. They came in. Jim looked at the ground. Jamie looked at the ground. I also asked in a public meeting, is there any non-disclosure agreements by you, Rod, or any administrators? Go back to the tape. He says, absolutely not. Jim and Jamie were there. Jamie had a non-disclosure agreement, which I don't care. All I wanted to know was, does she have one? And who's it with? And she did have it with the same person that she negotiated with the sale of our building, which is dereliction of public duty. Okay? That's a crime. And that's a crime for Mr. Hetherington to potentially do this. I'm not saying it is, but potentially. And then I got my Cracker Jack's box attorney back there last week said, just put a memo in his file and let it go. You guys want this all to go away because this is a big freaking conspiracy. And let's just make it go away, Chuck. It ain't going away. It's not going away till we have justice. And you can bring all the emails you want, all that stuff. I've got all the information.
I would just like to.
Do you guys remember I asked who had a non-disclosure act?
Yeah.
She was sitting right there because I pulled the tape last night to look at it again to make sure, to double and triple check. She sold her house and signed an NDA and at the same time was negotiating the sale of public property for us. You don't think maybe I don't even care, just, hey, I want to let the board know I signed an NDA for my personal house, but I will be negotiating because they didn't want us to know about the negotiation. That's why it wasn't said.
I was going to say,
I'll cite you MCLs if anybody needs any attorneys in the house. I'll cite you the MCLs so we don't have to worry about it. And that goes for all my administrators because I've researched it. Non-feasance, misfeasance, non-feasance, 0.41, general law. 1 year misdemeanor, $1,000 fine. And everybody wants it to go away. And you know what? I'd have been okay to go away if some people would just been honest at the beginning of all this. And you know what? None of us have any business sitting up here if we can't be honest. And I'm sitting up here because I'm going to be honest with the public, the taxpayers, and people say, oh, it looks bad for the kids. No, I hope the kids are watching this and show what it has to have some morality, some integrity, some honor, and telling the truth. So, for God's sakes, they're like, because I've had people send me emails. Oh, the kids are watching this. I plead that the kids watch this so they know the difference between right and wrong.
So was Tyler at the meeting?
Think him
with
go.
Dave,
She
too?
was waiting.
Huh?
Was Tyler at the meeting?
You can deflect all you want. No.
I'm just asking.
No, he wasn't.
Has been.
Dave Lurby called me out of the blue. Hey,
Okay.
Mr. Melky, the ball field's going good because he knew that was my little pet peeve. And hey, I'd like to talk to you about some things. I'm like, what does he want to talk to me about? Okay, we'll talk about the ball field. I went out there and he showed me a new school. And that was in June, well after all this was doing there. And then I read an old board member where, and see, I got to play chess. Haven't learned how to play chess yet. Just checkers with you guys. And then I go back to my old board memo, and the old board memo says, Rod says, to Tyler, I'm going to have a problem with some of my people. I'm assuming he's meaning us two malcontents. And then from there, then all of a sudden he gives me a call a couple of weeks later. Hey, I'd like to show you some things. And I'm thinking to myself, why'd he call me out of the blue? Well, I know what it was is somebody sicked him on me to, hey, schmooze Melky over so he'll go along with the board to vote for this $40 million deal.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard hide or hair from him since then.
I need to say something. What not being invited to this meeting, we were told Rod was not, he told you he was not ready to share this with the board yet, but he was ready to share it with 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why not the rest of us?
Right.
Just these 3.
Great point, Kim.
Yeah, that is a good point. What? Yeah. So,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that point? Because one of your board members was editorial.
hey, it's not your turn, but yeah.
Well, I hope the community member that actually emailed me today to let me know about Chuck's meeting with Tyler and Dave actually comes forward and confirms it, because that's how I found out, was from a community member that Chuck had his own private meeting with Lurby and Tyler.
Oh, now go ahead and pick on Chuck. Well, Chuck's not in here to defend himself.
Andrea, how many times did you meet with them?
What's that?
How many times did you meet
I
with
just
them?
went to one presentation.
Just this one. This is the only one. The only time you ever saw. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because I mean, obviously there wasn't it wasn't shared. So
Interesting.
So I'm going to go back to we have a golden opportunity.
Well, I
Chance
wanted
of a
Jen's question
lifetime.
answered. Yeah, her question answered. What made it okay for him to share it with 3 board members, but not the rest of the board? What was that your question, Kim?
Yeah. I mean, maybe when these board members got there, they didn't even know that the rest of us weren't going to be there. But at some point, somebody, it seems like one of them should have noticed and said, well, where's the other people, you know?
Yeah. Or do they know? Or did they come? Or what have you? Is that question going to be answered by anyone who attended? Or no?
What's the actual question? Like, why weren't you invited?
Yeah, the question is, why wasn't I invited?
No, why was he?
But I know that you don't know the answer.
Right, I was going to say, like, I don't
No,
know the answer to that.
her question is what made it okay for him to not be ready to, and this is probably for Carrie since she's the one who said it, that he wasn't ready to present it with the board yet he shared it with 3 members of the board. That was your question, right?
But he
Did I
didn't
get that
share a
right?
Purchase agreement.
I didn't say that he did.
Okay. Saying that's not.
I didn't say that.
I don't want anyone to assume that.
Okay, can we stick to I asked Carrie a question. Can she answer it, or do you want to keep jumping in so she doesn't have to answer?
She can answer.
Okay.
I can't speak for Rod why he wasn't ready. Maybe he didn't have all the information he needed.
Okay, but you didn't think to ask that?
I asked him when he was going to share it with the board. He said he wasn't ready.
But yet you knew, Andrea knew, and Alyssa knew.
We were the ones invited.
Okay.
We didn't have
So you
a
knew.
presentation of an offer. So that's different.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah, did he ask you not to share it with the rest of the board? Is that why it wasn't? Or did you guys come up with a timeline that worked for your plan?
No plan. I'm sorry, Chuck. I talked about when you left the building. And
yeah,
chastised for that. So
yeah.
I'm just wondering if the community member that emailed me today, letting me know about your meeting with Dave and Tyler, maybe can come tonight and confirm.
See, but yeah, you asked Chuck, and
I heard it from a community member today.
Well,
it's not breaking.
Or with an honest.
Yeah.
Dave
See
called
the
me
difference?
sometime in June, asked me, hey, how's the ball field going? I says, it's looking good. And the $50 million never said anything about negotiations, said it was his grandest wish. Looking back at that now, doesn't say anything about negotiation. Says, I talked to Tyler and I told him I'd like $50 million for my grandest wish. Is that negotiations? It doesn't say negotiations anywhere in that one single memo, and there's 4 memos, total in 18 months. So if it was such a big deal, we should have got the 100 CC emails like some of the people did, Jim and Jamie and other people. Over 100, 150 CC emails about it. I don't know. What do you guys want? We're on.
Well, we
Phil.
can't. Yeah, we can get rid of
How do we even
on
get
this
on
one, but we can't vote on anything in this meeting. But it's on our next.
comment. So
Well, I'm sure it's going to come up in the next meeting here now that I know about this. I don't even know. How come we didn't get this in our original FOIA package? How come he has it? I'm sorry, Mr. Davis has
That wasn't in my FOIA packet.
it. How much more are we going to find out? We just got to keep FOIA things. I mean, we're the board. This should have all been provided.
Or weren't in my FOIA packet.
We're just answered honestly. Like,
Okay. Any other comments from board members on?
need a break.
Okay. All right. We'll close the meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We'll take a 4 or 5 minute recess. I'm sorry, Mr. Public, Mrs. Public. Give us 4 or 5 minutes. I don't need a break. I went out.
We will call this meeting to order, regular board meeting. Sue, I'm going to ask you to do roll call, please.
Ken Engel.
Present.
Kim Winter.
Here.
Gary Jermaine.
Present.
Jenny Wolgast.
Present.
Autumn Henry.
Here.
Chuck Melkey.
Here.
Andrew Fick.
Present.
Thank you. All members accounted for. All right. I would invite everybody to join us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Welcome, everybody. At this time, we have public comment that's related to the agenda. If you would like to address the board, please come forward, state your name, and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. No one?
Oh, don't be. Nobody's going to say anything? Come on, Alex. I'm just going to say one thing. and I think it's been pointed out here tonight, but I think a full investigation needs to be led into these emails to make sure that all of the emails have been received properly. Because I'm going to tell you, the FOIA packet that I got doesn't include that email that was just handed to me.
Anyone else?
I'll speak a little more to the FOIA aspect of this situation. So I FOIA requested 6 months worth of Andrea's emails, and out of that 6 months, that it was either 989 or 998, just under 1,000 emails. Only 3 of them were from community members, and all 3 of those were from me. So it's shocking that today, actually, a community member emails you. So I would like to officially FOIA request that email, Dave. Out of that almost 1,000 emails, only 18 were sent by Andrea, and they were nothing of substance. I mean, I don't know where the business, like community business, is being handled, but it's definitely not on email, except for the invites. So the other issue I want to address is what happened to me yesterday evening. So just 4 hours after I filed a formal complaint to the board and to Superintendent Jim Kitchen regarding defamatory posts made by 2 district employees, I received a letter from the district's law firm, Delaporte Lynch. That letter accused me of defamation for a Facebook post critical of the district and its leadership. It says my post appears to defame. It points out no specific sentence or paragraph while demanding that I retract, correct, and apologize for my post. So, I've been threatened by a board member's husband up here, and now I'm being threatened by your lawyers with like a legal retaliation because I'm asking questions and pointing out misconduct. This can only be considered retaliation. I just exercised my right to file a complaint about the district employees defaming me within hours. The district responds not by investigating those employees, but by threatening me, by weaponizing their legal team against a private citizen exercising his rights. This is also a violation of my First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Article 1, Section 5 of the Michigan Constitution. Both of which protect the public's right to criticize government officials. And what I said in this post is nothing that Chuck didn't say here tonight. I made a comment about Jamie's conflict of interest selling her house and negotiating the sale of the school. So this could also constitute retaliation under Michigan's Whistleblower Protection Act, since I engaged in protected conduct by reporting misconduct within a public body. The district claims to support free speech, yet it pays outside counsel to intimidate a private citizen with a baseless defamation claim. The only thing it seems like it's protecting is the fragile egos of Jim Kitchen, Carrie Germain. If Superintendent Kitchen or Board President Germain truly believed in transparency, you both would address the issues I raised in yesterday's complaint and previous complaints I've made. And I want to ask, it's okay, I get that you're not going to do anything with my complaints, you're not going to investigate them. Give me a reason, just one reason, and I'll stop bringing it up.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Don Ludwig, Maple Avenue. I just want to talk about the last meeting. Mr. Melky said about Mr. Ludwig's conspiracy theories or the crazy mega sites. I would like to see that email, Chuck, what Rod was talking about, because I've been accused of not being 100% transparent. I have emails from back, personal emails to Mr. Kitchen and Rod about my Facebook page not being transparent. And now I'm hearing that I was a conspiracy type person. I'd love to see that, because I think pretty much 99% of the time that comes out of my mouth is usually the way it is. It's a fact. Okay. So after the meeting, will you please share that with me? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gerald Roberts. I've lived in this particular community, Flint Township. My kids all went to Swartz Creek, Moorish, then through the middle school, then through high school. Both of them have successful careers right now. I want to thank Mr. Melky. I want to thank Autumn Henry. I want to thank Mr. Ken Engel. And the new trustee here, she seems like she's very, very knowledgeable. And she looks like she's got a good open head on her mind. Good open mind on her head. Miss Kim Winter, I'd like to hear what you said. Approximately about a year and a half ago, Jim, I think you remember me coming in and having my concerns with regard to Moorish, didn't you? I tried to see the superintendent, but they gave me you. We had a whole long talk about that particular Moorish being sold. You said you had nothing with regard to that time. There was nothing going on at that point in time. But everybody was going to be well informed. I have my doubts now of what you said. From what's been brought up here and everything like that. I was an auditor for General Motors for 35 years. I was just about killed on 2 or 3 different times when I was out on the road. There was a difference between right and wrong. I always tried to take the right side of things. But from what's been brought out here, and with regard to how you people have been acting, with regard to this particular mega site and the backdoor deals that have been made, not transparent. We're going through the same thing over in Mundy Township with regard to transparency. 2 of the trustees, in other words, have taken money out of their pockets for lawyers because they've been fought so hard against the Democratic regime over there. It's not right. When you people are elected to your particular jobs, you're supposed to be at the will of the people. You're supposed to be transparent. You're supposed to be working for them. Not personal vendettas, not vendettas, I would say, but personal wants and needs in the amount of money that you could make. When you take one of these jobs, you have to be open-minded. And one thing that I've found, you've asked to ask the Lord to help you through each day, because there's an awful lot of temptations out there. All I can say is, if you people aren't judged up there, you're being judged by public opinion. All these people out here see what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi there. My name is Heather New, and I'm the K-5 art teacher at Elms and Moorish Elementaries. And I just wanted to take a moment to shine a light on something that helps bring our students through the doors every single day. I'm talking about art, music, PE, STEM, technology, subjects that often bring the biggest smiles. Sometimes I feel like the rock star in the school when we walk down the halls. And yes, better attendance. Let's be honest. School should be a place that kids want to be, that they want to come to us, where they feel inspired, seen, and supported. And that's what our elementary specials do for a lot of our kids. So starting with art, when students get to create, draw, paint, and express themselves, they feel more connected to school. Research even shows that regular participation in art is linked to higher test scores and has benefits like improved memory, creative problem solving, and communication. It also helps develop those fine motor skills that our littlest friends really need, and it can help engage them and give them confidence, especially for students that struggle in some of our traditional subjects. It helps them feel proud, confident, and excited to return to school. And music lifts the spirit. I just got braces. I'm sorry. Singing a song or learning to play an instrument boosts memory, builds discipline, raises cultural awareness, and even supports learning in other areas like math and language. We can really see those connections that are built from the songs and how they express in their language. And it builds a sense of community. When they feel like they belong, they're more likely to come to school and stay engaged.
And of course, PE. Kids love to move. PE gives them the chance to run, jump, play games, and work as a team. It helps reduce their stress. We can see that as they're running, boost their focus, and make school feel like a place where their whole self, body, and mind matters. It also teaches them teamwork, sportsmanship, and how to set goals. Running around the gym or playing on a team isn't just fun, it's building strong bodies and strong minds. For many students, just ask them, PE is the highlight of their day. And then we have technology. Living in our current digital world, it's important our kids learn how to use technology in smart and safe ways. Whether it's coding, using educational apps, or learning how to type, technology gives kids tools to explore, create, and connect with the world. It's not about just screens, it's about making those skills for the future. And speaking of the future, let's talk about STEM. STEM helps kids ask questions, test ideas, and find solutions. Whether they're building a bridge out of straws or experimenting with magnets, they're learning to think like scientists and engineers. STEM sparks the curiosity and helps keep those kids coming back day after day. And here's the best part. When students are excited about even one part of their day, it gives them a reason to show up. Maybe it's art class today, or building that bridge in STEM, or coding that game in tech, or music next week. Oh, I'm so sorry. They're coming. They're building those friendships that keep them coming back. So if we want to boost attendance and scores, we can't forget the power of creativity, movement, and music. When we make school joyful, we make it magnetic. When we support the whole child, we help them grow, not just academically, but emotionally and socially too. Let's keep supporting these programs and giving our students reasons to show up, smile, and shine. Sorry for going over.
Thank you, Mrs. Moon.
That wasn't agenda specific. Yeah, and I don't mean to be a stickler, but these are agenda specific. I'm sorry. It's just, there's a spot at the end that's not for agenda specific. So I just want to make sure if we're going to make it a rule for one person, we got to make it a rule for everybody. So
I saw another person stand. Okay, thanks.
Hi, I'm Brian Jones, a district resident. Did you hear that, Mr. Melky? Were you able to hear it? Thank you, sir. I would like to speak to a couple of things. One, when you are elected to this post does not make you responsible to the people. It makes you responsible to the children. And the board, the board rules state that your first and foremost responsibility is to make sure the children have a proper education. How do I know this? Because I read them. I read every one of them. I sent Miss Germain, and you don't have to FOIA them. You can get all the copies you want. I told her. I sent her a very long and detailed email. This board has acted like a bunch of children, going over and over and over. Who did this? Who said this? When did you know? Why do I care? Rod isn't here, man. If you want to go talk to Rod, go talk to Rod. Rod's not here. So worry about what's going on now. And regardless of what someone may or may not have promised you while they were running for this position, whether we sell this school or not, it will not stop the mega site from coming. It will not stop them at all. We will have our kids sitting next to some toxic pile of nonsense. I'm not specifically for it, but if it comes, I certainly don't want a school sitting in it because somebody wanted to play, who has the biggest opinion or whatever. The other thing that I'm a little bit upset about is there seems to be a lot of skirting around Open Meetings Act, and y'all seem to all know it, but y'all seem to just get real close, right up to that edge. I see people's cell phones going off, and they're all looking at them. At one time, that's half the board. So just in case anybody wants to keep that in mind, and I don't know, if somebody wants to sue me, go ahead. He won't look at me. Anyway, that's that. So if anybody has anything else to say, it's their turn. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Debbie Bush, Hill Road. I've been coming to the meetings probably 6 months, and I've heard of one situation after another involving lack of transparency. Josh Davis has submitted month after month documentation of evidence that we seem to want to skirt around or not address. This isn't going to go away because now we really are uncomfortable with the fact that decisions are going to be made about the school with board members that we do not have complete trust in. I want someone that's going to represent my taxes, my family, my grandkids, or whatever, with total honesty and transparency. And I don't know how much more evidence has to be brought to the board before someone acknowledges some type of investigation or removal or whatever is necessary to put this behind us and let this area and board continue to grow and do what our jobs are, which is for the kids in the school. But there's so much backdoor business that's been brought up that I'm very uncomfortable with the fact of any school decisions being made. Address the problems. If you don't have anything to hide, then get it behind you. Open the door and make a decision, do whatever you have to get this behind you. If you've got nothing to hide, you feel that you're 100% just in what you've done, then do it. If not, make a decision on whether you're going to do the investigation, honor what's been requested, or have a removal. Because there are decisions in those areas before anything else can be done where we will trust you. And right now, we don't. Thank you. And put the cell phones up on the ledge where we can make sure you're not using them. Because that's been addressed before. Just lay them up there till the end of the meeting. That way there's no texting or anything back and forth.
I just want to be clear. I checked my blood sugar with it. So honest to God, like that's what I do. That's yeah.
Are we allowed to comment?
I'm over it.
I'll just say that I am a paperless person. I am electronic, so I use my phone just to look up documents. Like I'll look up board policy, I'll look up things like that. So I apologize if you see me looking at my phone. It's because I'm looking at electronic versions of the documents that are in front of us, just because I'm more comfortable that way. So if you see me on my phone, I'm not texting anybody. I'm looking up policies. I'm looking up things on my phone. So I apologize.
Anyone else? All right, let's move on.
Brian Bender. Three quick things. First, there's been a large amount of proof that the full board was not aware of multiple meetings and negotiations regarding the sale of the school. I ask tonight the board takes action. If you don't, you're just as guilty as the people that have been part of this. Two, the offer does not include any inflation multipliers. As a result, it's time to reject the offer as it currently stands. You don't need to supply a counter offer and let them come back to you. Three, there's a statement. It's not the crime, it's the cover up. That's what we're experiencing here. And finally, Mr. Melke, Ken, Jenny, Kim, Autumn, you've all asked tough questions. Thank you. I think you've done a great job.
All right, there's no one else. We're going to move on. All right, next on the agenda, we have a consent agenda. I would entertain a motion for approval. Is that Chuck? Yes. A second? Do I have support for the consent agenda?
Support.
Thank you, Kim. Any comments or questions?
I have a question. Are we moving part of the agenda around?
Thank you, Jenny. Jenny has asked that we move the board action item for SCEA employment up on our agenda. And I don't know if that individual is here yet. Okay. So we could move it up after your report potentially, Jen? Sure. Okay.
I would also make a motion that we move up the Kendall Williams firm for the attorney.
Oh, the investigation discussion.
Yep.
So we'll move the SCEA employment approval up to 6A, Jim, or 6? And then, and so we have the person here. Okay, so 6A, and then we're going to move the board discussion item, discuss the
NC.
investigation up as we're just going to make we'll just say 7, Sue, and we'll just shift down.
Sure.
Okay. So it's 7 for the new employment, and then we'll do 8 and then successively move everything down.
Okay, could
Yeah, I was
our
gonna say, can we put it
student board
after 7?
representative go
Yeah.
like before Jim maybe? Or I just
or
don't want to
put
keep
this-
Sure.
Move these under hers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody agree with that?
I missed the first.
So we're gonna 7 is still her student board, and then 10C is gonna be 8, and 11A is gonna be 9. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. And we're
No,
gonna
11A is before the 10C.
Sue will just on her.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you.
Yeah, could you just repeat that, please? Because you guys are all shooting out things real quick. Okay, so we're moving first the SCE employment to what number?
8.
8. Okay.
And 10C will be 9.
Okay. All right. That sounds good.
Thank you, Sue. All right. So we have Chuck and Kim, and no other comments or questions. Hearing none. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Yes. Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
7 yes.
I just want to make an additional comment. I did ask, and I don't want to be petty, but I did ask for the investigation discussion to be under board action items, and I told that it would be. So I don't know why it's still sitting under board discussion. But
You were asked to add it to the agenda, which is what has
under
happened.
board action items.
But I answered your question. We had not designed, we've not had the conversation. We don't have the goals. We don't have a scope of work, and what our budget would be, and what the process would be to get bids or quotes. So it doesn't belong under where we're going to take action.
Have we done that with any other investigation? I'm just curious.
I want to move on.
But okay.
I answered your question by email.
Not that part.
Yes, I did.
I didn't even ask you that question in email. But okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
Yours? All right. So next, Sue, can you do roll call? Oh, you already did.
Yes, to move
you.
the agenda around.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Now we have our student board representative.
She's gonna take roll.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay.
We already did.
Very good.
To move the agenda around.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
During the consent agenda,
Yes.
you lump that all in one. Okay, gotcha.
next we have our student board representative report. And Desi, welcome back. And thank you for these lovely T-shirts that you've provided us. And can you tell us where they came from?
Yes, that was actually going to be the last thing that I talked about, but I'll just move it up real quick.
Okay, no, that's okay. You can wait.
Well, that's okay. I'll just say it now.
Okay.
So I'm wearing my shirt. It has the Swartz Creek logo on the front, and then under it the position. So mine is obviously the student board representative, and then on the back, it has our last name. And Mrs. Boggs' shirt design class designed these, and they like pressed them. They taught me how to make it, which was a really fun and difficult experience. But it was really fun to know like how they do it. So yeah, and each of the board members got one as well. So moving on from that, I just wanted to start off by saying the fall sports season is coming to an end, and every single one of these sports teams throughout this fall season have showed great character and have demonstrated a lot of grit. Even when they didn't win, they still acted as a family, and that is the most important part. Also, the very last varsity football game is this Friday. The theme is Blackout, and the senior candle walk will take place right after that. Also today, from 1:20 to, it was 12:25 to 1:20, 3 seniors, including myself, 4 freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, talked to Sheila Ailes regarding the superintendent search. We talked about what we were looking for in a superintendent and how that would affect our community. And she just wanted our opinion on everything regarding that. So that was a really cool experience, and just to see all of the other student opinions regarding the new superintendent. The Spirit Week for Halloween is next week, so that should be very fun. And this is the time in high school where everyone is digging into their academics because it is the heart of the semester, and it's to get us ready for the finals that we do after the new year. So since all of the sports are dying down, this is when kids start to become more focused in their schoolwork and their academics. Regarding the NWEA testing, I questioned some students on their opinions about that compared to the STAR test, and they said that it was very similar. It was a little bit longer, but they equally liked it, and it didn't time them, which they really liked. Also, the student council did a trunk or treat at Jeepers Creepers last week, and they are also planning a Santa Claus visit during the holiday time. NHS, one of the service projects that we have coming up during the wintertime is Mary Dan, and that is where we go and give the cards that we make to the old folks, and we go to their Christmas party. We also have the Foster's Closet coming up as well, and we just got done with the Feed My Starving Children. That was a really great experience, and it kind of just humbled me and a lot of my peers in knowing what goes into that and how much we take for granted. Also, the service project for NHS for the board members, including myself, we talked about that. I think it was 2 weeks ago. We are going to do 1 or 2 big service projects, but we're still deciding on that. We were originally going to apply for a grant. It's up to $1,000. But I talked with our president today, and that might not be in the books because it might not align with what our interests are. Also, the NJHS induction ceremony happened at 5 today. And this is a great opportunity for students to start helping in their community at a young age and prepare them for NHS in the future. And that is all I have.
Thanks, Desi. Any questions for Desi?
I just have to make one comment. Desi, that was awesome. You made me and a couple board members and a bunch of the crowd kind of chuckle when you said you were going to get those cards out to the old folks. Yeah. I realized that I once sat in your shoes and now I am the old folk. So thank you. That was great, and you didn't even know you did it.
Okay.
I just had one thing
You did good.
I wanted to say. I think we should all wear these shirts to the next board meeting.
Thank you for sure. Very cute.
Desi, is there anything that the board can do to help you either promote fundraisers or help with the fundraisers?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, if something comes up, let us know.
I will most definitely do that.
Thank you very much. All right. You also have informational items on your, yes. Wait, Jim. You were having a sigh of relief, weren't you?
That's right. You ready?
Yes.
All right. The T-shirts, it's actually a great idea because next month at the board meeting, we'd like to get an updated board picture. So if you wanted to wear your shirts for that, that would be great. We had a counted out math night last Wednesday, and while I would love to see these more highly attended, there was a great job with the presentation. Students were able to come and participate in some math games. Parents had an opportunity to watch a documentary on math. So just a special shout out to Twin Kaiser and Chantel Manning, Heather Briggs, Misty Camo, Barbie Wykes, Chelsea Bear, Brittany Campbell, Melissa Wolford, and Heather Holtz for pulling this together and planning it. Also, Jeremy Love, Travis Smith, Becky Trent, Michelle Corbett, Ben Gillette, and Jamie Atherton working behind the scenes for this, and Carrie and Andrea and Michelle Paul showing up and volunteering and popping the popcorn and things like that. We appreciate it. These are the kind of things we want to do for our community, and I think we offer it, and we keep inviting, and hopefully they come, and we just unite around the idea of student achievement for all of our kids. So thank you all for that. Coming down to you here is the GCA SBM Holiday Gathering Board Service and Retirement Awards Program that's taking place. Just if you'd like to go, please let us know. As some things that Desi mentioned, very student-centered things taking place. Our band participated in festival that we hosted at our stadium. Our band received straight A's and all ones. They're doing an exceptional job. And if you'd like to see them perform, they will be at our last home senior football game this Friday against Bay City John Glenn. And as Desi mentioned, it's also senior candle night, which is a very cool thing. The lights shut off and the seniors are walking with their families around the track one final lap together. So it's a very cool, moving, emotional thing. And looking forward to our seniors having that experience. The final thing, we're pleased to announce that our varsity girls volleyball had all 11 girls achieve Flint Metro League Academic All-League this year. So we're very proud of that team for that accomplishment. So keep up the good work, Dragons.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions for Jim?
I have just a couple. Jim, you informed the board, I think you did last month, about the extra SOR, or do we do it this month? We
Yes.
officially did it, right?
Just to be sure, I think we did it in the communication, but we do have another SRO officer that's going to be starting with us soon. Aiden Hutchins is going to be with us. Very excited to be adding him to our team of 3 now of resource officers.
Jim was nice enough. We had a small interview with several of the patrolmen from Metro, and I never seen a policeman that was so excited about coming to work at a school. It was really good because he just wanted to work with the kids. He almost was like a big kid, but he had a lot of experience. He impressed me. I think he's going to be a great addition to the middle school.
I agree.
For all of us there. And then the other question I had is, and you might have put this out in board communication, I didn't see it. Did we get our official count? That's on October 5th or 10th. What is our official count now in the district?
3420. And I can find that out from Travis for sure. If Travis,
I just wanted to know, did we go up a little bit or did we go down a little bit?
We're down about 50.
50? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I really have. So we're maintaining better than other districts.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim. Sue, what's up next? We moved it around so many times.
SCEA.
Yes.
SCEA.
All right. If we can have Jamie Damon come forward and bring our new candidate for your consideration.
I have to write stuff down. Okay, so I'm very excited to introduce our new high school counselor. As you know, we started the school year off with 3 counselors, and then we had 1 counselor leave us within the first couple weeks of school. So we've had a little bit of a vacancy, and our counselors and our social workers at the high school have done a great job at stepping in and filling that gap. But we're more than excited to have that filled now, hopefully to after tonight, with Miss Kayla Schoaf. She comes to us from Seneca Middle School, where she just completed or is currently actually finishing up just her last few hours about her internship. She's done an outstanding job already introducing herself to the students and getting to know our school and our building over the last couple days. She brings a great energy, professionalism, young spirit, a strong passion for helping students succeed. She's already diving in, and like I said, she's already getting to know the kids, and they're excited to get to know a new counselor in the building and someone that they can have for support for emotional, social, emotional, but as well as getting ready for college. That's kind of the bigger, not bigger, but it's a different shift than most counselors in different levels. At the high school level, you're doing a lot of getting ready for the future as well as the social emotional. So there's kind of 2 hats that you have to wear in that position. So this is Kayla Schoaf, and I'm introducing you for hopefully her to be hired tonight officially.
Welcome, Kayla.
Thank you for having me.
I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
So as we do with all of our candidates, tell us a little bit about yourself that we haven't already heard, and then tell us why you chose Swartz Creek.
Absolutely. So I started my educational journey in school psychology, actually. And school psychology is full of a lot of testing and assessment, a big focus on academics. And I realized through my time in that, I really enjoyed not just working with students directly, but with families as well and with the community. And that's where I started thinking more about counseling over psychology. During my time moving over from that, I was a supervisor with 988, the suicide prevention line. So I really prioritize emotional well-being, like Jamie mentioned, academics as well. And I actually got an email from Oakland University really talking up Swartz Creek. I wanted to look into it more. I drove down here to take a look at everything. Everyone is so friendly here. The students have been lovely. The ones that walk into my office are really excited about not just college, but they want to get to know trade school and other programs as well. And everyone always talks about how they've grown up around here and how much they care not just about their families and their own well-being, but everyone around them too.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Kayla?
No, I make a motion that we hire Kayla as the new school counselor there, and I think she'll be a great addition.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Kayla.
Thank you for having me.
Any comments or questions? I see you had a question or a comment.
No, I supported.
All right. Any comments or questions? No? All right. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the SCEA employment of Kayla Schoaf, school counselor at the Swartz Creek High School, as presented. Can you do roll call, Sue?
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Jenny Wolgast,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
7 yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Motion passes. Congratulations.
You did a good job for us. Thank you. Congratulations.
Carrie, I'd like to make a quick comment. And I can't disclose this, really private and professional conversation. However, I had the opportunity to speak with Jamie last week on a deal, called me back very promptly and everything else. And so I just want to give kudos to return my phone call and thank you very much. That way you at least had one positive thing to start your week.
Jamie, you do way more than that, but thank you. And thanks for pointing it out. I do want to mention something that Desi talked about. The representative from our superintendent search firm who was here today shared that she enjoyed the conversation with the students. And Sue, thank you for providing the students with snacks. That was very nice.
Your idea.
Oh, but no, you did it. So, and they appreciated it. So, thank you.
Allow Desi to go home now.
Desi, you have our permission to vacate the premises. And Kate,
If you want, but
we're not kicking you out, but Kayla, is Kayla still here?
Yeah.
You don't feel like you have to stay either. Okay. All right, after the informational items, the employment of the non-certified staff that's in your packet. We do have board subcommittee reports.
we moved.
I'm just going off Jim's.
No, we can do board. You want to do subcommittee reports real quick?
Why don't we get that over with?
We'll get it done.
All right, I'll start with the Academic Achievement Committee. We met on the 14th. We had in attendance myself, Andrea, Kim Winter, Jenny Wolgast, Jim Kitchen, Michelle Paul, and a parent and community member, TJ Heck, who was very actively engaged in the conversation related to students and curriculum. Initially, Michelle, and I have to give Michelle all thanks because I injured my wrist and I wasn't able to grip a pen for a few days. And so she actually took notes in addition to presenting. So thank you, Michelle, if you're out there. I appreciate it very much. Beginning with the 35N grant fund purchase of Read 180 Middle School Reading Intervention Program. Michelle presented a quote for the purchase of subscriptions, materials, and training for middle school reading intervention materials from HMH, and that's called Read 180. So as you listen to future reports and hear Read 180, that's what we're talking about. This evidence-based program was selected by Mr. Kaplan and his team at the middle school and was written into the grant proposal for 35N, which, as you may recall, won approval and funding from the state of Michigan. The recommendation requests board approval of the $54,716.31 purchase. The middle school literacy coach, 2 intervention teachers, and 4 SSPs jobs that are currently posted will be trained to use the new program to deliver reading intervention to students in grades 6 and 7. If the intervention is successful, Swartz Creek will have the opportunity to win a second year of the grant funding so that they can expand and continue the program. The committee recommended approval of the purchase. Next on the agenda was the 31A grant-funded purchase of SIP's Elementary Reading Intervention Program. And again, Michelle presented a quote for purchasing reading intervention kits for grades K through 5 across all 5 elementary buildings, and that was a total cost of $64,550 to be funded by the 31A at-risk grant. The SIPS kits are designed to close skill gaps very quickly and efficiently for students who are 1 or more grade levels behind their current grade level. This SIPS program is from Collaborative Literacy, the same company that we brought forward materials recently, and it provides us with our Tier 1 reading program. This will ensure alignment between our Tier 1 and Tiers 2 and 3 instruction. The committee recommends approval of this purchase. And then finally, the Literacy Leader Network Partnership Grant Funded Support by 35A7. Michelle also presented an overview of this leadership network and project. The Michigan Literacy Leader Network is supported by Michigan Association of Intermediate School Administrators with 35AN grant funding. Swartz Creek has the opportunity to partner with LLN to receive implementation coaching to build collective capacity for continuous literacy improvement. It's really exciting. We are one of 3 districts currently chosen within Genesee County to partner with the Literacy Leadership Network. We had public comments, as I mentioned. Ms. Heck provided some public comment and concerns that she had about high school science curriculum and some resources, including a 2004 science textbook that her daughter is using in her science class. Michelle shared that the high school science department is currently undergoing a curriculum review cycle with the assistance of Michael Pulley from the GISD. He's a consultant. Ms. Heck offered ideas and resources as she has an extensive educational background, particularly in science. The committee members had some comments. Kim was happy that we were looking at middle school reading intervention because we often are looking at elementary and we don't want to miss those kids that are still in need of support. Jenny asked about the number of students and teachers who would benefit from the new middle school intervention materials, and I shared that I was happy that the state budget was resolved and that our at-risk funding was maintained and supports the purchase of these needed intervention materials. Any questions from the board members?
Was Michelle going to present those to us?
They should be linked in your notes. The blue document is linked.
I mean
at a future meeting?
When you say the committee recommends approval for the purchase, for the approval, is it just going to be on the agenda after we read about it?
It's on the agenda this evening.
My bad.
But the links are embedded in the notes, the electronic notes.
Okay, so I just got that today, but now you want me to approve it. Weird.
Any other questions? All right. Andrea, policy.
Oh, my turn. Okay. So policy meeting was held October 14th at 3 p.m. at the Ed office. In attendance was myself, Carrie Germain, Jennifer Woolgas, Kim Winter, Ken Engel, Jim Kitchen, Dave Simonson, Michelle Paul, and TJ, a member of the public. The meeting was called to order at 3:05. We discussed the October 10th policy update. Dave covered the changes, and that is in your packet for tonight for a first read. We did table transportation, the shuttle bus issue, because I believe Dave needed to gather more information, so we agreed to table that till the next policy meeting. Then we had some very debated conversation about the district credit cards, but we came to a conclusion and added one more position, and they are in your policy update here. Basically, we went through and put the exact terms, because I know last meeting when we talked about it, we said like Bill Loader and Travis, so we put their actual positions in here. But we did add in the Performing Arts Center coordinator, so we did add that one compared to what we talked about at the board meeting last time. There were no additional public comments after we talked about the credit cards. There were no committee comments, and the next meeting is November 11th, 3 p.m. at the Ad Building. We adjourned at 4:14.
Any questions for Andrea?
Yeah, what kind of information was missing from the shuttle bus transportation policy? What?
Not that information is missing, it's just we're going to need to discuss the solution. We have the solution would be very costly to just start providing busing as picking up everybody in the neighborhood from the shuttle that we're already doing, versus if we have somebody, a staff member at the school to watch the students in the mornings as a bus stop, and then we could have to talk about it. So I got the figures. I talked with John Meem, the transportation secretary, and it would require an extra bus on each side of the district, an extra bus run to get everybody to school on time if we're picking up the students that are currently shuttled from Moorish and from Cyring to the upper elementaries each morning. So it's just going to take more conversation about how to actually solve it correctly the way that it was asked.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you, Dave.
Kind of the other side to that, Autumn, is a parent had brought up a complaint, and when we changed to the K2 3-5 building, we really never updated the board policy on transportation. So we either have to, we at least at a minimum have to update that so it addresses how those children are going to be transported. So our policy's up to date.
Yeah, I remember talking about that. I remember talking about it in a meeting, and then it was going to policy to review all that information, I thought, and then it still got pushed.
Well, I think it got pushed because of, I give kudos to Dave. He took the time to I guess, look at both sides of it, of the picking up of the children and transporting them and the cost and all that.
Yeah.
I still think the easiest fix is probably just addressing the policy, but he did take the time to look at that.
Okay.
So that should be addressed. And real quick, Andrea, maybe I can chat with you before we get to that meeting, but policy 5501, fundraising activities. Some things have come up that I think we need to address that one line policy. Because right now, I posed a question, and I'm not going to get into this topic too deep, but I posed a question about fundraising and whatnot. And when I got my response, I didn't get that with it. And then on talking to another administrator, I don't know exactly how that information is being kept anymore.
5501?
5501, yeah. So we've, I don't really want to get into it, but we just keep flip-flopping on how we're doing things with money and who's going to create 5013Cs and how they're going to go. And then what happens to the money that is fundraised and put into a school account. And it's basically being done by however the person running the finance department wants to do it. And I can go back to 2006 with Jim. And then I was explained to me that Jim Blow, yes, I'm sorry, not Jim. That Jim Kitchen did that too. Jim Blow back in 2006. Then it was abruptly changed in 2000. I'm going to probably lie to you, 11 or 12. And whoever was here, I don't remember the name before Jamie, Chris. Okay, whoever. They changed it back to another format. Well, none of those changes took place in a policy. They're just doing whatever they want to do and however they want to do the books. So we'll talk about it, and I'll give you the history end of it that I know.
Thank you.
And you'll see the problem.
I've seen problems with them in the past when I had a student. So yes, we have.
Well, I mean, if you look at this, I'll read you the policy. It's literally one sentence. Student fundraising activities are subject to review and approval by the superintendent or its designee. So that means that every building with every building principal could do things completely different. So there's no district policy, and that's what has happened within athletics over this time frame. But it's not the athletic department making the decision; it's been the finance person. And so we'll discuss it because that just has you can do whatever you want, and the superintendent don't even have to know, because as we learned in the last meeting, his designee can be anybody. So his or her designee. So anyhow, we'll address that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Andrea.
No, I'll leave it for board comments about going to Neola, back to Neola, because I've been researching Neola, and it seems to be a lot more in depth when you compare. I haven't compared that one, but that's something that this board needs to consider.
Well, and this one was just adopted in 2021, and I know there was one before that, so I don't know what that one was, but there was a policy on it before then. So I think this has made it where it's went back to the method that you can do whatever you want.
There's a lot of ambiguity.
I'm sorry?
There's a lot of room for movement on that, is what you're saying.
Chuck, you have finance?
Yeah, unfortunately, I had 3. My notes are pretty quick. I was filling in. Do we have on here? Oh, we do have treasurer, selection, and finance bond committee chair. Good, because I can't use 3 sets of notes in less than 8 hours, basically, because when we get done at 5, I have to have them back by noon or 1. Actually, Sue gets them by about 3 from me. So I'll go into finance first. We started the finance meeting at 2:52 p.m. Myself was present, filling in as just chairperson. Present was Carrie Germain, Jenny Walgas, Jim Kitchen, Dave Simonson, Bill Loader, Jamie Cowan, Shelley Thompson, and John Poposik. They were both from the public. Agenda item 1 was the audit. On November 1st, FIDs do all of our bookwork, and it's more of a transparency page on what we spent. The state will show all expenditures, and then I believe they push that out online. And then the auditing firm, Lewis and Knopf, will then prepare the audit from district information along with that website. It will be completed by November 18th and report it to the financial committee and review it, and then it will be presented to the whole board with approval at the regular meeting on November 19th. Agenda item 2 was financials. General fund was $15,128,000, $934.64. Food services was $526,000, $352. Student activity was $871,485.29. Debt services was $4,000,000. $504,489.61 Capital projects is 36 million. Oh, I made a mistake there.
That's a whole lot of money.
Yeah, no, it's 36 million. I just don't know if it's 512,000 or 513. I have a 2 and 3 there. I apologize. $630.18. I can pull it off my notes because I actually have them here. For a grand total of $57,544,891.72. The math is right. I just don't know if that's a 2 or 3. And just so people know, the capital projects includes 4 different line items. Sinking fund, the bond money, capital improvement. So there's actually 3 funds within that. So I know it looks large, but we have to spend down the bond money on that. Is everybody good with that so far? There's no new grants. Jim, I put down Jim admin. He would like to add a new position for grants. That's going to probably be discussion at the next financial meeting, how it's going to be paid for if we need a new position. So just so you know, it's going to be asked. I don't know what the board's pleasure is. Community ed recap. There was really no discussion on that. Jamie Cowan said it was on the shared document, childcare, which me and Ken have been asking about. That's on shared documents, if it's been updated. She did send me, myself a financial page, but I think the colors were backwards. It was red and black, and I think it was supposed to be black and red. Has anybody seen it besides myself? What was I confused, or what was going on? We agreed that red is normally in the red. Right. And black is in, and it looked like the numbers were inverted. She had the colors inverted or something. So we'll do some more further research on that. And then the bid threshold was, after that athletics recap, you asked about that, Ken, last month. She said that's on shared documents. She didn't discuss it. The bid threshold was raised to $31,323. And Jamie said that she saved, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody that was at the meeting, that she saved due to self-insurance on the deductibles $32,000, roughly. There was talk about, we have agenda items today to do the Deke site work with some stipulations that I brought up, along with Deke Playground, annual summer tax resolution, public comments. There was really none, and agenda comments. I just questioned if we're going to spend the money on Deke, and if we were ever to increase the footprint of Deke, I don't want to drive over the parking lots, which Suzanne brought up earlier this afternoon. The meeting was closed at 3:50 p.m. The next meeting is on November 18th, 2025. Anything on that? Oh, no. Yeah, I can get it to you. No, it's right here. I can't see so well, so I'm just having a hard time. Fine print.
Yeah, I just want to.
Just give me 1 second, Autumn, here, so I can get this number right. It was 36,513,000. I just put a 2 in there along with the 3. 36,513,000, $630.18. The total's still right. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, no, yeah. I don't know about the grant thing, and that's why I asked about the other one earlier in the academic achievement subcommittee. I feel like proposed uses to spend grant money are given to us, but we don't know what else is out there for that money to be spent on. Or at least I feel like that. It's just, here, approve this. Grant money will cover it. But really the grant money covers so much more, and maybe it would be better to utilize that, I don't know, on something different.
Jim, can you talk about the restrictions related to the grant dollars?
Oh no, I read the grant packet. I'm well informed about that.
They are specific as to what they can be used on.
Great.
Yeah, I can absolutely have Michelle come and do a presentation on the grants. She would love to do that.
Well,
actually.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe a list of uses for that grant? If you're going to say, hey, let's use this grant on this specific item, well, what else can that grant money be spent on? Like,
What are the boundaries of the grant?
right.
I think,
guess.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or options, maybe?
Yeah.
Options. So I think when she says if there's a grant that comes up that I know that academically they want to spend it on one thing and there's restrictions, but give the board options if there's other ways to go. Although I think ultimately it's probably their decision. They're the educators and they know where it should go. But I think she just wants to see the options. And I wouldn't mind seeing them too.
Yeah, and I think
Is
Michelle
that
kind of
okay?
mentioned like sometimes like if we are already using one program, this is a supplement to the program we're already using. Yeah, there might be 5 other programs that would meet the requirements of the grant, but they don't tie into what we're already using. But yeah, seeing an explanation of this is why we picked this one because it ties in with this other program would definitely be helpful.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions on me?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
how many?
That's fair.
Yeah, I guess
That's-
it'll come
that's a fair
later. So, okay.
Okay, and we went out of turn here. We actually had the bond committee first. That was at 2:06 p.m.
Chuck, I'm sorry. Can we get a motion to approve your financial report?
So moved.
Do we have a support for that? Support. Thanks, Kim. Comments or questions? Hearing none, Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Andrea Fick, yes, Kim Winter,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Jenny Walgus,
Yes.
7 yes.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you. I'll go on to the bond committee now. We started that committee meeting at 2:06 p.m. Present was myself chairing the committee along with attendees, President Kerry Germain, Jenny Walgas, Jim Kitchen, Dave Simonson, Bill Loader, Jamie Cohen, Shelley Thompson, John Popozek, and along via Zoom. I know I'm using old terminology. I don't know what we use, Microsoft Windows or whatever it is. Gentleman by the name of Vaselis, Sid, Aaron, and they were from Auckland French. Agenda item 1, bond update. The main thing was design planning and status for Deke Elementary is ready to be approved this evening. There's 2 different options. Obviously, the deluxe one's alternate plan 1 was C option, I believe, was recommended at a cost of $1,533,890. This includes bus lots, complete tear out of all lots, all new material, including curb and gutter, sewer, infrastructure, parent drop off, pickup areas, separation of the additional 2 lots, additional sidewalks, service drives to the east side. Ooh, I don't know if I said the east side, but was it the east side? Or was it on the north side? East. Okay, yep, for the east line. Okay, thank you. With additional parking behind both buildings, or the building, the mechanical on the high schools and middle schools have been completed along with the cage and will be tested for winterization and should be completed by the end of November. The work on Deke will start on June of 26th, or August of 26th. If it does happen, summer school will not be held there. It'll be diverted to one of the other schools. Sid said they have additional bids. Will be for the high school, middle school coming up next month, and that will be for all the work performed next summer for the remaining work on these 2 large buildings. The budget status of the bond currently is $32,269,196.28. Public comment. John asked questions about our actual board concerns, and the board concerns was I brought up, are we going to drive over new parking lots if we ever do anything with Deke? And is there a possibility of holding off? I think Bill answered that today, and Kerry said that there is some room, if that ever did happen, that they could drive on the north side of the building with the service drive, so it wouldn't tear up our new driveways. Jenny had some concerns about some of the contractors, making sure they were bonded and certified, and everything's good to go. If you guys vote on it this evening, the adjournment was at 2:50 p.m. Next meeting is November 18th, 2025. Questions on the bond? I'd like some more people to show up. If you guys could, please. I know it's tough.
Yeah.
A lot of money's going up. Yes.
Anything else? You have another committee or no?
Yeah, I do. I thought somebody asked a question.
Oh, okay.
Did I hear it wrong? Okay. All right. Next one was my regular committee, building and site meeting, and that started at 3:51 p.m. Present was Dave, Carrie, Bill, Jim, Jamie, Jenny, Shelley, and John Popozak. I chaired it. It started once again at 3:51. First thing was Mary Crapo update. Site work was finished last week. Jim and Bill have some concerns about cracking concrete that they observed on some of the areas, and they're working with Kyle, the general or one of the managers out there, on getting all of them fixed. and having the options, give us some because we don't want to pay for that again. Right, Jim? Have you talked to him since then?
We talked to them the day of, and they're going to replace those.
Okay, thank you. Dugouts are finished, and there's just a little bit of painting that needs to be completed there. Some water spigots have to be tore out and relocated near the dugouts. Batting cages will be completed this week along with turf that was installed in these areas. Finished grading will also be completed this week, and that large mound of dirt will be removed. And they're looking to install a new wood fence between the neighbor to the west of the lot. At the parking lot, we've hit his fence a couple times, and I don't know what's going on with the fence, but we asked the team to see if they could get the sign up, or I'm sorry, the fence up for him. I think the cost of that was around $6,800. Is that about right, Jim?
Yes, right around 7,000.
Okay,
yes.
$7,000. And the only thing I asked for is the team to get the signs up and running to inform all school board staff and members of what's going on because we have that nice sign out front and get the grass cut. That's it for Mary Crapo update. Operations update. A small leak in the fire suppression unit system was located at the high school. Actually, a concerned resident called me and told me his kids were in there and that there was mold and mildew. And Bill was Johnny on the spot, found the leak, and he's going to fix it and have it done by October 31st. So that'll be done. Middle and high school roofs have been done. Like I said, they'll be winterized. They did an asbestos inspection on all the roofs because we're going to start new roof work next year. That'll be in the bond proposal. They had an annual bleacher inspection, and that was done on October 15th. They don't have the results yet. Any bleachers that are damaged or not up to snuff, we're going to have to take care of. Bill is doing the boiler cleaning schedules, and I believe Grant Mechanical is going to do those. And I can't remember what CSD inspections stand for. Does anybody recall in the meeting? Control safety device, thank you. Control safety devices will be checked. And SD Mechanical is doing the winterization, and the athletic fields have all been aerated by the end of the month. The owner of the South LDLC has agreed to negotiate the purchase of some property or long-term lease of the property to the district. The price is, I didn't put it in here because that's subject to us going into closed session to negotiate that price. So I don't want to put it out in full board here, but it's not much. The area is approximately a tenth of an acre of land. When LDLC was purchased, somebody didn't do the right survey, and we're parking on his property. So I suggest we go into closed session at some point in the next month or so. I told Jim and Bill to go ahead and negotiate with some parameters with board approval and bring it back to the board, and then we could talk about it. Like I said, go into closed session. But we have two options from him: either a long-term lease where we have it forever until we sell the building, or we could buy it outright. And there were some prices given. Like I said, I'll keep that for closed session once you guys approve them to negotiate. Bill would like to sell 2 of the old trucks, and I think we started out at around $2,500, $3,500 for the bid price to be put on our Michigan bid site. And then he wants to buy 2 new trucks, which will be on your agenda, along with plows for $106,000, $106,700. That includes the plows. I know it sounds a lot, but 2 of the trucks, one's an 07, one's an 09 or 010. They're both rusted through. He needs 2 new trucks. It is in our capital improvement budget, so we should get him some new trucks to plow. And other than that, the only thing I ask for is that we okay Jim to go in and negotiate the price of the lease or sale of the land or purchase of the land, and then he can bring it back to the board. So I'd like to get a board motion and board vote on that. So
I would support that.
You support a motion for them to go into that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so moved. Sorry.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. I assume you're talking about the purchase of the 2 trucks with the plow?
Yes.
No.
Oh, no. No, Kim. I'm sorry. I know I talk so fast. I apologize.
Okay.
The trucks we're going to vote on later.
Right.
What I would like to do is just get approval from the board to allow Jim and Bill to go into negotiations with The owner's name. I don't think I put the owner's name in there. I didn't feel I needed to put that in there.
Okay, well, I can save this for when.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
get
yeah,
it
yeah.
done.
Yep. This is for Little Dragons. Little Dragons somehow got messed up. 1/10 of an acre. We paved, or was paved. We're having a little dispute with him. Bill asked him some questions. What would you take? He gave us some prices. And before we move forward, I just think the board should have parameters, and Jim and Bill should to go ahead and negotiate the starting prices and see what they could do, and then bring it back to the board, and we could go in closed session.
All right, we have a motion.
We have a
and
motion and
support.
second if I can.
And do you want
Any
a
other
parameter
comments or
on there?
questions?
Well, the price is already on there. I mean, I can tell you if you want, but I don't think we should because that's part of the
Okay,
negotiation.
They already have it. Okay.
Yeah.
So the
We still have
motion
to approve
is
it.
to give authority to Jim and Bill
Yes.
to negotiate with the landowner. And if there are no other comments or questions, Sue, can you do roll call, please? It's financial.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Jenny Wolgast.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
7 yes.
And I forgot to say the next date is November 18th, 2025, and there was no public comment or committee comment.
Did you talk about the trucks?
Yeah, I did. It's 106,000. I thought I said. Didn't I say? Maybe I didn't say it. I apologize.
Okay. Sorry.
No. Total.
Oh, 106 total.
For 2 trucks and 2 plows.
With plows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 07 and 2010. They're Russell.
Yeah. Well, the old ones are.
Oh, the new ones are?
Well, I would hope not. The way we're bad, and it could be, we could be buying some Trappo and who knows what. But the only stipulation is there, full disclosure. I'm confused. I think they're 2024s new left over in the lot. So I'm 99% sure.
It says it on. I think it says it on the.
Okay, thank
the
you.
thing
Sue.
coming up.
Yeah, thank you. So they're 2024s.
And they're red.
Yes, they're red. They got full warranties. They're just leftover stock. So he got like 10 grand off them a piece. So
I'm just messing with you, Chuck.
that's okay. I want a good deal for the district. I'm okay. Any other questions for the building committee? That's a long thing. Okay, let's move on.
I'm still messed up because
I have another one. What one do I have?
Wait, I'm still messed up because this was supposed to go above the subcommittee reports, and now, whatever.
Yeah,
This agenda's a cluster. It's so bad.
Okay. Yeah, we messed our agenda up.
Sue's been yelling at me this whole time.
Yeah, yeah. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Chuck, do you have
I'm
any
just-
other agendas to report on?
Well, they have Morris Elementary, but these are the minutes that I don't know. How'd you get the minutes? So this is from October 1st.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, how did you get the minutes snuck into me?
Yeah,
And I
no,
went out to get
that's
my
October
drink and
1st.
take my meds. Okay, good. All
And
right.
then there's October 8th also.
Okay. You want me to read these?
Sure, if you'd like, or I
I'm
can.
getting tired. Okay, call to order. Morris Elementary Proposal Committee meeting was called to order on Wednesday, October 1st, 2025 at 6:06 p.m. in the Joan Ferris Boardroom. Roll call. Carrie Germain was present. Autumn was present. Andrea, Kim, Chuck, and Ken. Jim, interim superintendent, was present, and we started the meeting, and the board discussed a proposal presented by FEJA. I'll just call it what Jim does, FGEA. The board discussed making a different offer to present to them. They have an official vote. They will have an official vote on a new price offer at the next special board meeting to fill the open trustee position. The price range that we're looking at offering was anywhere from 60 million to 75 million. They also decided to add another new construction committee meeting following the special board meeting on October 8th. Public comments were given, board comments were given. The meeting was adjourned at 7:43 p.m. and was motioned by myself, supported by Andrea. Okay, I got it. I'm not confused now. New construction committee minutes for 10/8 of 2025. Once again, we met here at the Joan Ferris room. The meeting was called at 9:34 p.m. Roll call. Everybody was present. Carrie, Kim, myself, Bill, Jenny, Suzanne, Andrew. I think you left early that day. Ken and I arrived at 9:35 p.m. Committee discussions, the board discussed a wish list of options for addition to existing buildings, which Susan just explained. From French Architect, the board is seeking an estimate for 4 to 6 classrooms added to each building, larger kindergarten classrooms, new gym for each building, converting the current gym into a dedicated lunchroom, media library room for each school, extra bathrooms, larger teacher lounges, staff areas, peak roofs if possible. Option B would be the cost of adding classrooms for grades 3 through 5 at Elms. Additional thoughts, something we need to be prepared for in the future is the possibility that the government mandate we offer preschool classes. We talked about that earlier. If we reduce the school of choice in the future, how would that impact our school size? The board decided to send out an anonymous survey to staff and parents asking how they feel about the K through 5 configuration. At the next meeting, we'll discuss option C, the new building that could be added to the piece of property, as well as option D, which involves building a new building and add in addition to Elms Elementary. No public comments were given. The meeting closed, and it doesn't have a close time, I believe. Okay. I feel like we should have read those before our building. I feel like why didn't you give me these at front of our building meeting? Right? That should have been for those minutes. Okay.
Sorry.
So that's it. Let's get back on track.
Yeah.
Okay, no other questions for Chuck? All right. It looks like we are past our board subcommittee reports and moving on to the board discussion items, which begins with
10C.
10C, the investigation discussion. So what I had explained to Autumn is that it was not under the board action items because there's not been a scope of work, a discussion about what the goal is, what the needs are, what a scope of work would look like, what a budget might look like, and the process to get quotes for those services.
And I'm going to ask you again then, when has that ever been done for an investigation?
We don't have to do investigations often.
So never?
I think we brought it here so we can discuss it because we agreed to do it. We voted yes to do it. We've kicked that can down the road. I gave you a name of a firm that was recommended that I don't think myself or anybody has any affiliation with them, and that would be the Kendall Williams firm. I think I asked that question. I said we would give it a parameter of a dollar amount, and the investigation was been into all the emails, the potential violations of Open Meeting Act, breaking of the law, and I think it doesn't really matter. We have an attorney here from their firm. We can ask them questions. I put a dollar amount in there. I think I mentioned it a couple months ago, but we could go anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000. I don't know. Go $20,000. I'm not saying they're going to spend it. To do the investigation, they're familiar with this because they represent several other school boards. Thrun has been in several meetings on video in part of those negotiations. I don't feel that they should do it. I think we agreed on that. That's why we voted yes on it. And whatever they bring back, they bring back. And I don't think if we don't do anything, we're non-feasance, misfeasance of public office because we know that potentially something happened and that we complain about it. And, we're pointing fingers. And I mean, I've got all the documents in the world and I showed everybody, but it doesn't really matter. I think we need an investigation. Somebody tell us outside this domain that this was done wrong, right? Or we need some improvement. And it's the only way to solve it, I believe. So I don't know what there is to discuss. I make a motion that we hire Williams firm for not to exceed $25,000 currently to do an investigation on everything, which Jim will be able to give it to him. I'll be able to give him all the emails and the documentation. They can go to some of our school board meetings if they want to watch them. And
I think the dollar amount is a little excessive since we're spending $25,000 on the whole firm for the superintendent search.
well,
Could we lessen that?
we just spent $7,000 on a one-day investigation on Autumn Henry that I didn't even know about. This has got a lot more pieces and parts than that. I mean, I've got a couple hundred emails, as I said. I mean, just to read those and go through the video is going to take...
I'm not saying not do it. I was just saying
and it's not just for one person. It's to look into who else.
Well, you know what? That's why we're in discussion part. Right. We can discuss it. And Think what it costs. Attorneys, I think through charges around $250, $275. This firm's at the same hourly price, give or take. I don't know.
So are we going to set parameters on emails, dates?
No,
that's
it's
the
an investigation.
Technically, if it was the police department, we suspend everybody with pay because you don't want those people interfering in it.
Right.
We're not doing that, I don't think, here. We're just asking for somebody to come in and look at it. I mean, if an officer does something wrong, you don't let him keep working in that cruiser where he's accused of doing something wrong. You suspend him with pay, whatever it takes, it takes. So we're not even doing that. We need the investigation done, and hopefully with all the information we have, I don't know how long it'll take. I can't say that.
Chuck, I'd like to say, I think we should do this because that way we finally get to the bottom of whatever it is we need to get to, and maybe we can put an end to all of this.
Agreed.
We need to put an end to all of this business. So let's bring in somebody from the outside and let them investigate it.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm not saying not. I would just thought that was a lot of money.
So is everybody okay just taking Chuck's recommendation for a law firm, or do you want to look for other quotes from other law firms?
He gave this to us.
I gave this 3 months ago, and you guys were
If you had a problem,
you were okay with it. We talked
Right.
about this in a meeting, and everybody was okay with it. And we've kind of put it off, and we've argued about different items, not about the attorney hiring, about other items. And Ken brought it up there. I think at the last meeting, he said, "Chuck, what are you doing? Let's quit kicking the can down the road and get them rolling." So
I move that we hire Kendall Williams to investigate with a $25,000 limit.
What
if
are
it
we
goes over
investi-
that, then they can come back and talk to us, right?
What specifically are we investigating? I'm just curious. I want to make sure we have a good.
The investigation of how we got the purchase agreement without board parameters, how we got people potentially violating Opens Meetings Act if they attended meetings without the rest of the board's knowledge. Now that I know that, I think this is going to be a moving target. This isn't one target. When you start an investigation, you may turn over. I investigate her for a B&E at Joe's house, but then I found out she did 9 B&Es and murdered the guy that we have an unsolved murder for in the 10th house that was B&E. I've done that before where it's actually happened. I'm like, wow. So I don't know how to answer that question, Jenny, but it's a moving target.
Yeah, I just want to say so, just so that we're just.
Well, he's not going to be investigating anything but what's happened here since Megasite started until when it came to basically us, which would have been June 25th-ish, I believe, and then anything thereafter, because if people weren't honest on this board, that's malfeasance. Well, it's not malfeasance. It would be misfeasance, non-feasance of office if they did it in a purposeful way. And that's a general law violation. I mean, everybody's like, what law did you break? It's a law violation because we hold public office ourselves and our administrators hold public offices. And last month we said, we'll just put a file in his file. And once you discipline somebody, I know a little bit about because I ran the union for a while, that's it. You can't have double jeopardy and go back on it. So this has to be done the right way. Right, Ken? Am I correct on that?
Right.
Most of the police officers, like when I worked internal affairs, we disciplined them, and somebody found something out later on that particular incident. It was a done deal, and I think that's only fair to do. So I don't know what's going to be discovered. Listen, I just got something discovered tonight, and my sugar was low, but I was a little ticked off.
Well, that's why I asked what was the parameters of the emails, and you said everything. But you just
Everything to do with the mega site.
Everything, but that's the proposal, everything.
I guess what you say you're investigating is possible law violations, policy violations.
Yes.
I mean, we know because there was never any board action taken to give parameters to negotiate. So we already know there's one violation. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and I've asked 100 times, please send me an agenda where we voted on it.
But I mean, I would say that you're looking at policy and law violations is what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, the range of people it could be could vary.
Well,
we may not even know.
Is that not? We didn't hire him yet.
I mean, until tonight, and I'm not saying any of these folks did anything wrong, but until tonight, we didn't know that 3 board members went and participated in a walk around We didn't know that.
Mhm.
So
And I also didn't know that Chuck attended a meeting with Lurvy.
Oh my gosh.
No, I can go there.
that's fine. That's
Sure,
fine. You,
you
did,
can.
and
And
you
you
did.
know
That's
what?
fine.
I don't care.
And just so you know, Alyssa was not there. Alyssa
Okay.
was not there. So
That's fine.
I'm just
What I'm getting at is
How do you
is
want to tell us who is there?
many things keep unfolding,
Yeah, with this.
For sure.
and we know no one had permission to negotiate, and we know that people negotiated. I mean, that in and of itself is an issue, and it doesn't matter to what degree. And we also know that when disclosure is not done, whether it's by an employee or a board member, there's possible legal violations. So just see where the chips fall.
Andrea, you have a motion on the floor? We have support?
What's the motion? Can we read that back one more time? That
I believe I have it.
Go ahead.
Were you going to say it? I'm sorry. Okay. For Kendall Williams firm, not to exceed $20,000 for investigation of how we got the purchase agreement without
$25,000.
without board. What do you say? 25?
Yeah.
25.
Okay. I'm sorry. 25,000. Without board parameters. Does that make sense?
To investigate any, well, it's her motion, but to investigate any possible violations internally or externally underneath the law on what was done and policies on the negotiations of the mega site.
Of the mega site.
Involving
of any employees, elected officials, us included, elected officials, and any administration staff that was involved. If I did something wrong, hammer me.
I don't know. We should call it the mega site because I think that's just a name.
Okay, the purchase of Morris, the purchase of Morris Elementary.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry,
Can
Sue.
we read it one more time?
It's her motion. I apologize.
But you would agree on that, Andrea, that involves any employees and or board members.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Why not counsel outside of the area? I want to be certain that somebody doesn't have any interest outside of the county.
Why don't you bring him up, Jerry? Can you invite him up to ask?
No, I won't.
Let's bring the attorney.
We have a motion. We have support.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions from the
I don't know
Bring
him.
the attorney
I
up.
met him today. I don't know him.
Sir, did you have a question?
Yeah.
You had your hand up.
If the board president allowed it, I would like to introduce myself and my firm.
Sure, come forward for that.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. My name is Tim Winship. I'm an attorney at the Williams firm. The Williams firm is located in Grand Blanc. The senior partner there, his name is Kendall Williams. I don't know if you've ever heard that name. He's well known in the county. And Kendall has probably 48 years of practice experience. I'm in my 39th year of practice experience. We have 3 other attorneys. None of them have less than 10 years of practice experience. We have a wealth of knowledge in public sector, primarily school districts, school district law. We've represented and done investigations for Bay City schools, Saginaw schools, the city of Flint. We did quite a few of those investigations. We've also done investigations for Mott Community College. And then we also represent private companies. Most of our work is for municipal entities. We represent the entity, the board, or the institution. We represent, City of Flint, a whole host of community public bodies. This is one of the few times where I will say that I'm glad I have no idea what's going on. I do not have any knowledge about the particular transaction, except what I heard tonight. I do know, and I can obviously tell that it is obviously important to everybody, and it is an issue that has coalesced with your residents or the folks in the district. So I just want to let you know that that is a big part of what we do, public investigations. I'm happy and pleased to be able to do this. I will not be the only person working on it for primarily this reason. My rates are $350 an hour. We do have attorneys in the office, very skilled, who are at $250 or $275. I will represent to you that I will try to get the person who's qualified to do it, but at the lowest expense for you. I think that $25,000 is going to be the top end. I don't think it'll go over that. But I did want to make sure that, like you said, put some guardrails up so I know what I'm looking into. And here's what I heard. The desire is for us to investigate whether the potential sale of the Moorish property, Moorish building, was done in compliance with controlling board policy and Michigan law. And I'm seeing a lot of nods. So that is the scope of what we are going to. The worst thing that I could do is start investigating, looking at documents, interviewing people, preparing a report, and then giving you something that wasn't what you wanted. So with that understanding, we are more than happy to do this work for you. We will then report back when we have this done. It'll take some time. I know that there are folks who are no longer with the district that I'm going to have to try and get a hold of. So that's what we do. That's our firm. I just wanted to let you know that, put a face to a name, and thank you for the opportunity to be of assistance. Any questions?
To get any documents, will you need just cooperation from us, or are you going to have subpoena power?
I'm not going to subpoena things. I mean, it's
Oh, yeah.
going to need some cooperation from the folks. What I need to know, though, is who my point person is.
That's it.
Routinely, I'll go through one person, say, I need you to go to your IT department and get me all the emails that deal with this or that. So I really, oftentimes, it's the superintendent or the board president. If you want somebody else to be my point person, I just need to know who I should deal with.
I think we should make a motion on that.
I think it should be Dave because Dave wasn't part of it at all.
I think it should be Travis.
Well,
Travis is on email.
Do we?
Well, right now you have a motion on the floor, so you'd have to resolve that one first. And then if you want to formally designate a contact person, that would be the subject of another motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions? I'm going to call Sue to do roll call.
Yes. Jenny Wolgast.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
7 yes.
All right, with regard to the point person, I heard Jim, I heard Dave. Okay, Dave.
Jim
Dave.
should not do it. I move that Dave is the point person for Kendall Williams.
Do we have support for that? Thanks, Kim. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Autumn Henry.
Should we make more than one person? No.
No. Okay. Jenny Wolgast.
It's got to be 2.
Do we want to discuss this more?
Yeah. Can we read? What are
Because
they?
we went through the comments
Motion's
really
on
quick.
the floor.
and
Either
no
it fails or
comments.
passes, then we can have discussion on it.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll say no. Let's discuss it more.
Kim Winter.
What are we voting on now?
Do you want Dave to be the contact person?
Oh, yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Ken Engel.
No.
Chuck Melkey.
No.
All right, so we have 4 no and 3 yes.
All right.
Well, what he asked for was one point person.
Yeah.
That's right. And Dave works for Jim, which is part of the scope of the investigation.
Right.
That's absolutely ridiculous. So does Travis. So does
Yeah.
Travis. That's why I don't think it should be any
I
employee.
wouldn't.
Because all the employees are involved. As I said earlier, they should probably be suspended pending the investigation with pay. But we don't have that option. I mean, we do, but I don't know if anybody has.
Travis is back there saying, yes, bring it on. No, Travis, not today. I will not support that.
Yeah.
But Travis
Ken is the newest person in there. We can make him the point person
Yeah. So let's have somebody who wasn't on the board.
at the time.
Yeah.
And we could do Jenny. She wasn't on the board. I'd make a motion that we do Ken and Jenny. Because neither one of them were on the board.
He asked for one person. Is that
Well,
correct?
we'd like to give him two.
Two.
Two's okay.
We don't have to do what he asked. We're paying him.
Yeah. I make a motion.
He'll do what we tell him.
I make a motion that we appoint Ken and Jenny to that. I mean, I would do it. I've got all the information, but I don't want to do it neither. So I would want Ken and Jenny to do it.
Hang on, Chuck. I have one question in reference to us. What power do we have to move everybody in central office? What authority do we have to move everybody in central office?
Move them for what?
Whatever we want.
Well, we just.
I mean, it's also their FOIA.
Are we gonna put into this that the first time someone that doesn't cooperate in central office, they'll be dismissed?
No, I don't want that.
Well, but
we'll deal with that when it comes.
Okay, yeah. Hang on. Has there been cooperation so far?
Nope.
Okay, so how do I make that person cooperate? There's got to be a hammer.
Right.
If you don't want to put a hammer with it, you're wasting your time.
Well, then why don't we make another? Why don't we get through this motion, then we can bring up your concern about another motion about if people do not cooperate. I think it's in our work rules regulations if they disobey a direct order, because you'll ask the superintendent or deputy superintendent for that paperwork. And if they refuse, then you've got something to go on. So how is that fair? Does the board think that's fair?
There's gotta be a hammer. If there's not, then we're spinning our wheels again, and we're wasting money by the hour.
No.
Well, maybe we should ask the attorney. What does he recommend if people won't cooperate?
Then you subpoena.
Is a subpoena a possibility? Because we're not going to court. I mean,
ordinarily there would not be a subpoena. This isn't a legal proceeding.
Correct.
Get a subpoena. I think.
Can you come to the mic? Can you
Then
come to
would
the
you come
mic?
to the mic,
Thank you.
please?
Sorry.
Yeah, this isn't a formal legal proceeding where you'd have a subpoena power. Ordinarily, what we do is, and it's rare to get pushback. When people know that it is this advanced, they may sit down with me, they may not tell me very much, and that's then noted in the report.
Yeah.
And that's how you know who's been cooperative and who hasn't.
And here's the thing: they would be going. I don't know the word I'm looking for. Obstructing a legal investigation.
It's not legal.
So what? No, it's not.
This isn't legal in mine.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not concerned about what they say to you. They can tell you they don't want to talk to you. I don't have a problem at all with that. That's their prerogative. What my concern is when you start asking for documents, that has been our drawback in this the whole time, is people have spent hundreds of dollars doing FOIAs, and they haven't necessarily got everything. And then you do another FOIA and something else shows up, and then another FOIA, something else shows up. So my question to you is this: what authority does anyone have to, for instance, we're going to assume that all the documents are going to come from Travis. Am I right, Jim? Okay. So do we have the authority to bypass the superintendent and the deputy superintendent and go straight to Travis? And he, whoever we're going to go through can't tell us no.
Correct.
Okay.
My suggestion is when we have the point people tell us what documents you think are out there, then we can fine tune the request, and either we run it through the super and he tells the administration, or which I would recommend, or I can deal with him directly, which will work typically. I think from what I'm hearing, it's quite unlikely there are going to be things that won't be found. I think there's a lot of people who have a lot of information and a lot of documents, and a document has a to and from and CCs. Somehow that's going to surface. Now, if I'm convinced that we have a problem getting the gospel from your emails, we could consider getting a forensic IT firm to do a search. So there are avenues that we can capture everything. And I've got a pretty good idea. I will have a pretty good idea if things are being either hidden intentionally or intentionally trying to be clever.
Okay, fine with me.
One other question, Tim, while you're up at the podium. If it rises to the point of criminal law violations, at what point do you stop or turn it over, or what do you do with that? What's your normal process? Is this?
Rarely is it a real criminal issue. I mean, criminal is a different set of statutes, different laws. Any violation, let's say, of the OMA or FOIA or something like that, that would be a civil infraction. Now, there are criminal penalties associated with it. If there's a clear criminal violation, we would go to the prosecutor. But what our investigation does is deal with the issue. Whether there's a criminal violation, that would be done separately by the prosecutor's office.
Do you prepare that and give it to the local PD, or do you guys actually take it?
When I get my report together, you can give it to who you want.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Everybody set? Thank you.
Finish your motion or vote.
Time for a vote, right?
Okay, time out.
Yeah, I want to make sure Sue has everything. she
So,
needs.
somebody made a motion that it's Ken and Jenny. Who made the motion?
I
Chuck?
did.
And who seconded it?
I will.
Autumn did.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Sure.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Jenny Wolgast. Yes. Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
7 yes.
All right. Next, we have the first reading of the October 10th, 2025 policy updates and policy 3209.
Where are those in my packet?
Did we,
What?
and I apologize, did we take the superintendent salary thing out of?
Oh, no, we're out of order. Yeah, we should do the Morris proposal next.
Okay, so we're going to go back to what was the original list, Morris proposal. All right, this was just in case there was anything that we haven't covered already, just to keep it on the agenda. If there are no discussion items, we can move on. Yeah, hearing any objection? All right,
Oh. Yeah.
we need to discuss the new superintendent's salary range, which when we meet, I think on the 29th, which is a week from Thursday, we need to provide the consultants that salary range so they can include it in the packet of material that would go out to interested parties.
Very just point of order, we missed Moore's proposal.
We just
Yeah.
talked.
Okay.
I thought we were going to vote.
That was quite, yeah. Can we go?
Are we voting on it?
That was quiet and quick. And I apologize, but I'm dealing with motion.
I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Well, we either were voting yes or no to sell the school right now.
No. Okay, I just want to here's my discussion on it. It's taken up time and money. Ample time and money. That's all I got. Like, it's becoming quite the headache for me. That's all I got.
So we're going to kick this can down the road. We either got to vote yes or no. And then he can make another proposal or we can have a counter proposal. What is the pleasure of this board?
We had put together alternatives, which we were shown by the architect this evening.
Yes.
Why would we vote on it right now when we just received that information tonight and we have not had an opportunity to discuss feedback from Vijaya?
They give us feedback from what?
Yeah.
They already made the offer. We either have a right to take it or not take it, and we have to December 1st.
So you want to just vote on the 40 million because we haven't
Yes.
heard back what he said yet when we asked for more.
Did we submit more to them?
Was that submitted?
When somebody makes you an
We
offer,
didn't
you
agree
say
on it.
yes or no.
Yes.
Or you give a counter offer.
Can I say something really quick? Just so you know, in your packet is the updated thing from Phil that you guys asked him to do last time. Just want to let you say that.
Thank you, Sue.
The what? Oh,
Because it pertains to the Morris proposal. He's fine-tuned the language. But the price is still the same.
Unless you give them a counter offer.
Okay.
So, could I ask you to go through the proposal that we just got back from you in your summary?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, back on October 8th, you guys asked me to put together a revised purchase agreement, to scrub anything that wasn't advantageous to the district. And so I did that. I've put together bolded points, summarizing what I revised, what I proposed being revised. But still, the 40 million offer, that's the offer from them. Do you want to table it? Do you want to make a counter offer? Do you want to accept that offer? That's where we're at. The two big things are the purchase price. I heard 60 million last time. I heard other range from a committee. So the board hasn't taken action on that piece. But obviously the purchase price is a big deal, and the lease back term. They had proposed until the end of August 2027. Last time, October 8th, and it was discussed but not decided about August 2031, a 5-year leaseback arrangement. So those are the primary two, sticking points of the agreement. I also looked into, escrow fees, and that was discussed last time. I've added language making those fees, which are $500 according to Sislo Title Company, Lisa Young, to be paid for by Fajia or Maple and Hill, their subsidiary. So those are the main sticking points. But yeah, happy to discuss anything else right now.
I see that there was a suggestion for language to be eliminated related to pre-closing election. Those
yes,
several items they listed.
Yes, yeah, I removed all of that. It sounds like the district's not decided yet what they want to do in terms of a new location. If they were to accept the deal, a new location, merging facilities or additions to those 4 schools that we talked about earlier.
yeah. We're not just voting on $40 million here. I'm not happy with a lot of with a lot of the terms laid out in this agreement.
Can you be specific?
Yeah, I think I was specific at the last meeting when we were supposed to vote on the sale of this. But I honestly don't have my packet from last meeting when I laid it out.
I think you had some things about the escrow, the interest.
Yeah.
Andre even questioned the interest. There was some other things, but I don't have my packet from last month.
Yeah. There's also a property insurance.
My point is,
yes, yeah, and that's described in my correspondence. Whether the district finds a private insurance carrier to provide commercial property insurance, or if Fajia or Maple and Hill, I should say, obtain property insurance and bill back the district. It sounds like maybe it needs to go back to the committee. It sounds like we don't have a counteroffer, or unless you just want to reject it and walk away too. Those are the options before the board.
I must be confused because I thought we were making a counter offer.
Nobody agreed on it.
Wasn't that read in one of your presentations tonight, Chuck? I apologize. I don't remember which one. Wasn't there a counteroffer of 50 to 75 or
yeah.
you read something.
Yeah, it was in the October 1st meeting. There was discussion, and then there was a subsequent meeting, like October 8th
The
or something
committee
like
member
that,
said-
where we decided
sorry,
not to. Yeah, where we decided we didn't have an amount. We needed to get more information about how much it would cost to do the different options. So we tabled coming up with an amount for a counteroffer until we had more information about how much it would cost for
Yeah,
an alternative.
you're right, and Kim was right. The price range I was looking at was between 60 million and 75 million if we made a counteroffer. We do. We just have to come up with a price.
So we
do, and then he doesn't have to be here for it.
We
authorized Jim to give it to him.
Yeah.
Tell him what to say.
we will do what we did earlier. We'll authorize him to negotiate. But real simple. We learned tonight that we're at least at $40 million, no matter which way we want to run with this project. Would I agree to anyone?
Yeah, you're
From the
100
presentation-
right. That's why we did the
Okay.
alternative plan. Do we build, and we don't even know that 40 million supposedly, that was something to do with Dave Lurvy's plan, but I don't know if he was giving us a deal because of his association with Tyler. Because remember when they came in here the first time, it was Tyler and Dave together. So the buyer had hired a builder for us without us having a choice.
But let's skip
At that
But
price.
what French told us tonight?
It's going to be 40 million if we reduce.
It's going to be 40 million
minimum.
And we know that price is only going to go up in the next 3 years.
Correct.
So obviously our counteroffer has to be greater than 40 million, whether it's 50, 60.
Or we can say, no, we're not taking the 40 million, let him counteroffer.
But back to your
do that.
point,
Right. Yeah.
you don't want
Why don't we do that?
to rebuild Moorish, right?
I'm sorry?
You don't want to house that many children again. So why do we need to spend 40 million building anything new if we're not going to house as many children as we've had in the past? I'm just saying.
No, that's what got brought back.
Yeah. But we don't have to do all that.
But we have the
We have
option
to.
to. We have the option of building the school bigger so we can hold 4,000 kids. And I know the argument, we're not going to get in that argument. The argument right now, point is do we say yes or no on the 40 million? Or does the board want to make a counteroffer instead of pushing us down the road another month? Right?
So if we make a counter,
We've already pushed it down the road.
if we make a counter, are we committing to the sale?
Yes, that's what a counteroffer is.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, there's
so
no
if we-
no takebacks. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so if we agree to
guarantee
counter,
this
then
is
we
gonna
say
come back.
if they say yes for
Yeah.
a counter offer that we have to sign on the dotted line.
Yeah.
They're gonna change things in this more than likely, wouldn't you think?
Well, I'm not going to
Yes.
assume anymore. I'm done assuming.
Just saying.
No.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be in good faith for us to counter if we had no intention of honoring the counter.
Exactly.
We would be, but they could still come back and counter our counteroffer. is
Right,
what
but I'm just saying that
They
we
could.
would be wasting their time if we counter and have no intention of even taking our counter offer, you know?
That's not what I was saying. I was just saying they're going to come back and make changes, and then we have to accept their changes. So they will counter our counteroffer.
But I'm just
That's
we
how it
should
works
some of the
in your
language.
real estate world.
But we should be prepared if we give them a counter that they say, okay, yeah, we'll take it. and run.
absolutely.
So if we're not prepared to say we're willing to sell Moorish at this point, then we should not counter. That's all I'm saying.
yeah. What I'm hearing is,
Yeah.
what I'm hearing is the board is considering rejecting the 40 million offer and authorizing Superintendent Kitchen to negotiate further. Is what I'm hearing.
Well, I'm just
No.
clarifying that we haven't even
No.
decided that we want to sell yet. But we should not put a counter offer out unless we've decided that we would take a counter offer.
Yeah, I don't think that we actually decided if we were going to sell it or not. So, I don't know where that leaves us.
Yeah.
Once again, I'll come back, point of order. You can either say no, or you can make a counteroffer.
Yeah.
Or you can wait 30 days and kick it down the road. And because in 30 days, we're going to have to deal with it. This is already October 22nd. We only have, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, or Sue would know the schedule, 1 or 2 more meetings between now and then.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so what we do, wait to the last minute? I mean, if you guys want to, we can, but
There is a meeting in November 15th.
I'd like to say this. I'm going to use one of my dad's cliches. We're like two guys waiting to fight. One's scared and the other one's glad of it. So let's cut to the chase. I may become very unpopular with this. I would like to make a motion for the board to decide if they have any intent of selling Morris Elementary at any price, whether it would be 40 million or 70 million. Do you have any intent of wanting to sell Morris Elementary? A simple yes or no.
Support.
And we will see if there's at least 4 votes to even decide to sell the building,
Thank you.
because that's where we're stuck.
Right.
Not that we're going to, just does the board even have any intent of accepting an offer, a counter offer from these folks?
Well, don't you think that voting on the sale would do the same thing? Like,
yeah, 40 million.
I think he's saying why bother? Why even continue talking about the specifics if we don't know what everybody's intentions are? If we have 4 people that are going to say no, no matter what, then why bother wasting our time and the public's time, determining the specifics if we're just going to say no at the end of the day anyway?
That's basically what I'm saying, Autumn, is we're going to vote yes or no on whether the board wants to sell the building, period. Not a dollar amount. We may sell it for 40 million, we may sell it for 100 million.
oh, you're saying this should have. I get.
So
this probably should have been done before we even allowed the superintendent to negotiate in the first place.
Well, let's forget that. So that's the motion, and Andrea is second.
Yeah. All right, let's.
But we're all going to put our big boy and girl pants on.
I just want to make sure Sue has that.
So you're you're doing a vote on, does the board have intent to sell Morris Elementary?
At any given price.
At any given price.
What if the vote passes?
Well, then we'll know to keep negotiating.
Then we know.
We're not saying we're going to sell, but if there's 4 no votes, why would we negotiate any further? It's done.
All right, I'm going to add on to that. As Sue calls your name, please explain why you are voting the way you are.
What?
Yes.
No, you can't make us do that.
I want the community to know if people are going to turn down an opportunity, why they're going to turn it down.
Okay, email me.
We want to know why you're in secret.
Yeah.
I'll
Come on,
go count on this. Yes or no?
Let's go to the vote.
Yes or no and move on.
Big boys and girls, let's go.
Yep.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
No.
Jenny Walgast.
No.
5 yes, 2 no.
And I'll explain right now my vote. Just
Hold on. Was that just for the motion, though?
That was just for the motion.
That
yes
was
or
just
no?
for the motion.
But they had
not
the intent.
actual vote. Okay. Sorry.
I'd like.
Okay. Yes.
Sue, can you read the motion again?
Yeah, does the board have any intent to sell Morris Elementary at any given price?
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
We had
5-2.
2 no's, 5 yeses.
Yes.
So we'll keep negotiating.
Well, hold on. Carrie said she wanted an explanation.
If people are willing to
It's
share.
okay. We have a lot of people here from the mega site that deserve one just little iota. We've been talking for 3 hours.
Okay.
I voted yes. Because if it's an extremely large amount of money, then I would consider it for the benefit of the students and our district and our work staff and our
students surrounding the entire
in the district area.
Seriously?
Would you like me to lie like everybody else does up here? I'm telling the truth. I would take it. If somebody said, here's $100 million for the school, Chuck, and you can build 3 new facilities for our kids, I might consider that. I can't close that door. I think that's reasonable. If somebody comes up and says, I'm going to buy your house, Michelle, and it's $150,000, and they say, we're going to give you $500,000 and you're worried about Elms Road, you're going to probably say, see you later. Maybe not. I'm not saying you would. I apologize. I want to put words in your mouth. But it's already been proven that a lot of people in that area have sold their residence for, I don't know, an undisclosed amount of money, including somebody that works for us that I didn't know about. And I think that I should at least entertain a motion or a amount if they do it. That's all. It's not against the mega site side. It's not against anybody's side. It's trying to cut it down the middle, because no matter what we choose, we're going to be unpopular. But for me to say, no, I'm not going to sell my vehicle out there that I want whatever amount for any reason, I think that's not a reasonable request. But everybody has their own individual opinion.
Yeah.
I can't answer for Autumn. She's like my little sister. I can't answer for Andrea, Jenny, Ken, and at least it came up now, so you guys know where we're at instead of all the
back and forth
unknown. I think that's fair to everybody involved, and that doesn't mean that we're going to sell it.
I voted yes because that's not a hard and fast yes, we're selling it.
Yes, that's what I mean.
It's just
It's
to
not.
entertain the notion that we possibly.
For the very reason I voted no, the time, the division, the money that we've already spent on attorneys, this whole thing, like.
Yeah, and
exactly.
I say no because right now, they have the money to clear the land. They don't have a buyer for the land. This is not the time for us to be making a decision like this. We could be voting to sell a school that's going to be sitting next to vacant land for the foreseeable future, and that doesn't make sense.
Correct.
I mean, you're uprooting. We have some good solutions. So if we are forced and we don't have a choice, we have some great options. But I don't think that we should be spending the money, and because again, as somebody else pointed out, so the money that we would be getting for Moorish is your tax dollars. That all came out of Michigan tax dollars.
Yes.
So it's not like this is free money that somebody just, it came out of the sky. This is our tax dollars. So you're still paying for this. So it's not free money. We're not getting a free school. You just paid for it. You already paid for it a different way. So no, I don't feel comfortable saying at this point that I would vote to sell Moorish just because there's not enough information. There's not an incentive, and I don't think it's being responsible with tax dollars. So that's my reason for saying no.
I guess to give a response, we represent an entire community. It's a Swartz Creek Community Schools. And if the dollar value is great enough, in about 20 years, we have every building but one that is going to be well over 80 years old. We have to be responsible financially to the community. I don't. This was to get everybody out here. Why would we have done this to anyone if we were going to have 4 no votes that we had no intent of selling it? And I agree with Chuck. It's not whether I want to sell it or not. I'm not saying I do or I don't. But if the dollar value is right, and we can do something very positive for our buildings. When we did the bond back in 2018 and I was on the board, I really felt like I had shortchanged the community because I did not know how old these buildings were getting and how old they were going to be. 20 years, 25 years down the road didn't click with me. And that's where my concern is. This isn't us against them. It's definitely not us against you. Like I said, I'm a Flint kid. I watch General Motors do a lot of destruction in the city. I also watch it do a lot of good financially. That's why a FTE in Flint is still worth more than an FTE is in Swartz Creek, because there was that much more of a tax base in the city of Flint because of General Motors. I don't care what they build there. I can't control it. If you want to blame someone for that, blame Mundy Township. That's not it. But if it's going to come back at $40 million, I can tell you right now, on tape, I'm voting no. because that's not going to build what we need to build. Comes back at 60 or 70, different topic. And I think each of you would understand, everyone has to understand that. Every one of you understand money. And if someone's willing to give you enough money to rebuild something, then that's where we're at. It's like when I say about my house or my car, everything I own is for sale. If my Jeep that's sitting out there right now, you offer me the right amount of money, you can drive out of here with it. I'll go over to the house and get you the title and sign it. Everything is for sale on mine. So, like I say, we didn't vote to sell it. We voted to go back and negotiate with a clear conscience.
So here's my thing. So we're going to counter, right? Is that what everybody's, or are we not talking about this right now?
That would be my intent, yes.
Is to come up with a counter offer right today?
Oh, that's up to the entire board.
Okay, well.
I mean, I'm not saying we have to come up with a dollar value today.
Yeah.
But yes.
Okay.
Currently, the deadline is December 1st for us to respond, Bill, unless we change that.
Well, we've got an idea of what we're going to have to spend, and it's well over $40 million in 3 years. So, I mean, we know we can't them for 40 or 50 million. I don't think the counter offers that thing. It's just another topic we don't want to address. You know, throw a counter offer at them. If they reject it, they reject it.
We're not married to the counter offer.
We are
unless they accept it.
Yeah, then absolutely not. Like, this is no. So why don't we just deny this offer? Have them bring us back something better, because there's a camera. Like, we're live. But
well, they should be listening to the board, because now it's in control of the board, and the public should be happy about that, instead of one person or two people that was in control of before this all started. So everybody should be happy about that. It's done in public now. You have 7 board members that are arguing about it actively. We all have a little bit different opinion. I'm with everybody on the board. I'm not for selling it because it's taxpayers' money, as Jenny said, but I'm not going to say absolutely not if the pie in the sky comes in. But I think that we don't have to say yes, but I want to hear what that person has to say. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a fair assumption. Nobody should get mad at anybody on this board. And it's being done in the public now. Before it wasn't being done. We got thrown a purchase agreement, and they already had a school built. They had the land bought. They had this, they had that, and it made my head spin. So at least you should be glad that it's in the public view now. And I know we've talked about before, it may look like the Keystone Cops up here arguing about it. Well, Jim Kitchen said 100 times, well, not every day everybody comes up and throws $40 million at you to buy a school building. It's supposed to be really surplus buildings. I mean, I think we were supposed to declare it as a surplus building, weren't we, before they even approached us? Is that true, Phil?
No, that's not.
Okay, all right, okay. I mean, but we were actively using the school. No one, usually when people buy a school building, it's been sitting vacant for 2 or 3 years, and they're like, hey, I want to turn this into something. It's not when we have 400 kiddos sitting in the school, and they come up and say, hey, we want to buy it, and by the way, here, we're building it for you. This is where it's going to, and we want you to do it in 2.5 years. I've said this statement before. Somebody put us in a sand trap. That wasn't our fault. We walked in, we were in sand up to our neck. But now it's in the public eye. So I think that's a good thing. And I think my fellow board members are all going to do their due diligence to make a decision that's fair to everyone. But some of the people say, "We're going to sell." No, that's not. That doesn't mean we're going to sell it. Let him see what he says. He's watching us.
Yeah, I have a
he or
question.
she or whoever.
If someone wanted to buy your car out in the parking lot, who's gonna? I mean, I guess the car doesn't really need a purchase and sale agreement, but who's gonna write it? You or the person you're selling it to?
I'm sorry.
If somebody wants to buy your car out of the parking lot, who's gonna write the purchase and sale agreement? You? It's your car, or the person who's buying it from you?
I'm going to give the number. If you got $100,000 and you want to give it to me right now, I'll sell you my Jeep.
Well, how does that normally work? Property sales.
Right.
If I have property, or vice versa, and you want to buy it, Who's gonna write
Well, we cleaned
that cut?
We've got that.
We've cleaned that up some with Phil, apparently.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and again, Autumn, if you're not satisfied with it, highlight what you don't like.
Yeah.
And Phil can change it again.
Okay.
You know, everybody up here should be remotely content with whatever we do.
Yeah, that's
unless you're just, you know, if you don't ever want to sell it, then it doesn't matter what we would do. But
that's what
I do think there's a dollar threshold in it.
Phil, can I ask you to come up again? I would like to go through these bullets now. These are a reflection of the changes that were made as a result of our October 8th meeting. And I know you highlighted some of them, Phil. But, I mean, talk about kicking it down the road. We have before us another purchase and sale agreement. Granted, we've just received it, so this will be something we'll have to talk through. But could you go through the bullets, highlight the changes to remind everybody what it is we talked about last time, to see if there's any changes we would want to make if we were going to counter. And Andrea, you're the only person sitting in this room that I know that has experience in real estate transactions. So I'm going to maybe ask you questions or rely on you to jump in and clarify if we have any questions. But Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, district administration, it wasn't actually the board, asked me to add a provision about requiring Maple and Hill to notify the district of demolition of Moorish and to give the district an opportunity to retrieve or salvage personal property and fixtures on the school building. Obviously, the purchase price was proposed at $40 million. 60 million to 75 million has been discussed by committee. 5 million in escrow is another question. If we want an increased purchase price, do we still want it all up front except for 5 million to be held in escrow and released upon vacation of the building? The deposit. Go ahead.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, we're not going to raise that number.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what
I'm going to let them keep more money.
And that's what I put in the red line agreement that you received today. The deposit amount at $1 million that was originally proposed, but we wanted it to be non-refundable if they backed out of the deal during due diligence. There are exceptions, though. If the district were to breach the agreement in some capacity, that deposit would not be refundable. Escrow, we talked about that. There's going to be escrow fees. I revised the agreement such that Maple and Hill would be responsible for those escrow fees to hold that $5 million balance. Additionally, language was added to require the title company's underwriter to provide legally binding insurances and closing protections in case Sizzle Title goes bankrupt or cannot produce the funds. Last time, October 8th, a concern was raised about Maple and Hill's ability to conduct due diligence, but the board wanted it clear that their due diligence would not interfere with the student operations currently operating on Moorish Elementary School. Pre-closing election, they wanted us to dictate or tell them what we were going to do with, the successor of Moorish and what we were going to do with those students. That language was stricken. We don't have to tell them what we're going to do, at least not before closing, which they proposed as the end of January 23rd, 2026. The leaseback arrangement, yeah, we need to talk about that. I mean, 5 years is what I had heard last time on October 8th. How long do we want to be in that building after closing? Property insurance, we talked about that. SETSEC does not normally insure buildings that aren't owned by the school, so the school will have to find another way to insure the building, whether it's through a private insurance carrier or have Maple and Hill obtain insurance and the district reimburse them. Closing cost, the board on October 8th had wanted the district to be made whole for legal fees and consultant fees. So that was added to the closing cost to put on Maple and Hill. And I also added, a piece about environmental issues, the liability, if any, to be transferred to Maple and Hill upon closing.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay. I'm only on page 2, but under 2.02 funding contingency, should any should any portion of the purchase price become unavailable from the Michigan Strategic Fund for any reason after closing, seller may retain any and all amounts received, and seller shall deed the property back to the seller. Mine says, and seller shall deed the
that's a
property
mistake.
back.
It should say, the purchaser shall deed the property back to the seller. Yeah, good catch. But that's not really going to happen because the money's going to be paid at closing, and then $5 million is going to be held
I'm
in
not
escrow.
making any assumptions.
Sure.
Okay.
But I think that's a contingency that they have to have in their purchase agreements for handing out grant money. But I wouldn't put too much stock into that.
I still don't want it. Yeah. Sloppy. I don't.
Why rush it?
Yeah. Okay. And then these due diligence materials, sorry, I'm just scanning it. Create, okay, that are not already in the sellers. Okay.
Well, while Autumn's going through that, Phil, I want to make sure I heard you right. So if they gave us, let's just say we did sell for 40 million, which we're not. But if they gave us 35 million, if they gave us X amount of dollars and the state runs out of money, then we get to keep what they already gave us. Oh,
yeah, that's what I proposed. Yes,
that's a good one. Okay, so it's okay. That's good. You propose that.
Yes.
We talked about that at the last meeting.
Did we?
Their deposit initially with acceptance.
Not the $1 million. I'm talking about what was their first payment? The full 35 million?
Yeah.
Yes.
Million, then 35 million. And then they'd have to come up with the full 40 because the 5 would go to escrow or whatever it is.
They have to bring all of that money to the table to close.
Got it. All right.
There would be no money.
That's what I thought I heard him say is that they gave us X amount of dollars. They ran out of money for some reason. They didn't get the money from the state. And then.
Yeah, it would really only be that $1 million deposit.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
In that situation.
Purchaser's right to inspect. Sorry. Okay.
I'd like to get a $10 million deposit because I don't think the state's going to give me money. We'll go take $10 million
So Phil,
and redo Moore's all up nice for the kids.
It's been brought up a couple of times that this is a government building and government buying the building. Are we at risk? Is that a conflict of interest? Have you looked into the legalities of this whole transaction?
Well, the purchaser that's why they do it that way. Maple and Hill is a shell. So it's not a government to government transaction.
Government gives them the shell. The shell gives us the money.
Yeah, we're not. This agreement isn't with the state.
Yeah, we sell it to Maple Hill.
I'm just bring it up that we're selling this public entity and that we shouldn't be selling a public entity.
Maple and Hill is a private entity.
Right. No,
according to the agreement.
Our building being a public building that we shouldn't be selling. I've heard it mentioned a couple of times that we shouldn't be selling this building because it's the taxpayers' building.
Right.
No, municipalities and schools.
Thank you. I just wanted you to clarify
trade property
that.
all the time.
Thank
you.
Well, their concept is right though. They're using taxpayers' money, giving it to Shell, just like he said to give it to us.
Right.
That's morally wrong. But
it's been brought up a few times. I wanted him to clarify it. Thank you.
So, okay, based on those changes, which reflect what we discussed last time, and some of the things that you recommended that we include, does anybody have any objection to giving Jim the authority to go back to Tyler's group and have the conversation about what we're proposing here?
Okay, but is that going to be a counter that we're going to be married to then?
No.
Yeah. Right.
Not if we were giving him the authority to negotiate to take back this
No, I
contract
don't.
and read through it. And they would still have to bring it back to us for us to accept it. But he could say, hey, 40 million isn't going to work. Bring us back. The $40 million isn't going to work. Read through these changes and bring us back a better offer. And they've got to make any change. I'm talking. I'm sorry. Jim could take this contract that's been read out and say, here's the changes we have, and we need a better offer.
Okay, so if they give us a better offer, we can take it or leave it.
Right, because we haven't still voted on it.
Okay, because I just didn't want to be like have them come back and say this is our offer, and we're just
They might come back and say 40 million is it, and then we vote on 40 million.
Yeah.
Here's my thing.
That's why we have.
Why wouldn't we just vote on the proposal as it is right now? And they can do what they want with that. And Jim can still negotiate. But right now, there's no, then there, I mean, depending on how the vote goes, if it goes through, I guess that's crappy. But if not, then it's like a clean slate. We give him parameters to go negotiate back. We don't have this hanging over our heads.
So you're saying we wasted our time on October 8th and Phil's time and has cost us additional.
We should have voted on it, and I've said that multiple times. It was on the agenda to be voted on, and for some reason, it didn't get voted on. So
She did ask that. Now, back to Ken's motion, he said that there was 5 board members that said that we would consider something, right? That was a yes vote, right? But we still can just tell them no on this. That means we're not interested in 40 million because we already know it's going to cost us more than 40 million to even start. So that's being not quite negotiating right. So I'm not opposed to saying no. Let him come with a more offer. Yeah, he's listening to this. I think this group is not willing to take $40 million. We already know it's going to cost more than 40 million. And Phil, you have the 2 to 3 million in there for the back bond payment? Because we owe people money because we took taxpayers' money, put it in that building that we still owe bond money on. Where's that money at?
Yeah, about 2.6 million.
Yeah, 3 million. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Where's that at?
I put it in the 60 million counter, but
okay,
the board's not made any decision on that.
That's why we kept saying we had to have more money.
Right, just for the 3
That's
months.
Right.
I think when you made that motion, Ken, maybe the language should not have been intent. Maybe it should have been consider. Because,
yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying,
So I think we're like right now we have. So I see 3 options. We just flat out say no and let them come back with whatever they decide they come back with after listening to our recordings.
I'm good for that.
We authorize. We give Jim this document that Phil's already worked on and said, okay, these are our rough guidelines. Talk to him. See where he wants to budge, where he won't budge. Or 3, we use this as a counter offer. I think that those are our 3 options. Does anybody? Am I missing anything?
Number 2 is what I was trying to say. Is like we need them to see this. If we say no, then this is garbage. And again, we've wasted time and money. Jim gives this
discretion on what to go back.
Right.
So we just have to decide what we want to do. Do we just want to say flat out no?
Yeah.
Do we want to say, Jim, go talk to him using this as a template, or do we want to say, let's do a counter offer?
it wasn't. Was this is this the first time this has been? Okay. So this is the first time we had to read their the edits, I guess, of this agreement.
The amendment.
And now you want me to say
no, we're not.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim, and go back and say here's our counter offer, and I haven't even read the counter offer.
Yeah, that's just one option. I'm not saying it's a good option. I'm just saying that's an option.
It's to take this to them so they could read it as well.
Oh, cool. They have this. Okay.
Right. They have to read it as well.
Okay.
And probably take to their attorneys. We're gonna read. Then they're gonna scratch out what they don't like.
But you're assuming when you say that, just to be clear.
And then Jim can say, "Hey, we also need more money. We've already authorized him to negotiate. Doesn't mean it's a done deal. He can just tell them."
Yeah,
we need it to be
Can I ask
more money.
So you want me to vote for him to negotiate with it, but I haven't even read it.
Who goes in with Jim? Jim, who are you taking with you?
You guys approve Phil to go with me.
And who else?
It would just be us at this point.
I nominate Ken Engel to sit on that.
And then it would come back to the board for
Yes,
yeah,
right.
an approval.
Yeah, no. No.
All right, Jenny, you had the semblance of a motion. And if you'd like to narrow that down so that we can.
Well, like I
act
said,
on it.
I think we had three options. I personally would not accept the one where we just take this and say, here's your counter offer. I don't know that if anybody had any, did anybody like that option? That doesn't sound like it. Okay. So to me, it seems like we have two options. Either we use this as a framework and give this to Jim and or another person to go with Jim to take this to Tyler and say, this is what we have the appetite for. What do you think? And kind of go back and forth. Right. Or we just flat out just say no and let them come back with whatever they say. So I guess I'll make a motion that we use this document that Phil's provided with us to give Jim authorization to talk to Tyler and try to find a middle ground between them and our proposal that he would then bring back to us to review, vote on, etc.
And remember, you guys would be CC'd on all communications with the GIA.
Do we have, sorry.
And being that there's a current offer out there, should we just formally reject it?
That's what I was saying. Let them start over.
Formally reject it, and this is what
That's what I said an hour ago. That we should.
Yeah,
that we
and
should,
here's how you can start negotiations
Okay.
now.
But we could
first
counter.
reject it.
I don't know if they get to a point where they've found something that they
Well, we
agree
are-
with. We could just counter rather than reject it.
Well, then
I don't know
then
is
we-
there any difference, Andrea, between rejecting it and then starting over or doing a counter offer? Is there any benefit or drawback to either of those?
Well, rejection is just a straight up rejection. They can start from scratch. I just think they need to see this so they know what our attorneys have said. So this needs to be part of a new offer, whether it's a counter offer or not. But this needs to be part of it. Saying, hey, here's the language. How do you feel about this language? And then we can negotiate price.
Okay.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, rejection is one option, but if you counter implies a rejection too. So you can do rejection and nothing or
Okay.
reject and counter.
All right, so I'll change my motion. So my motion is that we reject their offer, that we use this framework that Phil's developed, that we've kind of worked through a little bit. We give this to Jim and somebody else to negotiate back with Tyler for them to come back with another offer if they feel comfortable, with the terms or whatever. So that's my motion, that we reject the current offer and we authorize Jim to use this as a framework for negotiating with Tyler's group.
Do we have support for that?
I would like to kind of configure that because I would like to go back to the original motion that we were supposed to vote on last month about accepting the approval of the offer where, you know what I mean? So yeah.
Well, this would just reject their offer. If you say yes to this, we reject their offer.
Right.
So that's my.
Yeah. Okay.
So do we have a second?
Yes.
Kim? And
Support.
any comments or questions? Okay,
So reject their offer and take this new purchase agreement as a framework for Jim to negotiate.
Subject to board approval. Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
to negotiate, so that,
countering a price
to come up with for them to create a new proposal for the board to review.
A new proposal and price.
A new proposal,
No,
purchasing proposal.
Yeah. Right. Subject to board approval.
but I'm sorry, there's a conversation about whether that includes price. The whole framework is what you were intending? I'm just trying to clarify.
That was what my understanding was, is that this document would be used as the starting point for Jim to take to them to share, the relevant parts with them. And then for them to negotiate whatever they,
And he's
whatever
telling them we're turning down 40 million.
Yes.
So are you still okay with that, Kim? Okay, all right. No other comments or questions? Sue, you know what to do.
Yeah.
And-
Okay.
Can we reread it?
Yes, read the
Sorry.
motion, please.
Okay. You want to reject their offer and take the new purchase agreement prepared by Phil as a framework and for Jim to negotiate for a new proposal subject to board approval.
I still think we should break this up into two different ones. But okay. Thanks. Okay.
Okay, ready?
Mhm.
All right. Carrie,
Yes.
Chuck,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Autumn,
Yes.
Jenny,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Andrea.
Yes.
7 yes.
All right.
Thank you.
So let's go.
So Jim, you have your walking papers with the real papers. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Phil, for preparing this.
Phil, thank you.
Stop his time for the night.
Yeah, can we go take a bathroom break?
Yeah, can we take a bathroom break, Carrie?
Yes, please. And then we'll talk about policies. And the most exciting thing on the agenda tonight, overnight field trip, Mr. Love.
Oh, you're on there.
Yes. I know.
Overnight tonight. Not now. We're taking a potty break. Oh. It's an overnight for you tonight. This is your overnight.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for allowing the break. Next on our agenda, we have a robust conversation about the new superintendent's salary. That we need to provide a range for the superintendent's salary that will go into the profile that's distributed to the folks who might be interested.
I'm sorry, did you just say it needed to be a range?
It needs to be a range of a salary that will be then posted with the employment opportunity to give potential candidates an idea of what their salary or their earning opportunity is.
I'd start with 155 to 65, 165. We have to give a range. I would just assume we gave a flat rate.
Yeah.
That again, and that's I'm being me. I'm not always a pleasant individual, but she, whatever her name was up there, was dictating everything we're going to do. Well, she's not going to dictate what we're going to do. We're the board. We've hired her. It's just like I said to the attorney. We hired him. He can do what we want or what we ask. And I didn't even call the woman back. She irritated me so bad. So I don't, I have no intent of, maybe the other 60 will, but I have no intent of paying these people's travel fees and overnight stays and overpaying a superintendent, because you know exactly what's going to happen when we hire someone. Their salary is going to do nothing but go up. So I'm not starting high just to keep going up.
Right. I agree with that, except for the part where you're giving them the range. Like, I don't.
Well, if you got to have a range, if we have to have a range, go low and go to what you want to top out at. I mean, that would be my attitude with that.
So I'd just like to mention that the group that we chose to do this search provided us with background information from similarly sized districts in our area, and then some that are outside of the area. The base salaries ranged from $152,000 in Flushing plus extras. There's other money that they can be paid or earned, up to $184,000 in Fenton. And then that number, that was a base salary. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that's $22.23. And then the base salary would go up a percentage, like 3% a year.
Yeah, we already have that table though. I thought where ours doesn't go up 3% a year, right? And I don't. Again, that was in my board packet last time, I think. But
our current, I don't know this is a salary schedule, Jim, that's required by schools to have. Yes, the groupings, and the superintendent base for us starts at step 1, which is dictated by the number of years that they've been in an administrator role. It goes from $168,000 to $171,500 to $175,000 to $178,000 to $181,000 to $184,350 to $187,576 currently.
So that goes up annually, right? So there's like 7 steps, if I remember right, or were there 6 steps on that chart?
7.
Okay. So why wouldn't we just start them at our base, depending on the year, and that's the number we give them? Yeah.
Where did this document come from?
This was from the company that we've hired Ray and Associates.
This is from them?
No, that's our document for our superintendent.
But it's in their packet. It is our document. We have a document from them that lists the I guess surrounding, and then there's one that they have from our schedule.
But my question is, where did this document come from?
This was
That's ours.
yes. So
That's
this was created in house. This is our current what we use. This is the current salary scale, and it came out a result of a lawsuit that was filed Batista versus the state of Michigan Retirement Services, because they basically are forcing groups. If you have one superintendent or one person that's by themselves within a district, they try to push you back when you go to retirement services to the next bargaining group. And so the recommendation from MASA after this lawsuit was to create a grouping. And so this was the response to that.
But we created this.
Mm-hmm. That's the salary schedule that we had, and it was. Yes.
Okay, well, we can recreate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, it's our document. Yeah. I see no reason to start someone off with $168,000.
Same.
That's why they ask for a range, like low end, if it's someone who's no experience, and high end if someone came here with 10 years experience.
So, for example, $168,000 to $187,576 would be a current range that we could give them.
No, because they top out at 187,576 right now.
Starting at any of that rate.
Yeah. What?
Is it required to give this? I mean, like I haven't worked in education, but I know in other sectors you don't always get a range when you apply for a job. Not all job postings have job ranges. So do we need to do this, or can we just wait and see what the candidates' experience levels are, and then just kind of make an offer based on that?
Well, you want to post it. You want the posting. You want to see what they're stepping into.
But not all job postings. You go out on a normal job site. Not all jobs. Some do, but not all do. So is it requirement that we have a range on there?
I
think you get better
Jenna,
quality.
I think it attracts better people. I'm not so
Okay.
opposed to giving a range. I don't like the high range that Ms. Carey said, but I do believe in giving a range, something fair. And then I base it on this. If he or she comes in and does a great job, then it's the board's prerogative to give him a nice raise. You're like, hey, listen, this person is outstanding for this district. It's what we want. We don't have to do that. We can, if stop me if I'm wrong, Jim, we can give him a $10,000 a year raise the first year or a $15,000 raise. But you don't want the range to be so low that you don't attract somebody that is unattractive for our district. And I like people to prove themselves to me. So I don't mind starting at 155 to 165-ish, 169-ish thing, and tell that person that very liberal raises will be given based on performance. I think that's fair to us. It's fair to the district to attract people. And although Ken said it, it's just you start them at 187, then before long they'll be making $200,000.
Mm-hmm.
And who the heck makes $200,000 in Genesee County, Michigan, except officials like that? And I'm not even opposed to doing that if the person's outstanding. I think the public would agree to that. We had an outstanding person. So you guys do what you want, but I'm okay with Ken's 155 to 169-ish based on experience, and then raises. I don't know if do we have to set a schedule? We say 3% or more.
No,
and just leave it at that.
One, like, look, 0 to 4 years, you get 0. 5 to 9, you get 1.
I don't think that's fair.
Here's one of the things you have to take into consideration. Before a particular individual retired from the ISD, that person was making $292,000 a year. That was not their benefit package. They were the third highest paid superintendent in the state when they left. So don't tell me that this can't get out of control. Because when you have someone in Genesee County over the ISD that's the third highest paid person in the state of Michigan at that position, think about the school districts in this state that are much larger than
Genesee County?
Well, we're at 450,000 people. Kent County, Macomb County, both sitting at about $1 million. Outpriced them. Wayne County's 1.6 million. Outpriced them. And Oakland County, where probably there's more money than anywhere, is sitting at 1.2 million. Yet this individual was the third highest paid person in the state for for any superintendent, not just ISDs. So don't think this can't get out of control. You have someone walk in here and they fit the bill for $184,000. You will be paying them $200,000.
I didn't say I agree with you.
I understand, but I want everyone I want everyone else to understand. Right now, and this has nothing to do with anything, but it does. In this county, we probably are floating around number 3 with our pay for administrators. Think of the other school districts in this county, and we're floating around number 3 or 4. So, you've just paid 2 superintendents, and you're in the bottom 3 in this county for reading and mathematics. So obviously, if money is what makes everything go around, then we missed the boat. So I'm not going to get caught up in the cost of this. And then that's the very same person that's going to come in and want to argue on giving teachers raises while they're making $184,000 a year.
Well, then is a range acceptable? What you said, 155 to 165.
I would be content with that, but I mean, I'm not even really content with 165. I'd like to give a flat rate, but
do we have to change this whole thing because this is
No, I would start it at 168, step 1. If they come in, it doesn't say that that's just to post the job, right? And I don't really want to say it.
What, just a one flat rate?
But yeah, at 168, step 1. If you come in and you have 10 years experience, okay, then we approve their contract, right? And that contract may or may not have 168 in it. But at least it's no less than 168.
So I've had conversations with Ray and Associates about this, and they highly recommend a range just to get people to look at us as an option. And if we don't do that, I'm afraid we'll be back to square one.
I move that our range is 150 to 168.
I would second that.
Just one little tidbit. Ray and Associates should be very thankful they still even are doing this. Because the illegal person who's a superintendent in Iowa that they did the background check on is so
that was part of my conversation with her.
What they have an opinion of doesn't set much with me. They should just be lucky that they're still even doing it. So
maybe they'll do a better job for us.
I mean, when I want her opinion, I'll give it to her.
Maybe they'll do a better job for us. Sometimes people slip underneath the cracks.
When she sat here the other day on that TV screen back there and she wanted to tell me how she did a background check, well, she obviously didn't do a very damn good one. Because she had an illegal alien hired as a superintendent in Iowa making big money.
Oh, that's the one? That's when you sent me that video of?
Yeah, might not have been the one to do that in their whole place, though.
She bragged on how great they do background checks. That was her words. We do background checks. Well, I think she missed one. That the person wasn't even a U.S. citizen. That's a big one. How many other people here aren't U.S. citizens that we employ? None. So I really don't care what she has to say about anything. Or her 2 associates.
All right,
okay, let's get back to the thing at hand. How much? There's a motion on the floor.
150 to 168.
And I believe Kim seconded it, Carrie?
Yes, you're right,
Okay.
Kim. You said yes.
Discussion on the
Any
motion.
other comments or questions beyond what we just had?
Yeah, what would that do to the chart? Oh, I get it. I get it. Just kidding.
We're going to
I'm
make the
good.
chart, and then we can give them a raise if we want. They do
Yeah.
great. I
Okay.
think that's
Can
fair.
Carrie, you had the rates for the area districts. Can you read those again?
Sure.
For Fenton, the base salary for, well, that's estimated for this year is 2,001,947. The base salary that's listed on this chart.
201,000?
Yes. Base salary for 22-23 was 184,810, and you can add an approximate 3% to each of these. That was now Flushing was 152,416, and they are currently at 116,549. Lake Fenton is 168,563, and currently at 181,193. Davison, which is the largest school that's listed for comparison at 5,680 students, is 170,368 base and currently at 186,166. Goodrich is 168,522 and currently at 184,149.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
We're in a good range for a starting person with a few years' experience as a superintendent. We can always move them up.
And
That's my comment.
they may want to negotiate up based on their experience.
Well, if they come in and they knock our socks off, and we think that, I think that this board's flexible to do that, to bring in good people to help us out.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, Sue? If not, you can do roll call, please.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
No.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Jenny Walgast?
Yes.
All right.
6 yes.
Thank you very much.
And just really quick, so it doesn't look a bad appearance, I'm leaving. I'm not mad. I'm driving to Traverse City tonight. So, thank you.
Watch the deer.
Yeah.
All right. And just as a reminder, we have a meeting with Ray and Associates next Thursday to discuss the profile that will be used to recruit people for us. And next thing on our agenda is the first reading of October 10th, 2025 policy updates and policy 3209. Dave?
It's a much shorter one than the second read that is going for approval here later on. So just changes in ESTA attachment within the policy and some designations about the year for the ESTA benefit year. Currently in our policy, we have the year designated as July 1 to June 30th, and we're submitting that we start the benefit year January 1st to December 31st. So those changes are in the back there. If you want to take a look at them, what we're recommending.
Did we send out 3118? Number 1, CV. The body parts comment.
Oh, no,
Were we going to ask the Trune about that?
we
briefly
can.
Yeah.
We can.
So it wasn't if, I touched Chuck's arm, that's a body part. I mean, I know that's what they put in there in red as law, but let me double check with them and just ask if we could maybe make it say private body parts.
Sure.
Yeah, I see. I'm reading it.
Let's just say
Purpose of sexual degradation, sexual gratification, sexual humiliation. I mean,
He doesn't work, or do we need Ken
No.
Taylor should actually have the subcommittee meeting. That maybe
What happens if some guy grabs a girl by her arms and pulls her close to him?
Yeah.
That to me is a sexual thing. I don't want kids doing that unless it's. But I don't know.
kind of questioned it at the last meeting, and so
What was his? Oh, he's
of
left.
course,
Sexual humiliation. I don't have a problem.
yes, it's without their consent. Okay,
Every incident's going to be different. I think that.
that was the only thing really wrong with the policy that was debated. So yeah,
I mean, Dave, just your opinion. You being an ex-high school principal, and Jim. I mean, you guys have a little bit of leeway with this, but better be a little bit stricter and then come down and not having enough and not being able to go up.
As I look at this, I understand what Ken's saying, and the description in the from Troon was that this was going based on FBI definitions, and that's where Ken said, "Well, I don't care what FBI, you know, and I get it." So he said, "I care about what MCL says,"
Yeah,
but
he's right. MCL is what we have. That's
Right.
a Bible.
Right.
Michigan compiled laws.
But this is more general and discusses the intent, where they crossed out private body parts of another person. It also brings in more description than used to be in there in terms of the intent, which lends itself to I think greater flexibility in terms of deciding what was the intent in that interaction versus whether or not they touched a certain part of the body.
Well, it says sexual humiliation, so
Right.
making
So-
motions to do something
Right.
to a
Right.
boy or girl, I'm okay with all this. Are you? Well,
As I read it, I thought it gave more opportunity to educate and to understand what was the intent in that particular instance. So versus having somebody be able to say, "Well, I didn't touch them there, so you can't do anything about it."
So it's a first read, so
Right.
everyone can take it home and look it over and email.
I just
Dave, if
with the
there's
parents that have been coming into these and speaking at board meetings about what happens when their kids are inappropriately touched at school.
Well, this is good for them. It's an enforcement problem.
Well, it
if
leaves it
if
up-
they're bringing their kids and principals or teachers or counselors or deputy superintendents are doing anything, that's not a policy. That's an enforcement problem.
Right.
So we have to make sure that we enforce our policies.
Right. That
So I'm okay with this.
Okay. Thank
But
Just read
do you want me to double back and ask them and get more clarification on that, or?
Oh, I think we're good. I just wanted to bring it up because it was
Okay.
brought. That was the one thing that was brought up by Ken at the subcommittee meeting.
Does
but-
he want this or not?
No, he just questioned it, and David said that it was with the FBI.
How do you feel, Jenny? You have teenage kids and
Makes
Jim.
sense. Okay.
Okay.
Then the last part there is Ken's addendum on the debit and credit cards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
So it just reflects the changes that he had requested, and I believe you'll see those there. I don't need to go in detail on
Yep.
those, but go ahead and take a look. There's your first read.
I make a motion that we accept the first read of these schedule changes in our policies and procedures.
We don't have to.
Where
do
does
that,
the
right?
credit
We don't
card
have
say-
to.
Oh.
Where's the credit card?
We have-
Well,
we
okay,
have-
we don't have to, but okay, then I'll make suggestions. Anybody has any changes, please submit them to Andrea before the second meeting. So when we read them, we'll be
can
clear.
talk
We don't
about
have
them
to
at
argue
some
about
point.
it.
For sure. Thank you.
Okay. So underline what you don't like.
Yeah.
And then we'll get with Andrea.
That's fine. I
See.
just want to make sure that
Anything
there's
else, Dave?
discipline for-
Yeah.
No? We're good.
I
Okay,
don't want
great.
an investigation to happen and nothing come up.
All right, now on to board action items.
Well, we skipped SCA plans, so let's move on to Mr. Love
Yes.
right
Mr.
away.
Love. The overnight field trip for the thespians in Lansing.
Yes.
When
yeah.
is your trip?
December 12th and 13th.
So not September 24th, or is it the date that you turned it in?
That's the date I turned it in.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep.
Thank you. I was looking for the other date.
Yeah. It's a great opportunity. Thespian Festival. We take a bunch of our theater kids down. They get to do a bunch of workshops, see a couple great performances. And this year we're actually hoping to take 7 acts to actually perform and get adjudicated. So we had auditions for that this week, and pending approval tonight, then we'll submit that and be good to go.
I move that we accept his
Support.
trip for the 5th time, Mr. Love, you're a brave man.
All right, and I think Chuck, you said
Oh yeah, of
support?
course. She beat me too.
All
She always
right.
does a good job. So it's
Okay,
good.
thank you. Any comments or questions? Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the overnight field trip to the Michigan Thespian Festival in Lansing from December 12th, 2025 through December 13th, 2025 as presented. And my apologies for not moving you up on the agenda. You're such a
It's okay.
patient guy.
I have public comments, so I'm gonna hang around.
Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Absolutely, yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Depends on his comments. But
No, they're gonna be good.
Jeremy, I'm just messing with you. You said it long enough. You can say whatever you want. Yes. of course.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast, yes, Andrea Fick, yes, 6 yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, everybody.
Have fun.
Have fun. Be careful with the kids.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, sure.
The acts that you're taking down, are this like little sniglets or?
Yeah, so there's different categories that they can apply for. There'll be like, we're going to take a musical theater ensemble, we're going to take 2 musical theater duos, we're going to take an acting monologue, and then 2 solos.
Oh.
So, and they get feedback from like professionals and just how to help inform and improve their craft. So, yeah.
They're 10 to 15 students, Jeremy. You choose them.
No, it's all they get to go if they just want to go. Yeah.
So it's 15 max if they all want to go. Is that?
I just put that limit because that's how much interest I got.
Okay.
But we could go up to 100.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Whole paper would have to change.
All right. Next, we have the approval of summer tax resolution. I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Chuck?
Support.
Andrea, any other comments or questions? Hearing none, Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Autumn Henry,
Yeah.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Andrea Fick, yes, Kim Winter,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
Can I just withhold because I haven't had a chance to read it? I'm sure it's fine, but it won't affect the vote. I just don't feel comfortable saying yes without
Sure.
keep reading it.
You can abstain.
Abstain. Okay, thanks.
All right,
Aye,
thank
yes.
you. Motion passes, thank you. Next, the approval of intervention materials. This is what I referred to in my academic achievement report, the purchase of some intervention materials with some different grant money. And you have the proposals in your packet that support materials or programs that we've already invested in, correct, Jim? And if we have questions, Michelle is in the building. She can answer them.
Can we approve these one at a time? Or, I mean, this is a lot of stuff to get handed to me tonight, to read tonight, to vote on tonight.
So you're asking to do them separately?
Or
D and
Yes.
D is 2 parts, so we can do 2 different motions.
Do we need to purchase them right now? I guess maybe is what you're asking.
Yeah, I
Do we
just
table them until next
do
meeting?
you like me to? I feel like we should.
Thank you,
answer that
Michelle.
question.
I didn't know if you were
Yeah, I'm
in here.
No, well, the question was more so for Carrie. This is the first time I've seen it, and I don't feel comfortable voting on it.
Do we have to do these tonight, or can we do them next month? Would it?
Well, if I could explain.
Yes.
This is why we, take things to the committees. Some districts, just for thought, is they have 2 board meetings where the whole board's there. One's called a working board meeting where they would talk about these things, and then the next board meeting is their business board meeting, and then they vote on them. And then you don't have to worry about committees, and you don't have to worry about the fact that you weren't part of the discussion and all of those things. But that's just for future reference, because I understand, Autumn, your concerns. The concerns here are there's 2 proposals. So the one is for the middle school intervention materials. They're being paid for by the competitive grant that we wrote, 35N. And this was part of the proposal that won this grant money for our district. If we decide not to, if the board doesn't allow this purchase, I fear we would have to give the $178,000 back to the state because we'd be unable to fulfill our proposal that we made to get this money. to do this program. So that would be my fear. The other fear is if you can table it and we can wait another month, but that's month. Then we still have to get the materials in the district. We have to get our teachers trained because this also includes training. And so kids aren't going to see this until second semester. And it is a competitive grant. We have to report on our results. So our results aren't going to be as likely to win a second year of the grant if we don't purchase them now. I would have brought them in September, but by the time we got notified that we won the grant and what our state budget was and all that stuff, it was too late for September's meeting. So I already feel kind of behind on this whole thing on behalf of the middle school. The elementary literacy intervention materials are coming from a need with our teachers. This is the program that aligns to our Tier 1 reading materials. And what we found is when our teachers tested kids in the fall with all of our NWA and our different tests and assessments, there are some kids that are so far below grade level that they need not the Tier 1 materials that are for the grade level, but they need materials that are for a grade or two below. And these intervention materials are specifically designed to close the gap and have kids grow like 2 years growth in 1 year's time, so that we can quickly close that gap. So that's the reason. I mean, certainly we can table this and you guys can think about it more or hear from our teachers that really are asking for and want and need these materials. But again, this is being paid for through at-risk grant monies, and these kids are definitely at risk. So that's
and I
why
did look them over, and
Yeah.
I couldn't stay for your presentation last week, but thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, one of them
Make a
does say it has an expiration date, though.
Yeah.
The one for the middle school says it expires on October 31st.
The proposal, I'm sure I could get the company to extend that, but again, that's the one that's a competitive grant, and we'd be a month further behind on.
Yeah, that's good, Michelle. Thank you. I'm going to
Thanks.
make a motion that we support this, both of them.
Thank you,
Or
Chuck.
I've read any of it.
Support. Andrea, any comments or questions?
When we have in the classroom, Michelle.
I'm sorry?
When we have it actually in the classroom. I'm sorry, I thought you were still saying.
Oh, I'm okay. If we approve it tonight, we'll order it tomorrow, and I hope I can get the materials within a couple of weeks.
Okay, I'm going to hold you one thing accountable, though. He says you can get some of these kids up 2 years in 1 year.
Uh-huh. I'll bring you the data.
I really want to see it. We need to get these kids up. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So let's start with the approval of the elementary literacy intervention materials. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the quote for intervention materials from Collaborative Literacy for $64,550. This purchase for intervention materials to provide literacy intervention to students in grades K through 5 it will be funded with 31A at-risk grant funds. Sue, can you do a roll call, please?
Andrea?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Chuck?
Yes.
Autumn?
No.
Kim?
Yes.
Jenny?
Yes.
That's 5 yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Next, we have the approval of HMH Read 180 purchase. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the quote for intervention materials and training from EMH Education Company for $54,716.31. Our allocated Section 35N grant funds will fund all of this purchase. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Jenny Walgast?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Shoot. That's for the policy that we didn't. What? The second read one.
We're on the education.
Middle school. What is this?
Yeah,
Oh,
we'd split it up with you.
okay, then no. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, no.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Not okay.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
5 yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you very much again, Michelle. We look forward to hearing the progress that the staff and students are making.
Yeah. And I just need more time with that kind of stuff because I generally have questions and I'm tired of kicking myself because I'm not given time to come up with those questions. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving on, we have the approval of DEEK bid awards. These are what Chuck reported on earlier. I would entertain a motion for their approval.
So moved.
Is there support?
Support.
Okay. Any comments or questions?
I do. Jamie was going to ask how long we had to respond to see if we did have to vote on this particular matter tonight or if we would have some time. Did she respond or did she get that information to anybody?
Not to me. Thank you for bringing that up, Jen.
Okay, because I don't feel comfortable until we have an idea. I mean, I know we have a rough idea about what we would do if we were going to do more expansion at DEEK with not destroying all of this. But until we have a firm grasp, or either we aren't touching DEEK, or we can absolutely do what we need to at DEEK without undoing all of this, I don't feel comfortable voting for this.
I understand. I perfectly understand. I talked to Bill. I think that I just talked to him before the meeting, and he said there was some room to. I think that
temporary easement.
Yeah,
On the
I
north
think.
side?
Yeah, on the north side, and I think that Suzanne. I always forget her name. I'm sorry, Suzanne from French. Said that there was. I think there's only 15 to 20 feet on the north side, and we may have to get a little stipulation from the homeowner next to us. But it's all open field. So, but I understand your concern. I know if we wait too long, these prices will probably go up, and we'll lose the bid, and then we'll be spending more money. We're in a pickle, and we're fighting so much over Morris. Who knows what's even going to happen with that? So I would just prefer to move on.
So I'm just going to mention these are broken into two separate
Yes.
resolutions. The one that we're looking at first will be DEEK Elementary.
Yep.
Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the following recommended contractors: RCI Electrical Contracting, Inc., L. Zeller and Sons Excavating, Inc., Asphalt Specialist, LLC, and Gross Construction, Inc. for the DEEK Elementary Site Work Renovation Project with a total cost not to exceed $1,533,890 to be funded from the 2025 bond funds as presented.
So the titles look like they're mixed up for this because it says playground equipment and then it has all the text for the site, the parking lot. And then the next one says site work, but it has the information for the playground. So I just want to clarify that we are currently voting on the pavement in the parking lot. Okay.
Let me read that one to clarify. So be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the following recommended contractor: Game Time for the DEEK Elementary Playground Equipment Project with a total cost not to exceed $287,600 to be funded from the 2025 bond funds as presented. And thank you for pointing out that exchange, Jenny.
So which one are we doing first?
Let's go with that one first.
The
because
playground one is first.
Description
Okay.
on the agenda will match at the purchase for the approval of the DEEK bid awards.
Okay, so this is the
The site
playground.
work.
Or wait,
Site work.
Site work is first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Ready? Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
No.
Autumn Henry.
No.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
So that would be 4 yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Going back to the elementary playground equipment. I read that resolution. Was your motion all encompassing? Chuck?
Yes.
Okay.
Andrea?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Chuck?
Yes.
Autumn?
Yes.
Jenny?
Yes.
And Kim?
Yes.
All right. 6 yes.
All right, thank you. Next, we have the approval of the purchase of 2 trucks, badly needed trucks with plows. That's my advertisement for Bill, in case he asks.
I have a question about this. How much are these trucks? How much do these trucks cost?
They're, go ahead, Jim. They're about 45,000 a piece for the
Okay.
trucks.
All right. So, I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, would it be cheaper for the district to just have a contract with somebody to come and remove our snow?
I don't know that answer. It's a great question.
Well, these trucks are from 2007 and 2010.
But these are
So
the everyday trucks. These aren't just
No.
to plow snow.
Well, they're
These are
everyday
low-
trucks and they're used to plow snow, I
Right.
think.
Well,
They
I thought
use them for
these-
both.
I
And
thought these
salt.
ones had the plows installed on them. I thought that these were only for
you take plows on and off your truck.
They take them off in the summer and still use them for other things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the ones we were going to buy, you could take the plows off of them?
No, that's a great, no, I think she's asking the old ones. Is that what you're saying, Kim? No, the old plows, according to Bill, I haven't went out and looked at them,
Mhm.
are pretty rotted and beat up. They're 15, 16 years old. So, I don't know a lot about plowing. I know a
One's
little bit.
18 years old.
Yeah, 18. It was in 2007. I'm going from memory in 2010. So that stuff really isn't really transferable to a new truck. And I think the plows were about 8,900 a piece. So we're at 9 and 9. And that's why I came out to about 107 or 108 I put in there, not to exceed. I don't want to spend the money neither, but if they last us 15, 16 years,
Yeah, I just wondered if the district had ever.
I think what we need to do is look into that in the future and see, because you got to consider overtime. You have to consider they do need some trucks, so regardless, maintenance does.
Right. You're
So
talking
if they weren't
$1,000.
yeah, if you're not talking
Plow
plows and they're moving the salt spreaders, I know over, but
So the trucks that we're going to buy, do those have a permanent plow attached to them, or can it be removed?
it can be removed.
Okay, I'm okay with that then.
Okay, do I have a motion for
I
the
make a motion that we
trucks?
purchase the 2 new trucks with 2 new plows.
Any support?
Support.
Comments or questions? Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the purchase of 2 trucks with plows for $106,690 to be funded from the Public Improvement Fund, and the proposed sale of a 2007 maintenance truck with plow, sale price $2,500, and a 2010 maintenance truck with plow, sale price $3,500 as presented. So can you do roll call, please?
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Ken Engel? Oh, sorry. Autumn Henry?
Yes.
Jenny Wagas? Yes. Chuck Bucky?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. You're welcome, Bill. Let's see. The approval of the Troon, second reading and approval of Troon policy updates June 1st, 2025 and July 25th, 2025. I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Second.
Andrea, I support.
Is this our yellow copy? Non-discrimination.
Just the updates are right here on the back page, Chuck. And no, I didn't staple this, but it is kind of funny because the other day I did staple it shut on us. And anyway, if your copy is stapled shut, the back page here, Chuck, has this is what we went over last month.
Telephone.
Most of it was adopted last year.
This is the one I'm looking at. And
Okay.
what's this?
Oh, he has the June 11th. Here
it is. I have it.
Got it. Okay. Pull off the back page and take a look at it. But anyway, most of it is adopted last year. Where you see the recommended option, that's the one that those are the updates for this year. So
that's fine.
Okay, this is the one policy meeting I went to or was able to make it to was the discussion of restrooms. Is this in that policy change?
All right, that brings up a good question. Let me see that again.
This?
Yeah, are boys going in the girls' bathroom? I had 2 community members call me. I think I asked that a month and a half ago, Jim. And we said that I think Mr. Kaplan was here. Is he here today?
No. Current law, Chuck, to answer your question.
Yeah, I know there's some
current state law provides that students can enter the bathroom of their identified gender.
Where? How?
I thought it got reverted back.
Yeah.
There is executive order that involves athletics and centers around that, but there is not guidance yet on bathroom usage.
And so it's executive order means it's above our heads. It's a federal.
The executive order again covers athletics, so locker rooms.
Is that
so the boys can go in a girl? Because I had actually 2.
Executive order covers that they can't. They should not, and the executive order covers that males cannot participate in female sports and whatnot. And if states allow it, then they could get funding removed, and then there's court battles that proceed. But what it doesn't cover is Michigan state law, which is, I believe, the Elliott Larson law, that provides for students to enter the facility of the gender that they identify as.
What's the difference if it's a locker room? I mean, so the guys can't go into the girls' locker room, but they can go into the girls' bathroom because they say they're a girl.
No, nobody's mad. I'm just
I'm not mad either. It's just ridiculous.
I've had 2 parents call me and said that there was a kid from another district, that school of choice, that was shipped over here. Not picking on us, but that's just what they told me. And that person has went in the girls' locker, not in the girls' locker. I misspoke myself. The girls' bathrooms. And R.J. Kaplan says that did not happen. Or maybe I'm misspeaking for him. Do you remember what he said? Does anybody remember what he said on the board? Because I asked that question a month or 2 ago. I just want to know because these parents are calling me and I should give them an answer because I didn't know.
I know.
I didn't think
high
they could.
School has.
Do we have a unisex? Yeah. Do we have a unisex?
In the media center, they have 2.
Yeah, we have
single stall.
Yeah.
Restroom.
If somebody identifies, I don't want to discriminate against them neither, but I don't want the majority of the parents feeling, hey, listen, I don't want this person. I don't know. Maybe I should bring it up.
This is definitely something we could discuss in policy, but I think there is that. I'm just telling you what the law says and dictates at this point.
So doesn't federal law supersede state?
Executive orders don't necessarily. I mean, they can supersede, but that executive order again doesn't cover directly facilities because we explored that and we've talked with the lawyers about it. So it mainly covers athletics.
Okay.
And so there's a gap there. Plus, Michigan has very specific. Their Elliott Larson law is pretty specific on that.
And if we deny that, we could be
right.
And is
so? Do we get sued if we make a unisex bathroom? And doesn't discriminate against the child that may or may not want to use that bathroom?
You get sued if you make them do it or require them to use that bathroom.
You open yourself to that possibility. And you open yourself to the possibility of being sued the other way.
Well, yeah, I know. I want to be fair to everybody, but I don't know how to do this one.
You put the proper body part over the top of the door, and that's the room you use. Not boy, girl, but.
Okay. That's,
That'd be my 2 cents.
that was
This
part-
body, that in
That-
bathroom, this
that
body
is
brought
not
that
covered
up.
in this one.
It's not covered.
It
Let's not
just-
even bring it up.
It's not even
Okay, I was
listed.
just, I just
I
know
thought it was in the
talked
back
about
of
in
this.
that policy meeting,
sorry.
and I just wanted to
Right.
see what was decided
Right.
and what.
No, I think the reason that came up in that policy meeting was we were talking, I think it was Jenny and Kim, we were talking at the end of the table there
Mhm.
about sexual harassment and things, and it led into that conversation. But
Okay.
Has any school challenged this
Mhm.
in Michigan?
I don't know of too many specific cases, but I know that it's been discussed. I know a lot of districts are dealing with stuff, but I don't know of a specific case I could point to.
All right, we'll move on then.
Any other comments? You have everything you need?
I have I need a support.
Yes. So,
Support?
well, this would
You
why is
approved.
there
Oh,
there?
You made the motion. You made the motion.
Victor made the motion.
I'll support the motion.
Okay. Well, okay.
It's actually all.
All right, so we have a motion and
Yeah.
support.
I know that.
Any other comments or questions?
Okay.
Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the June 11th, 2025 and July 25th, 2025 policy updates as presented. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Jenny Wolgast,
Abstain.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
No.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
and Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
It's 4 yes.
Thank you.
So I have a
Motion
question.
passes. Go ahead, Andrea.
Are we allowed to abstain from a vote if we or just don't want to vote on it?
No, I didn't feel comfortable reading. Like I was in one policy meeting
Right.
where one of these was gone over, but
Okay.
this is the first time I'm seeing these.
I
so
just didn't
don't
know if
feel
we were allowed to do that or not.
I just gave her access to
Okay.
the board drive too, just today.
I'm not saying against you. It's not a normal thing that's happened up here, and so I just.
Well, no, I
know
did
if it
that
was-
this is
You
like my
did it
third
earlier.
time
Yeah.
abstaining.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
That it was. Thank you.
You can give it a Jenny a word of advice. I've done that before and I just said abstain for lack of information. It's not that you're. I mean.
Yeah,
I don't-
if you want to make a note,
we haven't adopted any.
I'm just now seeing it. So.
Right.
Next, we have our treasurer selection and finance and bond committee chair. I would entertain motion for nominations.
I nominate Ken.
I nominate Jenny for treasurer.
What's that?
Well, she has to have a second first. Well, I don't know how you do it.
I thought we're not making a motion to, right?
So, yes, this
Just
is to nominate our new treasurer. And I have Andrea saying Ken, correct?
Yes.
And I don't have a support yet.
Nobody wants to give Ken a job. Thank you.
Did you support it, Kim?
I did.
Good job.
That's
I don't want him being mad at me. So let him be mad at you, and you can deal with all this crap. So,
Is it for both of them?
no, it's just for the finance director. I mean, not
treasurer.
finance.
To be the
Typically,
treasurer.
the finance person has been the treasurer of the board. If you want to make this all inclusive, but that's been typically, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yes, that was what I
Who's
was
going to call him on his way
nominating
up north to give him the bad news?
for. I'll call him on to give him the news.
So I warned him. I said if he wasn't here, we were going to all vote for him. So
I was going to vote for him either way. So
Okay, it's been seconded. Let's put it to a vote.
Okay, so I need to clarify, is this for the finance chair as well?
yes,
Okay, I have a motion and
it took some
support.
5 meetings.
Yeah, I can't handle it.
No, I mean it's really not fair. I mean it needs to be divided up for sure.
Any comments or questions? Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Board of Education approves Ken Engel as our new treasurer and Ken Engel as the finance chair and as the new bond chair in place of Alyssa Bouchard, who resigned on September 14th, 2025. Was it also the intention to have him be the bond chair?
I was going to say, do we want to break that up at all?
I think we should. Yeah.
Well, do you want
The motion was for
job.
financial chair. So let's just vote on that, then we'll move on to bond chair.
So treasurer and financial chair is what we're voting on now.
Yes. So Sue, can you do those two first, please?
Jenny Walguest.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Chuck Malky.
Makes it easy for me. No, that way he won't. Right ahead. You see how it is. So I'll be the coward and say
All
no.
right. So, does anybody want to make a motion for bond chair? Can we have a motion for bond chair?
I make a motion that we have Jenny Walgas do bond chair because that's a pretty easy committee to start out with, Jenny.
I
So
second
won't be
that.
so
Okay,
difficult.
so Chuck, Andrea, any comments or questions? Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Board of Education approves Jenny Wolgast as the new bond chair in place of Alyssa Bouchard, who resigned on September 14th, 2025. Sue.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Jenny Walguest.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Chuck Malky.
Yes.
6 yes.
Congratulations, Jenny. Next time you should probably get in the car and go to Traverse City if you want.
She still would have gotten it.
She would have got 2 instead of 1.
All right. Next, we have public comment. If anybody would like to address the board, please come forward, state your name, keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you, Mr. Love.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Love. I'm the instructional coach at Elms Road Elementary, among other district titles, PAC coordinator, high school drama director, and vice president of the SCCS. I wanted to share some exciting updates about the success of our MTSS at Elms Road. To start, despite an increase in student enrollment at Elms this year, the number of students receiving Tier 2 and 3 academic supports has actually went down when compared to fall 2024 and 2023. That means not only are we serving more students overall, but a greater percentage of them are succeeding in the Tier 1 classroom alone. This is a testament to the hard work of our classroom teachers who are putting in day-to-day practices. They are using best practices to teach grade level standards while implementing differentiation techniques to help all learners in the classroom. In addition, successful targeted intervention programs, such as SCCS, are being used, that one not yet, but not only in the classroom, but in our resource room and with our SSPs during interventions. Last year, we introduced Bridge the Gap Haggerty, UFly, and Phonics for Reading interventions to enhance phonological awareness in phonics, and we trained staff in evidence-based small group instruction, supported through letters, that have helped focus on strengthening our comprehension and fluency. The addition of SIPs to our arsenal tonight will definitely address more of that comprehension and fluency, as well as supporting the other two. The addition of NWA testing has helped us actually to pinpoint student strengths, so thank you for approving that. Needs across the 5 pillars of reading. This precision allows teachers to form targeted small groups so that each child receives exactly the instruction that they need to grow. What's especially exciting is that these tools work hand in hand with our existing interventions. The clarity we now have from these tests helps us to really dig into the reading development of our students and make advancements. We understand the board's continued emphasis on MSTEP data. While those scores give us a snapshot of performance each spring, the day-to-day progress monitoring from NWA and our reading diagnostics allow us to respond in real time, addressing skill gaps before they become long-term struggles. We're confident that this proactive approach will be reflected with improved MSTEP performance down the line. I want to take a minute to thank the board for continuing to support initiatives like letters training, curriculum adoptions, and the integration of data-driven tools such as NWA and IXL. And this evening, the addition to the intervention program, SIPs. I'd also like to extend an invitation to any member of the board to come and visit Elms Road. We'd love you to experience firsthand the incredible things that we're doing on a day-to-day basis. This is an invitation I'm confident would be extended by any of the buildings in the district. Incredible things are happening each and every day. And most importantly, I want to thank our Elms Road teachers. They have dove headfirst into brand new curriculum, adjusted their instruction, utilized resources like IXL, focused it on targeted interventions, and held data conversations to meet each child where they are. Their willingness to engage in new learning and maintain a growth mindset is what makes this all possible. At Elms Road, our teachers and staff are working tirelessly to provide high quality to our education to our students. From conversations with colleagues, I know the same things are happening at other elementary buildings in our district. Your continued trust and support in the work we're doing for Swartz Creek every day is appreciated. And I'm not driving to Traverse City, I'm driving to Millington, but it's almost as far.
Thank you, Mr. Love, for all that you do and all the hats you wear in the district. We appreciate you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Zach Clark. I live on Elms Road. I have 2 students in the district, one 8th grader, one junior. I would just like to say we appreciate the teachers very much. They have had some phenomenal teachers. My older boy went from struggling, hating school in 9th grade to now being in AP classes, and he's really had some instrumental influences. So success story there. That's great. Appreciate it. If they're not doing well in school, I think it's more due to distractions than necessarily the teachers. Like I said, I think the teachers are great. I think you guys are also susceptible to distractions. From the meetings I've been watching, you've been having these barn burner meetings at each other's throats, you know, all the opposite things that values we're trying to instill in our kids. I would just encourage you to spend more time on board business and less time worried about making a deal for some company. It's their job, not yours. You're spending all our time and resources and taking away from time that should be spent on our children. There are real problems in this district. Last week when you had that lockdown, it was so funny, the timing. My son come home and we're talking about his day like we do every day. And I get the email and I read it and there was an investigation and nothing was found. My son spoke to the kid in the bathroom who found a handful of 9mm bullets. I'd like to know why we weren't given all the information. For one, you know, that there's problems. The middle school roof is falling in. They lock the bathrooms. I have a child with bowel issues. He can't even use the bathroom. He comes home nearly having an accident every day. You know, we brought in so many school of choice kids. It's a mess. So I would just say, please don't waste any more time with counteroffers. You're spending our money on lawyers. You're spending all your time fighting each other over this. If they want to make you an offer, let them do it. Don't waste any more of your time on it. It's not for you to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Anyone else?
I'll make it quick. Number one, thank you for the investigation. After 3 months, it's well overdue. Number two, I'm very surprised that you would allow 2 people who were seen in the video negotiating the deal to be part of the new negotiation. Not sure why you would throw them back into the ring. And number 3, I would ask that you contact Kendall Williams and ask them to run a conflict of interest report on anybody associated with Tyler, Tim Herman, Flint Genesee Group. Perhaps Jenny and Ken can do that, however you want to handle it. But that part was not brought up. I was caught with that one time in a lawsuit that I had to file, so something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Dave, I got a question for you. My fee waivers, keep getting denied. I think tonight I proved that my FOIA request, especially this one, was in the matter of public interest. Nearly every single person that gave comment referenced it. I'm asking for a refund of $92 from you. You can answer. You're not a board member.
I'm going to hold with my denial at this point. We can talk separate from this if you want.
Okay. Andrew, you admitted to ripping up documents, your agenda, which is a public document. It doesn't matter that you think it's private or personal. You ripped it up and you admitted to it, but you never said why you ripped it up. I think it's a valid question, and I wonder that too. Was it a tantrum, just a bad day, or was it just to spite me after telling you that I was going to FOIA request it? All right, so we'll get there. Carrie, you're supposed to run this board. What we saw tonight over the vote of Morris was a debacle. You had no idea what was going on up here. You didn't know what you're supposed to be voting on. You didn't know how to. Nobody up here knew. It was one of the most embarrassing moments I've seen on this board. And I think you should. If you're not embarrassed, I'm embarrassed for you. And I think we're talking about this lawyer. Thank you for approving a lawyer and getting this investigation going. But we can save that $25,000 if you three just step down and get out of here. It's happening. I mean, why waste our time? It's disgraceful that you guys get put back. Jim especially gets put back on this board to negotiate a contract, being proven to have lied and kept information from you guys. It's out of control. I feel like we're on candid camera. This cannot be real. You let him. He sits up here in the middle like he's in charge. He lies to you. He withholds information. Yeah, let's put him back on the board because we can honestly trust everything he says, right? And the tuna's sitting next to him, right up in the middle, like they're in charge too. Lied to you, withheld information from you. They were not honest, and honestly, it's a disgrace. That's all I gotta say.
Anyone else?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Chantel Manning. I'm the proud principal of Elms Road Elementary. Just to piggyback off of what Mr. Love said, I'm here to invite you out to our Halloween party that we're having. We had a great time last year. A couple of board members were there to attend. So this year, I'm asking all of you guys to please come out. The kids and families would love to see you on October 31st. We have our Halloween celebration by grade level, so we can have all of the parents attend with their children. We have prizes. We have a DJ. Last year I did 3 outfit changes, so the kids are looking forward to that. But just wanted to invite you guys out because it's a great time for the kids. And the teachers are also able to still have specials that day, so we work it out so the kids don't miss their specials because that's something Miss New talked about that's really important to them. And then they also get an hour of the party. So we just wanted to invite you guys out. And as always, our door is always open for anyone to come out and visit. Thank you.
Oh, as principal, are we doing the dog program?
Right now, we do not have that, but I have a new student success coordinator. So I've been in touch with Mr. Simonson and with Marie. We're trying to get some of those programs back. With the dog program, the watchdog, we're trying to get the grandmothers in there, and we're also trying to get parents and families back in there to help. So those are things we're working on right now.
Okay, she's okay.
I think he's talking about the going and reading to the dogs.
Oh, sorry that you talked about the watchdogs.
Yeah.
My bad. We're trying to get that.
I don't know about, but they did. Yeah, the success coordinator was the one who took the kids all the time, and they just got a new one over there. So
yeah, we can talk about that because she is new. So we have a lot we're throwing at her right now. So we could meet together.
Elms
if you want
was
to
a
talk
big
to me.
school that always took kids there in games
Gotcha.
to read to the dogs.
Well, I'd love to meet with you. You can let me know, and we can try to get that program back going.
They did it several times.
Okay.
Before.
Yeah.
The Watchdogs program is pretty cool, though.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to
I
get
don't know
that.
how long it hasn't been in play, but it was in there when my son was there.
And also with the grandmothers coming back in and trying to get the men in just to help and supervise. We're trying to get some things going there.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you.
I asked that as a board member to a principal. By the way, thank you.
Thank you, Chantal. Anyone else?
Brian Jones, I'm a board, or not a board member. I'm a district resident, in case anybody needs to write that down. I'm here tonight to tell you a couple of things. First of all, our teachers do the best of, they're better than any teachers I ever had. That's one thing right there. They put their heart into this, and I'm sure mine probably did too, but they do that. So they need some recognition. One of the things that I wrote about in the email that I sent you was a Facebook post that Ken Engel had. Now, I understand he's not here, but I'm not in charge of his travel plans. So I'm going to go ahead and say what I have to say. It says, I knew school was a scam when we had business teachers who didn't own a business and gym teachers who were fat. Okay, whatever. That's funny. That's edgy, whatever he wants to be. What happens is that undermines the confidence of the teachers. And if you guys had ever read any of your board rules, you would see that one of the things in there is to create a collaborative environment with teachers. So to tell teachers that, you're not good, and then he says, yeah, those who can do and those who can't teach. Well, Melky here teaches firearms training. Does that mean he can't shoot? Is that Ken's holding here? Because we need to get on board with our teachers don't have to put up with this crap. Chuck has said we don't owe anybody a job, and we don't, and they don't owe us showing up. They can quit tomorrow. And who's going to teach those kids? That's my thing. Everything, it gets dumped on the teachers. Everything gets dumped on you guys. Again, if you read your board things, Jim Kitchen, as interim superintendent, is to be treated as the CEO. That's what the board rules say. That's why these things, don't sit there and frown at me, read. Because it's clear that you haven't. Every meeting you show up and you're like, well, I haven't read that. I haven't read that. So if you read if you read what you have, your responsibilities are to be informed when you come here. She has an excuse because she just got her clearance today. Your excuse is, I don't know. So you can make all the faces you want. Okay? You keep doing that. And for the people out here, your boyfriend, for instance, that are throwing questions and answers, that's not what the board is here for. They're here to be quiet. Because otherwise, I could ask you stuff like, are you really worried about the kids, or are you worried about the fact that your aunt and uncle are holding out on selling things?
The kids.
Okay, it's clear. It sure is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Anyone else?
Good evening. I just want to say that I appreciate all of you here and the work that you do, and I know how hard it is. And I know that tonight's packet was, that thick, and it is a lot. And what I said earlier, I'm really interested and curious about how we do school governance, right? And I really do hope that once the new superintendent's on board, perhaps the board will review how we govern and do it in a way that would give you more time to all be present for the presentations, for all the information, and then and have time between that meeting and a separate meeting where you would then vote. I just really think that would help clear up a lot of the issues. And I know there's clearly been, as mentioned, a lack of trust. And I think that if we didn't have committee meetings all the time at different times where everyone couldn't be in the room, and if we just had these board meetings and they were public and recorded and televised. We're here anyway. We're putting in the time for sure. You guys are all putting in the time, but you're doing it in all these little committee meetings, and then the people that weren't there don't feel comfortable because they don't have all the information. I applaud you for wanting to know all the information. Yeah. And please, just think about how we can streamline this whole thing for everybody involved, and just know that I appreciate you and the tremendous job you take on, and you're you're volunteers. You're elected, but you might get paid, but I'm sure it's pennies on the dollar or pennies per hour. So. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Anyone else? All right. Let's move on to comments and questions from the board.
I have something I wanted to ask. This is just last month when I went to the county meeting. I had asked them to put something on the agenda about the vaping problem in the schools. When I first got on the board, I believe I had talked to Mr. Heatherton about a vape detector, and I never even heard if we got them or if they worked or anything. And two of the schools there said that they had them in their schools and they were finding success with them. So I'm just wondering if we could try it again, get a couple of them, or just to see if it works.
Is it like a metal detector? Like everyone goes through it when they come
No,
in the
it's a
door?
vape detector, and it's in the bathrooms.
Oh, okay.
And it goes off if they vape in there. And
Like a smoke
it's just
detector type
such
thing?
I'm sorry.
Like a smoke detector?
Yeah, something like that. It's just such a huge problem.
It's the
Yeah,
vapor
yeah,
detector.
Yeah, yeah. So I was wondering if we could look into that, or maybe try a couple of them or something. See what we get.
Anyone else?
I just have one quick note that we need to remember when we're talking about school of choice every time, and it seems like it comes in a negative light sometimes, that Desi, our board representative, is a school of choice student. So I just ask you guys to keep that in mind when we have these conversations that come across. I get the feedback a lot from staff that school of choice, heard from lots of parents, they feel insulted. There's parents in the audience right now, and someone that was a student in school of choice, and actually, I don't remember actually. They lived here when I knew them, but they've moved out and then still kept their kids here after they moved, right? So there's a lot of scenarios where people are school of choice. Our teachers, Michelle Corbett, was a principal for years, school of choice to her kids here so they could be in the district she worked in. And a lot of times people do leave. I sold houses to people and they couldn't find something in Creek and they moved to Flushing, and they still kept coming to Swartz Creek because they wanted to. So it's not always they're coming from another school because they were disciplined there, or they're not all from Flint. They are a lot of unique situations. And I know a lot of them. Some of them, it's right on the cusp, and maybe their neighbor kid goes to Swartz Creek and whatever. I'm just saying, like, I have actually can name quite a few people that I've sold houses to out of the district because they couldn't find something and they still brought their kids here. Or people just, they move and they still want to come. So let's keep in mind that our board representative is a school of choice student herself.
And they're all our students.
I mean,
Anyone else?
I didn't want to put her on the spot, but I didn't want to, does her shirt say school of choice? It doesn't. It just says board representative,
Yeah.
I kind of have a question about the
Oh,
school of
go ahead.
choice too, because I know that there's a difference between in-district school of choice and out-of-district school of choice. When we report the numbers, like when I see school of choice on here, is that strictly out of district? So it does not include the in-district. Okay, I was curious about that.
Anyone else? Comments?
Yeah, I would like to switch the policies back to Neola. After reviewing them, they're much more thorough. It's a flat fee with 2 updates a year normally. And I don't know why we got rid of them. It was Ben Rod wanted to go to Neola, or wanted to go to Thrune. And I was against it. And I just feel like when I go through policies, Neola is much more thorough on the policies, number one. Number two is I would like to look at another attorney firm by next month, and maybe people have some ideas and look to put it out for bid and see what our options are for a different attorney. Once again, we were guided by old administration to Thrune policy, Thrune attorneys, and we were guided to do our K-5, split them, and our grades went down. So them are all facts. And anybody can go to Neola, and everybody says, oh, they're getting rid of Neola. Out of the 23 districts, I believe 21 of them use Neola in Genesee County. We're one of 2 that does not use them. And if you read them, they're just much more thorough. Anybody can pick it up tonight and go to Grand Blanc or Fenton or some of the other districts and take our policy and take their policy, and theirs are much more detailed already, where ours are very opened up. We've had arguments on the board, some people said. A lot of it has to do with not having clear and concise, what I call post orders or policies and procedures. So I think we need to do that next month and research it. Thrune, Mr. Bender left. I'm not opposed to throwing 1 or 2 board members in with Jim when they negotiate. I don't think that's a bad idea. And I don't think it slights anybody, but there is some, I don't think Jim would even be opposed to it, to be honest with you. Yeah, so maybe we could put 1 or 2 members on there and we can discuss that at our next meeting. Okay, if everybody's kind of okay with that. So that's 3 things. Well, in the meantime, I would just go ahead and do what you're doing. It's not fair to you to try to pull the wool out from underneath your legs right now when you're trying to run. But I'm saying to add some on. So give everybody some trust. I don't know who it would be. Ken and Jenny were already, volunteered. Maybe me and Kim or me and Andre or somebody. I don't know. We'll figure that out. And then to Josh Davis's complaint, he has been coming. And people can say what they want, but he's written letters. He has asked for violations to be investigated, potential violations. And we have not treated that person fairly, and other people fairly too. And I've probably not treated people fairly. So none of us are perfect, but as vice president, I think I have the authority to call through and ask him if the president's not going to do it. So basically what I'm asking is either you do it, Carrie, or I will do it to get this cleared up. We probably should have asked Thrun or Phil at the time to do it. That was my fault for letting it slide till now. And let's see who else made comments. Brian made a comment, said I wanted to get rid of 50 teachers. I don't owe him a job. I think that's taken out of context. If we lost school of choice, then we may lose 50 teachers. That was my argument. We were arguing about money. I'm not against full removal of school of choice. But if we did lose some school of choice kids, we would lay off teachers. And they would probably go to the district next door, next door, because those kids may be going there. And for school of choice kids, I've talked to a lot of teachers and administrators here, and I would like to keep all the kids that come here for our workers and some other limited school of choice. I don't know if we need 1,000, but I think we can come to a happy medium on that. And really, we're here to service our district. I understand that they're all kids, and I'm not against any kids or pets or anything like that, but at the end of the day, he's right. We're here to educate our kids. Problem is, we have one of the lowest grade point averages and success rates in the district. And maybe that's from having too many kids in, not enough kids, too big of classrooms, too small classrooms. I would prefer to have a smaller classroom and have my teachers bring these kids up the best they can and give them the support staff. Because in the last 7 years, I have supported every educational thing that has come through here. So people out there running their suck because it's an oxymoron. He's not there for the kids. And I'm the first one to do that, hire the teachers, get them on board and give them any equipment they need. And I'm getting pretty tired of that. This and that. I can be on the other side, but I've supported our teachers here. I've supported our staff here. I've supported equipment. I've supported infrastructure. And I think I've said this 100 times, Jim. I want this district to be the what? Number one. I don't have to be the biggest, but I like to be the best. And I'd rather have quality over quantity. And I don't see what the problem is. And when people get mad at me because I call them out that something may done wrong, that doesn't make sense. But I agree. We need to get along. We need to move forward. We need to get some things done. And we don't get paid a lot. We get a lot of bashing from people. This week alone, I spent probably 30 hours out of a 3-day work week already on school stuff, trying to get things read, prepared, looking at things. But we have to treat everybody equal, and that includes our taxpayers. So, to Mr. Jones, I agree with a lot of things you said. And Josh Davis, I agree with a lot of things you said, and a couple of the other members left. I agree with what Chantel said and Michelle, because I've been to the schools. I'm one of the few board members. You guys haven't seen me yet. But up until about 1.5 years ago, because Rod used to get in my butt. Well, you showed up and didn't tell me, because I would get that call from one of the schools. You guys didn't do it, but other schools did it. And I said, what's the point of having an inspection or a surprise visit when you know I'm coming? Because everybody's on their what? Best behavior. I just want to go in there and see what the kids are doing and what the teachers are doing. And I encourage all the board members to do that. And I've done it to probably not as much as I should have been doing in the last 1.5 years, but I visit them probably at least 2 or 3 times a year. You can attest to that, Michelle. How many times I go to Cyrene? Just wander on in. I like to go sit with the teachers, look at the kids, see what's going on. So we all have a vested interest in our children. And that's number one. But we do have to protect and fiduciary responsibilities. Thank you. I make a motion to close the meeting if no one else has anything to say. Jenny, you had something to say?
Yeah.
We'll move that. It's 11 o'clock.
I know. I apologize. I don't want to keep this too much longer. But yeah, like I agree with you that we need to look. I'm not comfortable with Troon being our legal representation. Just from what I've seen, if our lawyer that was sitting right here has been sitting in meetings and has not been advising our board, our employees, and everybody that what's going on is counter to the policies that they own, because we don't own our policies; they own our policies.
Correct.
So they should absolutely know those backwards, forwards like the back of their hand. So if they're not advising us when we're not following the policies that they're selling to us, I have a huge issue with that, and I don't feel comfortable having legal representation that's not looking out for our interests and helping us. I mean, obviously we should know our policies as well, but if they're sitting in the meeting and they're noticing that this is happening and they're not saying things and they're not bringing it to the appropriate people's attention and making sure that it's addressed, I don't feel comfortable with them being our representation. So I'm glad you've suggested that, Chuck. And then I also had a concern because there have been a few reports of people on social media saying things that people are taking as slander, derogatory, everything like that. One of them has been investigated, and I just want to make sure that every allegation and every report of this is being weighted equally. So we definitely, I know, Jim, you sent one of them for a legal opinion. I just want to make sure that the ones that came in subsequently, we give them the same attention and the same consideration. It doesn't matter who it came from or who it's directed at, that everybody's, concerns are given equal weight. So I just want to make sure that I know that there was, and I know it looked bad. It looked, just because of timing, it looked like one came right after the other when really it had been about a week in the works. So hopefully within a week or within the same amount of time, we can get a response on the concern that was just shared with us yesterday. So hopefully you can commit, like with 7 to 10 days, we can get something back to that person. Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Chuck, I heard a motion to close the meeting.
Yeah.
There's support. Any comments or questions?
You want to say? Well, hold on.
No, I'm good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hearing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
I used to go.
Oh, so sad.